Chapter 1843. Fang Yuan immediately used all his strength to enslave these ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were invented by green ant ascetic. His disciple selection test was naturally to see who was better at controlling ants. Fang Yuan controlled 38 worker ants and 6 soldier ants. With a thought, he controlled his army and charged towards Tai Qin. Tai Qin also had over 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. Her tactic was different from Fang Yuan. She used worker ants to build an ant nest and soldier ants to protect them. Fang Yuan had a slight advantage in terms of military strength. His tactic was also very radical, causing the youths to exclaim in shock. Tai Qin frowned and panicked. Why does this dragon man youth, Wu Shuai, seem to have changed into a different person? So radical. She quickly mobilized her troops, first sending out worker ants from the ant nest, followed by the soldier ants that were outside to defend. They were prepared to rely on the unfinished fortifications to defend to the death. Soon, the two armies clashed. An intense battle ensued. I did not expect such a situation to occur at the start. Wu Shuai's tactic is completely different from before. This is too risky. That's right, as long as Tai Qin can defend against this wave of attacks, she will have a huge advantage. Wu Shuai did not build an ant nest, but Tai Qin did. This is the difference between them. Now, it will depend on their ant manipulation techniques. Because this is the early stage, 1 or 2 ants will tilt the scales of victory. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin has deep attainments. They are evenly matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a high chance of winning. How can Wu Shuai be so rash? However, moments later, the victor was decided. Tai Qin suffered more losses. She slowly retreated while Fang Yuan's side pressed forward. How is this possible? Wu Shuai is actually superior to Tai Qin. Did Tai Qin make a mistake? She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded it. Did he use some enslavement path method? Or is he at this level to begin with? No wonder he has the confidence to charge forward. Tai Qin's expression was solemn as she retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to kill more ants. When she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a pitiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan was only slightly better. There were only a few tunnels to the ant nest, and Tai Qin naturally knew her own ant nest like the back of her hand. She deployed her troops at the important areas, and at the same time, she split her attention to enslave the ants outside. Fang Yuan thought for a while, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Now that he had trapped the enemy was like a turtle in a jar. Fang Yuan did not understand the layout of the ant nest. If he attacked rashly, it would not be good if he only had a few troops. Thus, he split his troops to guard the entrances, surrounding the ant nest, and activating Enslavement Path Killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants kept emerging from the ground. At first, there were worker ants, then soldier ants, and now arrow ants. The arrow ants could shoot out sharp thorns from their mouth parts. After shooting out the 3 spikes, the arrow ant would be extremely weak, and it wouldn't even be able to defeat the worker ants. Even so, the arrow ants were still an extremely powerful unit, and they could often defeat many with fewer troops. If they reached a certain scale and shot arrows together in battle, they would be even more threatening. The arrow ants are something that both sides will fight for. That's right, if Tai Qin had the arrow ants, she could have killed all of the ants at the entrance. That way, the troops inside and outside would be able to fight back. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, it is not stable. He can easily turn the situation around. It is a pity if there were armor ants instead of arrow ants. Wu Shuai would be able to use the armor ants to attack the enemy and destroy the ant nest. The youngsters discussed as they whispered to each other. The competition between the two was the most popular ant manipulation game currently. At the start of the ant manipulation game, worker ants and soldier ants would appear, but after that, ant species would appear randomly. These new ants not only tested the enslavement attainment of both sides, They also tested the Gu master's understanding of ants and the overall situation of the battle. Fang Yuan and Tai Qin fought with all their might, but Fang Yuan still had the upper hand. The youngsters were all shocked. They could not believe it. This place has a Gu formation. Both sides are facing each other. The closer the ant is, the easier it is to enslave it. Tai Qin enslaved the ants around her. While Wu Shuai is far away, how could he have the upper hand? Is this Wu Shuai's true strength? How strong is he? We worked together to weaken him earlier. To think that he had such strength. Doesn't he feel tired? If it was the real Wu Shuai, he might feel tired, but Fang Yuan did not. Fang Yuan had just entered this dream realm. He was in a good state, especially his soul. It was formed from the main body's split soul. After that, even though he turned into a dragon man's soul and did not cultivate, his foundation was deep and extraordinary. The foundation of the soul directly affected the effect of enslavement path. For example, before the ambush in southern border, Fang Yuan's main body could not enslave many immemorial year beasts, but now he could easily enslave over 20. In the battle of arrow ants, Tai Qin lost. The arrow ants that she enslaved while she was distracted were all destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan not only had arrow ants, he also had worker ants and soldier ants to cooperate with his arrow ants. Tai Qin was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. She was in a very passive situation. But fortunately, arrow ants were not outstanding in offense, especially in an ant nest with many tunnels. Even though I have accumulated an advantage, it is not a big one, especially during this period of time. Tai Qin will definitely use the worker ants to build the nest. Fang Yuan looked like he was being aggressive, but he was actually trying to win steadily. All tactics were built on the foundation of knowing oneself and the enemy. Next, as long as armor ants appear, I will be able to attack and destroy the nest. Even if it is not armor ants and other species appear, as long as it is not cannon ants, I can use my military strength to win. Fang Yuan had a good plan. His chances of winning were very high. Even though the youths were not willing to see it, they had to admit the truth. Dragon Man Wu Shuai is about to succeed. I did not expect the finals to end like this. I did not expect Wu Shuai to have hidden so much strength. He is indeed amazing. Sigh. Such a pity. The great green ant ascetic's enslavement path inheritance is actually going to a dragon man. Tai Qin's expression was extremely grim. She stared at the battlefield without blinking. She also realized that she was on the verge of defeat, but she did not want to give up. She gritted her teeth. An intense thought lingered in her mind. If I lose to a dragon man like Wu Shuai, I might as well have lost to Zhang Shuang in the previous round. I cannot lose. I do not want to lose. Right at this moment, traces of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The clouds quickly gathered and turned into lumps of green clouds. A few breaths later, acid rain started to fall from the green clouds. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold. The youths were in an uproar. The change this time is actually not the appearance of ants, but the battlefield. If there was an earthquake, Tai Qin would be finished without Wu Shuai's attack. If there were other changes, it would only maintain the situation. But the acid rain. That's right, Tai Qin's ants are all in the nest, while Wu Shuai's army is exposed outside, being corroded by the acid rain. Wu Shuai is starting to create an ant nest. It is too late. This acid rain allowed Tai Qin to turn the situation around. Wu Shuai's advantage that he took a risk to create is gone. With the help of the acid rain, Tai Qin was finally able to turn the situation around. Fang Yuan had to pull back his troops and create an ant nest to avoid the acid rain. After the acid rain, armor ants appeared, but no matter how many enslaved Fang Yuan managed to get, he missed the best opportunity. But after a few rounds, Fang Yuan used his soul foundation to suppress Tai Qin. After a few small victories, the accumulated advantage forced Tai Qin to the brink of defeat again. In a huge battle, Tai Qin gathered her remaining troops and resisted stubbornly. But suddenly, an ant queen emerged from the ground. To subdue a wild ant queen, not only did the Gu master need to use enslavement path methods, he also needed to use troops to beat the ant queen until it lost its temper. The ant queen appeared at the center of Tai Qin's troops. Fang Yuan immediately attacked, but no matter how many troops he had, he could not break through Tai Qin's few remaining defenses. Tai Qin used all her strength, using methods that would harm herself. She finally subdued the ant queen. Even though the ant queen was half crippled, it had a special ability. The ants on its side moved faster, had thicker defenses, and had stronger attacks. Their overall strength rose by a huge margin. Fang Yuan's ants did not receive any amplification. Even though he had a lot of them, they were just cannon fodder. After attacking for a long time without success, Fang Yuan chose to retreat. He left behind a group of troops to fight against Tai Qin again. Since the ant queen appeared, it would not be just one. Sure enough, new ant kings soon appeared in the field and were obtained by both parties. As such, the battle entered a stalemate again. Both sides controlled more and more ants. They created ant nests and occupied the battlefield while controlling their troops to attack each other. Tai Qin's expression was pale. Fang Yuan was not much better either. But with his rich experience, he slowly gained the upper hand. Rumble. Just as Fang Yuan was about to launch a decisive attack, an earthquake occurred on the battlefield. Fang Yuan suffered heavy losses. 80 to 90% of his ant nests were destroyed. Even though Tai Qin suffered the same, she did not have many ant nests to begin with. Her losses were much lighter than Fang Yuan's. Both sides returned to the same level. The youths were in an uproar. It's like this again. Whenever she is at a disadvantage, something will happen to help Tai Qin. Isn't Tai Qin's luck a little too good? It has already happened 3 times in a row. Could it be that someone is cheating? How is that possible? This battlefield was personally created by Green Antiseptic. If Tai Qin could cheat, she would have defeated Wu Shuai long ago. Fang Yuan's gaze became even colder. I'm in trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost contact with his main body, he would not be so unlucky. The biggest possibility is that the dream realm manifests, forcing me to fail and not be able to defeat Tai Qin. That is why, whenever I am about to win, the dream realm will change, causing me to lose the chance of victory. In that case, should I purposely hold back and accept defeat? If it was during normal times, he would be able to probe like this. But now, the Dragon Man clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrongly, it would be the same as him giving up. If that happened, the Dragon Man clone would be trapped in the dream realm, and his main body would have to take action. The main body and the 4 great dragon generals would fight intensely, and the situation would go out of control, causing the Dragon Palace to fly away. Fang Yuan's previous plan would also fail. What should he do? Chapter 1844. Celestial Court. Qin Ding Ling floated in the sky. Her expression was extremely solemn. She had prepared this killer move for 3 days and 3 nights. Go. At the next moment, she finally erupted. A grand golden light shot out. The golden light was like a 5-tailed peacock. It chirped lightly and spread its wings to fly. When this golden light flew to a certain place in the sky, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light. Among the specks of light, a huge tunnel could be vaguely seen. Fairy Myrtle, who was beside Qin Dingling, turned pale. There really is such a tunnel! Qin Dingling's 7 orifices were bleeding. Her body was swaying and her expression was pale. She retreated to rest. Thank you for your hard work. Duke Long was also present. He was moved. Qin Dingling took in a few breaths, sighing, That was close. If I had not soul-searched Zhao Lianyun and obtained some information about Giant Sun All-Life Luck True Inheritance, with my own attainment, I would not have been able to discover Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements here. Duke Long snorted coldly. This Giant Sun Immortal is scheming against us. He pretended to visit Celestial Court back then, but he actually set up this trap. This luck path true inheritance is truly profound. The huge celestial court actually did not discover it, but providence still belongs to our celestial court. At the crucial moment, Fairy Qin woke up and saw through Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. According to this arrangement, Giant Sun Immortal opened up a path in celestial court. Once he activates it, Longevity Heaven's Go Immortals might directly attack celestial court. Yes, this is the style of Northern Plains barbarians. Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. But since we discovered this, we can make arrangements against it. We can even play along and ambush Northern Plains. This will be of great help to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention in a few years. Qin Dingling had made a great contribution, but her expression was still gloomy. She sighed and said, "The Giant Sun Immortal has 3 true inheritances of self-fate, all beings' fate and heaven and earth fate. In order to deal with him, I focused on cultivating the fate of all living beings and cultivated bitterly for so many years. I originally thought that I was on par with him. In the end, it made me realize just how big of a gap there is between us." Fairy Myrtle advised, "The venerables of the past cannot be judged with common sense. Senior, it is the fortune of the celestial court that you have such attainments in luck path. It has made up for the historical regret of the celestial court. From now on, the celestial court will also have a luck Dao true inheritance that they can take out." Qin Dingling said, "In order to prevent any accidents, I have already sent my luck path true inheritance into the immortal treasury. However, it would be best to obtain the true inheritance of the Giant Sun Immortal. It is a pity that even though Zhao Lianyun saw the all-beings' fate true inheritance in Imperial Court Blessed Land, his knowledge was limited and he could only see bits and pieces of it. That Ma Hongyan is possessed by fortune. He definitely knows more. It is a pity that he was captured by Feng Yuan." Mentioning Feng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned. "Speaking of which, Feng Yuan has not shown himself for some time. We have already made strict arrangements in the River of Time, but Feng Yuan has not shown himself. He has myriad-year flying worship, but he does not seem to have much enthusiasm for Red Lotus True Inheritance. Is it because we cannot find his traces, or is he—" Mentioning Red Lotus True Inheritance, Duke Long also frowned. He said solemnly, "Then prepare for the worst. Assume that Feng Yuan has obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance. To subdue Feng Yuan, in my opinion, the focus is still on Guyue Fengzheng." Qin Dingling smiled. Different from the previous life, Guyue Fengzheng received the greatest attention. He had already entered the eyes of Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. With the arrangements of the Celestial Court and a large amount of resources, Guyue Fengzheng's strength was also rapidly rising. Immortal Killer move. Blood turns cold. The 3 desolate beasts' movements became slower and slower. They eventually froze and fell to the ground, moaning. "The victor!" Guyue Fengzheng floated in the air, looking down at the 3 desolate beasts lying on the ground. He was dressed in a gray robe. He was completely unharmed. Bloodpath Killer moves are truly amazing. Zhao Lianyun was standing beside him. Fengzheng cupped his fists. "It is all thanks to Fairy Spirit Affinity's help. Otherwise, I would not have so many opportunities to fight." Zhao Lianyun smiled. "We have the same goal. We should work together, right?" Similar to the previous life, this time, Zhao Lianyun took the initiative to befriend Fengzheng. Zhao Lianyun loved Ma Hongyan, but Ma Hongyan was killed by Feng Yuan. Even though the latter was dead, his soul still existed. There was a chance of revival. The Celestial Court worships Providence. They do not want Hongyan to revive. If he revives, wouldn't that be going against fate? Even though I became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the Celestial Court still treats me as a chess piece. They keep using me. Earlier, that female immortal Qin Dingling wantonly soul-searched me. That is the best proof. In this aspect, I am in the same situation as Fengzheng. We are both chess pieces. It is just that the celestial court values Fangjing more. So, if I want to revive Hongyan, I can only rely on myself and find an opportunity. Zhao Lianyun had his own plans. Zhao Lianyun knew his situation. Fangjing was no longer naive. He had experienced a lot. He also understood his own situation. He understood why Zhao Lianyun befriended him. Fangjing did not dislike Zhao Lianyun. They were in the same situation. He could empathize with him. As the two spoke, Gyue Fangjing kept the 3 desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. The 3 desolate beasts did not die. After he grasped control of the killer move, blood turns cold. It became the best method to capture enemies alive. Fangjing had put in a lot of effort into this killer move. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan to nurture Gyue Fangjing was to let him cultivate in seclusion. But after Qin Dingling woke up, she persuaded Fairy Myrtle to change her plan. This time, Gyue Fangjing had accepted the sex mission to suppress the 3 desolate beasts. Now that the mission was completed, Fangjing planned to clean up the battlefield before returning to Feihe Mountain. But he did not expect to find a secret passage in the desolate beasts' nests. To prevent any young desolate beasts from being left in the depths of the passage, Fangjing and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before flying into the passage. The result surprised the two. This passage was far deeper than they had imagined. The two continued to fly downwards. The passage became wider. It could contain mountains and seas. This should be an earth trench. The 3 desolate beasts on the surface should not be related to this earth trench. Zhao Lianyun analyzed. Fangjing nodded, but he still had some doubts. I guess so too. But this earth trench is quite strange. Logically speaking, it should be filled with life, beasts, and plants. But we have been flying down for so long, but we have not seen any living beings. There is definitely something strange about this earth trench. Let's take a look. Zhao Lianyun had wanted to return, but hearing Fangjing's insistence, he continued to descend with him. There is a blessed land here. Not long after, Fangjing discovered a strange phenomenon. Immediately, Zhao Lianyun also discovered it. He exclaimed, "This blessed land is undergoing tribulation. It caused the blessed land to be damaged and form a hole. That is why it is appearing. Our timing is too coincidental. If we had passed this time, the blessed land would have closed its entrance and left it in the void. We would not have been able to discover it, even if it was right under our noses. Let's go in and take a look." Fangjing said excitedly, since there was a blessed land, there would likely be a Gu immortal inheritance. After all, blessed lands were formed from the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. The two easily entered the blessed land. The blessed land was currently in a state of calamity. It was in an abyss of suffering. Strange, the humans here seem to be in strange shapes. Are they the extinct beast men? Looking at the current situation, there should not be any Gu immortals here. Fangjing and Zhao Lianyun discussed for a while before helping. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu immortals. Their methods were exquisite. They immediately quelled the calamity. The lucky survivors in the blessed land knelt down and thanked the two immortals. Fangjing asked and found that the residents of these blessed lands were not humans. They were dragon men. Dragon men, which variant human race are they? Why have I not heard of them before? Fangjing was surprised. As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun had been around for quite some time. She immediately frowned. The Dragon Man is indeed one of the variant humans. We are in trouble now. She knew that she and Fangjing were pawns of the Celestial Court. They seemed to be moving around freely, but they were definitely being monitored by the Celestial Court. Sure enough, after a while, Gu immortals arrived. They were two female immortals. Fangjing and Zhao Lianyun recognized them. One was Fairy Myrtle. The other was Qin Dingling. Fangjing still felt it was strange. This blessed land is ordinary and unremarkable. Why would the two ladies of the Celestial Court come here? Qin Dingling and Fairy Myrtle, however, were in a good mood. This could be seen from their expressions. Fang Zheng, you have made another contribution. You have done well. You too can leave now. Qin Dingling nodded with a smile, sending Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyan away with one sentence. Fang Zheng and Zhao Lianyan had no choice but to obey. They obediently flew away and returned to their respective sections a moment later. Fairy Myrtle gathered the information. This blessed land originated from Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it could be hidden for so long and even deceived Lord Duke Long. The dragon men in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's descendants. There are pure dragon men and also dragon man and human hybrids. These dragon men are not important, but there is a clue hidden deep in the blessed land that leads to the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you are right. Fang Zheng is truly our lucky general. Fairy Myrtle said happily, because one of the main creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. The Celestial Court had been searching for Dragon Palace, but their progress had been very slow. Now that they had this crucial clue, as long as they deciphered it and combined with the Celestial Court's hard work, they should be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time to lose. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Fang Zheng was arranged by Providence to suppress Fang Yuan. He found this blessed land and lured out Dragon Palace. This means that Fang Yuan is likely to be secretly plotting to seize Dragon Palace. Chapter 1845. In the depths of Eastern Sea, another scene appeared in Dragon Palace's dream realm. The Dragon Man clone controlled the ant army as it advanced. The black mass of ants numbered in the thousands, and the formation was tight. Among them, the armor ants opened up the path, holding the front, followed by the arrow ants, and in the middle was the king ant. At the back of the army were the cannon ants. They were fat and moved slowly. In front of the Dragon Man clone, Tai Qin was also controlling an ant army. "Senior brother, I am here." The yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. The army charged towards Fang Yuan's troops. Fang Yuan quickly willed and stabilized the formation, using the armor ants to defend while the cannon ants attacked. Tai Qin's ant army was mainly made up of spear ants and sprint ants. They were very aggressive. Fang Yuan laughed internally. Ever since Green Antiseptic's disciple recruitment ceremony, Tai Qin was defeated by me. She seems to have been stimulated and changed her cautious and stable fighting style, becoming more aggressive and aggressive. At this time, two groups of sprint ants surrounded them from the left and right. Tai Qin's tactic was obvious. She wanted to use the speed of the sprint ants to quickly attack the cannon ants behind Fang Yuan. The cannon ants were strong at long range. They had a high firing range. One cannon shot would kill the spear ants at the front, but they were slow and had weak defenses. If these two groups of sprint ants got close, they would die without a complete corpse. It's a very correct tactic. However, how could I not have considered the weakness of this formation when I set it up like this? Junior sister. Fang Yuan smiled at the girl in front of him. "Then come, senior brother." The yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. Her eyes shined with bright light. She was using her full strength. The sprinting ants encircled them, while Fang Yuan's ant army retreated and surrounded the cannon ants behind them. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Tai Qin saw this and stared with wide eyes. She exclaimed with a cute expression, "So amazing! Senior brother, you can actually control all of the ants at the same time. Have you grasped the ant thought killer move that master taught you us?" Fang Yuan smiled and nodded. Tai Qin gritted her teeth. "Even so, I will not give up easily. Senior apprentice brother, I'll take your vanguard." It turned out that in order to retreat, Fang Yuan had left the armor ants at the front lines to block Tai Qin's spear ants. Fang Yuan's ant colony retreated successfully, but it was also separated from the armored ant legion at the front line. The armor ants didn't last long before they were drowned by an even larger number of spear ants. The spear ants were like a tide pouring over. Fang Yuan had long since prepared the arrow ants. They lined up at the outermost perimeter and continuously shot out arrows. At the same time, the ant cannon flew high up in the sky and smashed into the spear ant army, blowing up groups of spear ants. Under Fang Yuan's crazy attacks, Tai Qin could not hold on any longer, and the ant army was quickly destroyed. Phew! I lost again. Senior brother, you're still the best. The yellow-browed girl heaved a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of light in her eyes as she looked at Fang Yuan. There was also a faint blush on her cheeks. Fang Yuan understood what was going on. Ever since Green Antiseptic's disciple recruitment ceremony, 3 scenes had passed in the dream realm. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan still felt some lingering fear. In the disciple recruitment ceremony, no matter how much of an advantage he had, all sorts of accidents would happen and erase his advantage. But Fang Yuan did not admit defeat. After thinking about it, he chose to hold back and fight to the death with the yellow-browed girl. Eventually, the two fought to a draw. They had reached the limits of Gu Masters. Green Ant Ascetic appeared and stopped them, taking them in as his disciples. It turned out that Green Ant Ascetic's disciple selection criteria was to control ants on the surface, but there was another reason. It was to test the Gu Master's temperament and how persevering they could be. If Fang Yuan admitted defeat, he would not fit the criteria, and the dream realm exploration would fail. Thus, to pass the disciple selection ceremony, one had to either win or lose. It had to be a draw. After passing this hurdle, the next few scenes were all about Green Ant Ascetic imparting the Tao. Fang Yuan gained a large number of Gu worms. His main opponent was Tai Qin, who had become his junior sister. This yellow-browed girl, Tai Qin, had never won against Fang Yuan ever since she sparred with him. At the start, she was unconvinced, but gradually she was beaten into submission. There was even a trace of affection that she did not know herself. Great! It seems that the clone has made great progress in the dream realm. Fang Yuan's main body observed the Dragon Man clone's luck. This purple dragon's luck had expanded by several times. The surrounding black clouds had shrunk by 30%. At the same time, the greenish-purple chi that came out of the black chi became denser. It was much more obvious than before. But at this time, a lump of blood-red light flew over from the west. This blood-red light was huge. It floated above the purple dragon's head. It did not fuse with the black clouds. Within the blood-red light, there were faint images of golden phoenixes and divine dragons. Their might was shocking. What is going on? What happened? Fang Yuan's main body's heart sank. He quickly made deductions. This blood-red light luck is more than 10 times larger than the first one. And it came from the west. West of Eastern Sea is Central Continent and Western Desert. The blood-red light luck is still in the air. It is not time to activate yet. And it is so huge. It is likely to be Central Continent's celestial court. How did the people of the heavenly court detect this place? In the previous life, they did not discover this place at this time. Is it because of the ink effect after my rebirth? Fang Yuan lacked information, but he deduced many possibilities. He was not flustered. In fact, he had already made arrangements for this. Because Celestial Court had always been his greatest enemy. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle stopped her technique as joy appeared on her face. I deduced it after all. She knew the exact location of a mortal Gu House Dragon Palace. This was because Celestial Court had been sending people to investigate the 5 regions in secret, searching for Dragon Palace's location. Although the progress was slow, after so many years of accumulation, they were close to success. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court found Dragon Palace by itself. In this life, after obtaining a crucial clue, this accumulated result erupted in advance. Fairy Myrtle quickly informed Duke Long and Qin Dingling of this news. Dragon Palace must be retrieved. This is my karma. Let me make a trip there personally. Duke Long took the initiative to handle this matter. Fairy Myrtle immediately relaxed. With Lord Duke Long taking action, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she received a battle report. Oh no! Myriad-year flying warship has appeared in the River of Time again. Fang Yuan is taking action again. At this time, Qin Ding Ling frowned. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Allow me to take a look at their luck. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long were fine with it. Qin Ding Ling first looked at Duke Long. She saw that Duke Long's luck was in the shape of a dragon. It also resembled a burning cloud. The old dragon lowered its head and coiled its body, seemingly about to fall asleep. This indicated that Duke Long did not have long to live. Qin Ding Ling grunted. She looked carefully and found that the old dragon's scales were blood red. The dragon's head had wrinkles that formed an inverted mountain character. This was the sign of defeat. Qin Ding Ling was shocked. There is still someone in this world who can defeat Duke Long. Thinking of this, her vision suddenly turned blood red. The luck inspection killer move stopped. The backlash caused Qin Ding Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior Qin. Fairy Myrtle quickly supported Qin Ding Ling. After Qin Ding Ling stabilized herself, her eyes were still bleeding unstoppably. She could not see for the moment. She smiled bitterly. Senior Duke Long has incredible attainment. He has a huge number of Dao marks. Even when I use luck inspection, I can only take a look. Even though Qin Ding Ling had luck inspection methods that were at rank 8 level, when she used them, the results varied from person to person. For example, Duke Long's Dao marks far surpassed peak rank 8. He also had dragon marks on his body that formed defensive killer moves that were in effect at all times. You suffered. Duke Long asked, what was the result? Qin Ding Ling shook her head. She had a worried expression. Not good. Senior Duke Long will definitely face an intense battle this time. He might even fail. How is that possible? Fairy Myrtle was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Duke Long shook his head. The world is still vast. The river of time flows endlessly. Humans are just a drop in the ocean. This is interesting. I am curious what could cause me to fail. Qin Ding Ling continued. Luck is a variable. This only indicates that Senior Duke Long's trip has a chance of failure. But it is fine. I cultivate all living beings' luck. I can use luck path methods to increase Senior Duke Long's luck. But I need a few days. Chapter 1846. Inside the Dream Realm. Senior Brother, was the food I made yesterday delicious? After Green Ant Ascetics lesson ended, Junior sister Tai Qin caught up to Fang Yuan as she asked with anticipation. Fang Yuan laughed. It's really not bad. I didn't expect junior sister to be so dexterous. You will definitely be a virtuous wife in the future. I wonder who will have the good fortune to marry you in the future? Senior brother, you are teasing me again. Tai Qin's face flushed red as she said in a soft voice, Senior brother, if you like it, I can make more for you. Sure, then I, your senior brother, will be in luck. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. At this time, a dragon man go immortal walked towards them. My son. Father, why are you here? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Ah, greetings, Uncle Wu. Tai Qin hurriedly bowed. The dragon man Gu Immortal nodded at the young girl as he smiled. You are Tai Qin, right? My son's letters often mention you. This is a small gift from me. Accept it. Ah, how can I? Tai Qin wanted to reject it, but Fang Yuan received it for her and placed it in her hands. Just accept it. My father must have some important matters to attend to, so today's sparring after class can't be carried out. Fang Yuan apologized. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Tai Qin quickly waved her hand and thanked him before leaving politely. A pure and innocent girl, is my son moved? Seeing that Tai Qin disappeared around the corner, the dragon man Gu Immortal teased. Fang Yuan smiled as he thought. The dream realm changed again, as expected. He said cautiously, Father, how can you not understand me? Ha ha ha. The dragon man Gu Immortal laughed loudly as he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. I have something important to ask you to come here. Calligraphy Pavilion Lord's daughter, Shu Jiuling. She is 16 years old and is looking for a spouse. Any young genius can participate. My father wants you to participate. Oh. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He did know about Shu Jiuling. In the previous dream, Tai Qin had talked about this matter while chatting with him. Shu Jiuling was in love with Gu Immortal Fan Ji. She was pregnant with his child, but Fan Ji did not want to marry her. He kept rejecting her. When Shu Jiuling saw Fan Ji's face, she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. In the end, she was placed under house arrest by her mother, the Calligraphy Pavilion Master. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had rank 8 cultivation level and had the immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. She was the leader of Central Continent's lone cultivators. As a mother, seeing her daughter in such a miserable state, she was naturally furious. She wanted to get even with the heartless Fan Ji. But Fan Ji was the closed-door disciple of Black Sky Temple's Supreme Grand Elder Kong Ihan. Kong Ihan was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He did not have any children and had many disciples, but he doted on his youngest disciple, Fan Ji, the most. The Calligraphy Pavilion Master couldn't do as she pleased, so she could only look for Ling Hen Kong and ask for an explanation. Kong Ihan brought his beloved disciple Fan Ji to the Calligraphy Pavilion to negotiate. For some reason, not only did the two sides fail to reach an agreement, they even started fighting. Kong Ihan and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady tested each other a few times before stopping. Fan Ji and Shu Jiuling completely fell out. In her anger, Shu Jiuling threatened Fan Ji. Don't regret it. Even if you don't want me, someone else in the world wants me. Fan Ji smiled coldly. I came here to negotiate with you, but you are pushing your luck. I'd like to see who has the guts to step into this muddy water. I want to see who is so magnanimous to not even care about the child in your womb. Shu Jiuling fainted from anger. As a mother, the Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had to support her daughter, Shu Jiuling. After Shu Jiuling woke up, she insisted on holding a marriage contest. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not convince her daughter. She felt that someone else might be able to give her happiness. Even if her daughter did not like him, holding a marriage contest would divert her attention. She would not be depressed and think of suicide. When Tai Qin said that she had an expression of watching a show, she was overjoyed, treating it as a joke. Fang Yuan had laughed back then, but he could not laugh now. He thought, the Dragon Man race wants to be independent and rise. They are very ambitious. This is a good chance. Firstly, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is a rank 8 lone immortal. She is also opposing Black Heaven Temple. If I can become Calligraphy Pavilion Lady's son-in-law, I can use this relationship to pull her into the Dragon Man race's war chariot. As for Shu Jiuling's appearance, character, and the child in her womb, it was not a problem. Fang Yuan did not care. Compared to the ambition in his heart, what was this little sacrifice? Only by enduring what others could not endure could one create achievements that others could not. Junior's sister, Tai Qin's feelings for me are growing deeper. If I do this, I will be letting her down. The little girl will definitely be very sad. Fang Yuan felt a sense of guilt, but soon he felt a chill as he woke up. Wait, what's wrong with me? This is clearly a dream realm. I am Fang Yuan, not Wu Shuai. Why would I feel guilt? What a powerful dream. It actually managed to evoke the emotions in my heart. The recent scenes of the dream realm seemed to be very stable, but it was actually a subtle influence. My emotions were actually triggered. So close. If there was cold sweat, Fang Yuan's forehead would definitely be covered in a layer of cold sweat. Unfortunately, this was a dream realm. In the past, when Fang Yuan explored dream realms, his body was outside while his soul went in. He often came out, thus the difference between reality and dream realms was very clear. But now, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone's body and soul were inside the dream realm. He was exploring it day and night, immersed in it. Even though Feng Yuan could still differentiate between dream realm and reality, his emotions were unknowingly triggered. This was a very dangerous decision. When exploring dream realms, one was afraid of being immersed in the dream realm, unable to extricate themselves. Emotions were the best support. Once he was troubled by emotions and got entangled in all sorts of emotions, Feng Yuan would sink deeper and deeper until he was devoured by this dream realm. The dragon man, Gu Immortal, carefully observed Feng Yuan's expression. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. My son is indeed not troubled by emotions. I will go and meet Green Antiseptic now. I will tell him about this and ask for a long leave for you. I will listen to father's arrangements. Feng Yuan quickly said, River of Time. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, waves of water surged and sprayed. Swoosh! A flying ship suddenly flew out of this surging wave. It was like a silver rainbow. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, there were 5 immortal Gu houses chasing after it. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Bai Ningbing and the rest performed their duties. They fought with tense bodies and minds. This celestial court is truly rich. They built present and past pavilion and eternal yataghan. Not just that, they also have 3 autumn yellow crane platform, shark flow lever, and that mysterious immortal Gu house. Celestial court is indeed the #1 force. Their foundation is terrifying. Bai Ningbing and the rest did not recognize Celestial Court's moment stage. In order to build this time path immortal Gu house, Fairy Myrtle even took out the core immortal Gu of Million Heavenly King Gallery from Celestial Court. Forget about the other 4 immortal Gu houses. The crucial thing was that moment stage was also a rank 8 immortal Gu house. There was also rank 8 time path Gu immortal Gu Lu Ru inside moment stage. Myriad Year Flying Warship could fight against moment stage, but the other 4 rank 7 immortal Gu houses were not useless either. Thus, the situation changed. Bai Ningbing's side could only fight back and forth. No problem, we have the advantage of luck path. We can use the complicated environment of the River of Time to harm Celestial Court. That's right, we can weaken them and find a chance to counterattack. A few days later, Celestial Court. Duke Long was about to set off. Qin Dingling, who had a pale expression, and Fairy Myrtle sent him off. Qin Dingling's condition was very poor. In order to help Duke Long improve his luck, she could not travel with Duke Long, nor could she go to the River of Time to defend it. She could only stay in Celestial Court to recuperate. Fairy Myrtle had to stay in Celestial Court to prevent Northern Plains Longevity Heaven from attacking. The battle of the immortal Gu houses in the River of Time has already gone on for several days. Feng Yuan has not shown up yet. But with Feng Zhuge's Tao Guardian luck, we can completely offset our weakness in luck. Thus, we, Feng Zheng, have the upper hand. But Feng Yuan cannot be underestimated. Ziwei, you need to pay attention to him. Duke Long said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone. Yes. Fairy Myrtle had a solemn expression. Fan Jing is also prepared. He is currently controlling Pine Crane Pavilion at Crane Gate. He is already on Lord Duke Long's way. Very good. Duke Long nodded. He turned into a purple dragon-shaped chi and disappeared at lightning speed. Feng Yuan observed the clone's luck again. The Dragon Man clone's purple dragon was several times bigger. It was energetic and full of energy as it galloped in the black clouds. The black clouds were already mostly purple in color. This meant that Feng Yuan's clone had a higher chance of becoming the Dragon Palace Lord. But in the sky above this black luck, a huge bloodlight luck was already pressing down. It was extremely close. Within the bloodlight luck, the golden phoenix silhouette had already vanished. Only the purple dragon silhouette was left, but it was getting larger and more ferocious. Compared to this bloodlight luck, the black cloud luck and the purple dragon were very small and weak. It seems that only my main body can stop this variable. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. It's here. At the next moment, his eyes shined with lightning. He saw that an immemorial white heaven, an immortal goo house, was flying over. It was Crane Gate's Pine Crane Pavilion. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his battlefield killer move. He had prepared this Chi Path battlefield long ago. He was waiting here to stop any changes. What? Inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Zheng was shocked. The world changed at once. He was trapped like a fish in a barrel. There is an enemy ambush. But I have Pine Crane Pavilion. Thankfully. Ugh. Fang Zheng showed fear on his face. Endless air currents shot toward the pavilion of pines and cranes like spears and arrows. The terrifying might made Fang Zheng's heart skip a beat. Rank 8 killer move. Fang Zheng's expression turned pale. Pine Crane Pavilion was only a rank 6 immortal goo house. How could it block such a killer move? At the crucial moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It turned out that Duke Long did not meet up with Fang Zheng. He only followed him secretly and instructed Fang Zheng to move Pine Crane Pavilion to Eastern Sea alone. This was also Qin Dingling's suggestion. She wanted to give Fang Zheng some freedom so that it would be easier for Fang Yuan to act against him. But Fang Zheng's journey had been peaceful until now, when he encountered a strong enemy. Without Duke Long's help, Fang Zheng would have died for sure. Duke Long pushed with his palms. The surrounding qi currents broke apart. Who? Come out! Duke Long shouted. Chapter 1847. It is Lord Duke Long. Fang Zheng saw Duke Long and was surprised and joyful. He knew Duke Long's identity. In fact, he had met Duke Long before. If not for Lord Duke Long's appearance, I would be dead already. With Lord Duke Long here, I should be safe. Fang Zheng was no longer fearful. He felt a sense of security. He knew what kind of person Duke Long was. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Fang Zheng focused his gaze on the person who almost killed him, Qi Si Ancestor. This old man was dressed in a white robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His long white beard extended all the way to his feet. His expression was solemn, and his aura was vast and mighty. Clouds floated around him, giving him a sense of immortality. Fang Zheng could not tell that this was Fang Yuan's disguise. He was curious about this old man's identity. This old man has rank 8 cultivation level, but he is not a rank 8 great expert in Eastern Sea. Who is he? Not only was he curious, Duke Long was also curious. But Eastern Sea was vast and had the most resources in the 5 regions. It was normal for a rank 8 expert to be hiding here. Immediately, Duke Long smiled. Qi Si Ancestor, as a rank 8, you can call yourself an ancestor. But in front of me, you call yourself Qi Si. You are truly arrogant. Fang Zheng heard this and had a thought. That's right, Lord Duke Long cultivates Qi Path before Transformation Path. He is a rare, dual extreme cultivator. This Eastern Sea rank 8 old man also cultivates Qi Path. But he offended Lord Duke Long Hehe. Fang Zheng felt a moment of silence for Qi Si Ancestor. At this time he heard Duke Long's deep voice as he shouted, "Speak, you purposely waited here and ambushed us with malicious intent. What is your motive? What's your relationship with that Fang Yuan?" Fang Yuan was slightly surprised and thought to himself, how did he connect my identity to my real identity? On the surface, Fang Yuan smiled coldly. I am a secluded cultivator of the Eastern Sea. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. However, your celestial court is extremely ambitious and intends to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. In the future, you will find trouble with this old man and get rid of me as soon as possible. Duke Long frowned and retorted, Qi Si Ancestor, you must have been incited by that demon Fang Yuan. There's no enmity between us, and this is the first time we've met. Why would I make things difficult for you? Demon Fang Yuan is cunning by nature. He's trying to sow discord. You can't ignore it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I didn't believe it at first, but Fang Yuan told me many of my secrets and provided conclusive evidence. He was reborn from the future. If I don't believe him, should I believe you? Duke Long's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's accusation was a little shameless. If he accused the Celestial Court of their past and present actions, Duke Long could still provide evidence. But accusing the Celestial Court of their future actions, Duke Long could not refute it. Even he himself was not sure. In fact, even Duke Long had some thoughts in his mind. How can a rank 8 Gu immortal be deceived so easily? Since Fang Yuan persuaded this Qi-Si ancestor to deal with the Celestial Court, at some point in the future, the Celestial Court might really attack Qi-Si ancestor. Since that's the case, words of persuasion are useless. Duke Long sighed internally, thinking about how he came to find Duke Long, but was obstructed here. Qi-Si ancestor was clearly here to stop him. With this deduction, Fang Yuan was likely to attack Dragon Palace. It seems that I need to end this battle quickly. Determination flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He was deceived by Fang Yuan in the end. This was not only because Fang Yuan modified familiar face and complemented it with Qi path methods. The main reason was that Qi-Si ancestor was truly displaying rank 8 cultivation level now. Duke Long had always thought that Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Not just Duke Long, Wisdom Path, Great Expert Fairy Myrtle, the entire Celestial Court, even the whole world was the same. Different from the previous life, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret was not exposed in this life. Fang Yuan was very good at this. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long made up his mind. He attacked without hesitation or hesitation. This was a transformation path, killer move. Immediately, a claw mark appeared in the air. Fang Zheng, who was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, gasped. He did not expect Duke Long to attack first, and it was a sneak attack at that. But Qi-Si ancestor's body turned into mist and dissipated even though he was hit. Fang Yuan was already on guard against Duke Long, and because this was his immortal battlefield, he dodged easily. Duke Long's expression did not change. This move was just a probe. Now he found out that this was a Qi path battlefield. Transformation path's power was greatly suppressed. In that case, he would change his methods. Duke Long did not turn around. He pointed behind him. Air currents surged, forming a layer of bubbles around Pine Crane Pavilion, wrapping it inside. Thank you, Lord Duke Long. Fang Zheng did not dare to be slow. He quickly thanked. Duke Long ignored him. He used another killer move. After preparing for a while, he pushed with his palms, sending out several Qi dragons. The translucent Qi dragons roamed around. Once they found Fang Yuan, they would attack. Lord Duke Long is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal after all. Fang Zheng saw that these Qi dragons were over 100 feet long. They were majestic and powerful. They were agile and agile, he praised internally. But right at this time, Duke Long raised his head. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. What is that sound? Fang Jing also heard the loud sound. He quickly raised his head. At the next moment, his mouth opened wide, his pupils shrunk. He saw a majestic blade Qi that was over 100 feet long. It was thick and broad. It was like the saber of a god. It slashed down as if it was going to split this world in half. The saber Qi was majestic and mighty, stirring up countless winds and lightning. Fang Zheng was horrified. Under the massive saber Qi, he was as tiny as an ant. The mighty aura dragons from before were instantly reduced to earthworms and tiny snakes. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared, activating his killer move. Qi Wall. Qi Wall was the most common defensive killer move of Qi Path, but Duke Long's method was not simple. He used consecutive moves, activating the Qi Wall 3 times. The Qi Wall first had 1 layer. Before expanding twice, it was thicker and tougher. It was like 3 Qi Walls had fused together. Boom! The blade Qi landed on the Qi Wall, emitting a deafening explosion. Even inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Jing's vision turned dark. He felt dizzy and his ears were bleeding. The qi wall collapsed. Most of the blade qi dissipated. Only some remnant waves were left. They were at the end of their tether. The pavilion of pines and cranes was like a small dinghy, rocking violently in the aftermath. Fang Zheng stabilized the immortal Gu house with much difficulty. His face was pale as he breathed roughly. He was in a pathetic state. How can this Eastern Sea Gu immortal be so strong? Fang Zheng was still shocked. The sense of security he felt earlier was gone. Duke Long was unharmed, but his expression was solemn. He was no longer as relaxed as before. He raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in the sky. They were far apart. That blade qi move earlier naturally exposed Fang Yuan's location. Duke Long slowly flew into the sky, saying to Fang Yuan, "What a good blade qi move! Even though it is not exquisite, it is majestic. However, how many times can you activate such a move?" Fang Yuan smiled. He was calm and collected. That killer move earlier, because it was too powerful. Duke Long thought that Fang Yuan had stored his strength for a long time before using it. This was a good understanding, but Fang Yuan was an exception among exceptions. "Oh, you were talking about this. I just did it casually." Saying so, Fang Yuan stretched out his index finger, pointing at Pine Crane Pavilion. Boom! Just like before, the boundless saber qi gathered and slashed down heavily. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom! Another blade, qi, grand and majestic, like it was about to split heaven and earth, followed the previous one. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom! The third saber qi's weight did not decrease at all. In fact, it even increased slightly. Fang Jing's body froze. He was stunned on the spot. You. Duke Long was also shocked. The other party used the blade qi killer move so easily. It was as simple as drinking water. But how was this possible? Nothing was impossible. Fang Yuan had a huge number of qi path Dao marks. It had surpassed 1,000,000. With the amplification of the qi path battlefield here, it was reasonable for him to reach this stage. Duke Long had qi path Dao marks too, but it was only 30% of Fang Yuan's. Thus, he had to use 3 qi walls to barely block Fang Yuan's blade qi. The other party is so strong. Eastern Sea actually had such a person. Interesting. Duke Long's eyes shined with fierce light. His fighting spirit was ignited. He raised his head and saw that the 3 streaks of saber qi were so overwhelming that they were already closing in. It has been a long time since I had such a challenging battle. Duke Long took a deep breath. At the next moment, his overwhelming aura burst out. With a dragon roar, he pounced to the blade qi. Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought intensely. But in the underwater dream realm, it was warm and peaceful. Junior sister, be careful. I have been preparing for this move for a long time. The Dragon Man clone smiled. The yellow eyebrows girl, Tai Chin, smiled. Senior brother, come at me. I am already prepared. That's good. The Dragon Man clone waved his hand. The ant swarm flew up, forming a golden river that charged at Tai Chin. Tai Chin also waved her hand. A group of flying ants flew out from the ground, forming a river that charged at Tai Chin. The 2 ant swarm clashed in midair, but they did not fight. Instead, they fused together. There was no damage. The ant swarm converged in midair, becoming one. There was no difference between them. Under the dazzling golden light, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone stared at Tai Chin with a burning gaze. Tai Chin stared back bravely. Her cheeks flushed red. Her eyes were also filled with unconcealable affection. Junior sister, senior brother. The 2 walked towards each other and hugged each other. The ant swarm flew around them happily. After a moment of warmth, it was time to bid farewell. Junior sister, I have to go. Sai, I want to be with you forever, but I cannot disobey my father's orders. I already have a family. It has been hard on you all these years." The dragon man clone kissed Tai Chin. Tai Chin shook her head. "It has not been hard on me, senior brother. You had no choice but to do this. I did it willingly. I have always been here. You can come any time. I will be here." By the time the Dragon Man clone returned to Calligraphy Pavilion, it was already midnight. The moon was bright. He looked at the pavilion at the peak of the mountain as he felt a sense of melancholy. Right at this time, in a shadow, a Dragon Man go immortal flew out and met with the Dragon Man clone. "Brother, when you were not around, your wife met with that Fan Ji secretly again." The Dragon Man go immortal reported with an unhappy expression. Chapter 1848. Wait, this is just a dream realm. I am not the real Wu Shuai. What is there to be angry about? The Dragon Man clone was shocked as he woke up. He blinked as he subconsciously touched his forehead. Unfortunately, he did not feel cold sweat. Instead, he felt a pair of warm, coral-like dragon horns. This made him feel a chill in his heart. "Brother, what do we do now?" The Dragon Man go immortal who reported them asked again. Fan Yuan looked at him. This Dragon Man go immortal's youthful appearance could be vaguely seen. It was Huang Wei. He had once competed with Wu Shuai to become Green Ant Ascetic's disciple, but he did not succeed. However, this person was talented. In addition, the dragon human race was very diligent, so they were more united than the human race. There were very few internal conflicts, so the talents in the race were almost never buried, especially a genius like Huang Wei, who was heavily nurtured. Fan Yuan, who was acting as Wu Shuai, knew of his talent and purposely befriended him. Saving his life by chance, they became sworn brothers. Several dream realms had passed. The time span was huge. Fan Yuan's identity in these dream realms was already a Gu immortal. Fan Yuan thought about it before snorting coldly. Impatience will spoil great plans. We will act like before. We will act like we don't know anything. This Xu Jiuling was once pregnant with Fan Ji's child. She was abandoned by him. In a fit of anger, she went to find a husband. Wu Shuai obeyed his father's orders. He wanted to get close to Central Continent's rank 8 lone immortal. Calligraphy Pavilion lady, he became Xu Jiuling's husband. Honestly speaking, Calligraphy Pavilion lady helped Wu Shuai a lot in becoming a Gu immortal. She provided him with a lot of resources. But Xu Jiuling was infatuated. After giving birth to her son, she still could not forget about Fan Ji. After some time, Fan Ji also remembered Xu Jiuling's kindness. He took the initiative to get close to her. Xu Jiuling could not control herself. She connected with Fan Ji again. They got closer and closer. It was almost an open secret. Originally, Wu Shuai's success in finding a husband made him the laughingstock of Central Continent's Gu immortal world. It was even more so now. If it were ordinary Gu immortals, it would be fine if they were timid and weak. But Wu Shuai was a heroic and talented person. It was not easy for such a person to endure this. It seems like the higher my cultivation, the easier it is for me to fall into a dream. After staying in this dream for so long, I almost think that I'm Wu Shuai. Maybe this is the real purpose of the Dragon Palace's test? Fan Yuan's clone suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing the truth. As a test for the successor of the Dragon Palace, this dreamland wasn't just a test of the successor's temperament. This was because the choices made in a dream could go against the source and be falsified. The dream was not only a test, but it was also a way to create a successor. Even if they did not meet the requirements, as long as they passed the dream realm, after going through such a long series of modifications, the Gu immortals that came out would hate the Celestial Court. They would favor the Dragon Man race. They might even be like Wu Shuai. They would take it upon themselves to revitalize the Dragon Man race. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s from before were likely to have explored this dream realm, but they did not succeed. However, during this process, his temperament changed, and he became a dragon general. What do I do? I am already immersed in it now. It is not easy for me to extricate myself. If I continue to explore, the situation will only get worse. If I fail, I might become a dragon general as well. If I succeed, I will accept the modification and become the Dragon Palace Lord. My main body might even have to take a secondary position. I will focus on revitalizing the Dragon Man race. The more Feng Yuan's doppelganger thought about it, the colder his heart became. No matter if he succeeded or failed, he didn't want either outcome. More terrifyingly, he could not leave even if he wanted to. His main body did not know about this. He could not send any information out of the dream realm. I was actually tricked by an immortal goo house called Dragon Palace. Realizing this, Feng Yuan's doppelganger did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly thought of his previous life. Wait, why was Bai Ningbing able to manipulate Dragon Palace and become its Dragon Palace Lord? Feng Yuan had not been able to deduce this secret. In my previous life, Dragon Palace was forcefully taken by Duke Long. Duke Long did not pass the Dream Realms test. But later, it became Bai Ningbing's possession in an unimaginable manner. This means that Duke Long did not truly subdue Dragon Palace. He forcefully suppressed it. But even if he forcefully suppressed it, how could Duke Long not know about it? If he knew, why would he place Dragon Palace in Hidden Dragon Cave instead of keeping it in the depths of Celestial Court? Dragon Palace is an enslavement path immortal goo house. According to the battle in my previous life, Di Zongxing also participated in the battle. He was likely enslaved by Dragon Palace. So, Duke Long wanted to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongxing? In the end, Dragon Palace subdued Di Zongxing, but betrayed Celestial Court. Bai Ningbing should not have time to explore the Dream Realm. Even if she had time, how could she have the ability to do so? But it is also possible that the Dream Realm was taken away by Celestial Court, so Bai Ningbing took advantage of it. The Dragon Man clone shook his head. Thinking about it made his head swell. There was too little information. He could not deduce the truth. Sigh, the only thing I can do now is to stall for time until my main body realizes something is amiss and comes to save me. The Dragon Man clone did not know the situation outside. Feng Yuan's main body was already fighting with Duke Long. With his current situation, if he actively explored the Dream Realm, he would definitely be modified by the Dream Realm. He would sink into it and be unable to free himself. If he failed, he would become a Dragon General. If he succeeded, he would become the Dragon Palace Lord. But he would betray his main body, his personality, values, and life goals would all change. However, neither of them was what he wanted. Immemorial white heaven. Chi Path battlefield. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, creating huge air currents. Air currents surged and surged. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a paper boat, moving up and down in the tsunami. It seemed like it would break apart at any moment. Fang Zheng was feeling dizzy inside. His face was pale without a trace of blood. I am already a goo immortal, but I do not even have the qualifications to watch the battle here. If not for Lord Duke Long's protection, I would have died long ago. Looking at Duke Long's figure, Fang Zheng's heart was filled with gratitude and respect. Duke Long was in high spirits after the long battle. He stood tall and straight. His dragon scales were shining with radiance, but his dragon eyes were filled with anger. Qi ancestor, you are such an amazing person. You actually attack the weak. You have no bearing at all. Feng Yuan smiled. Attacking the enemy to save the enemy is the correct path of war. This is my style. Moreover, I am very curious, who is hiding in this immortal goo house to be able to make you, Duke Long, protect them time and time again? Fang Zheng did not know that Qi ancestor was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also did not know that the one hiding in Pine Crane Pavilion was his younger brother, Guyue Feng Zheng. Even though the two brothers met, they did not know each other's identities. But similar to the battle of the immortal goo houses in the previous life, Feng Yuan acutely sensed that there was an existence in Pine Crane Pavilion that was disadvantageous to him. Feng Yuan attacked time and time again, covering Pine Crane Pavilion within his attack range. Furthermore, This was Fang Yuan's territory. The fog was everywhere, concealing his true body and allowing him to use killer moves easily. Duke Long was very passive. He defended more than he attacked. Fang Yuan suppressed him. However, right at this moment, a series of dragon roars suddenly rang out from the dense fog and clouds. What's going on? Fang Yuan was surprised. Along with the dragon's roar, waves of clouds condensed, forming a huge dragon's chi flow. Spiraling chi currents surged like undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, cutting apart the entire battlefield. Large amounts of fog were swept up by these chi currents, entering these chi currents and strengthening them. This is a method for dismantling moves, such an exquisite killer move. Without the concealment of the fog, Fang Yuan's true body could be seen as he praised. There were 4 main techniques to activate killer moves. Dismantling was one of them. Back in the battle of snowy mountain-blessed land, when many people fought for Mahongyan, old ancestor Shui, who had used this dismantling technique, displaying great battle strength. Right now, Duke Long was using this technique. It was completely different. When Fang Yuan fought him, he thought that it was just some minor moves, but to think that they were all part of this chi path killer move. When Duke Long unleashed all of them, they immediately formed a terrifying might. What is the name of this move? Fang Yuan looked at these chi currents and sighed. He found that he could not deal with these chi currents in a short period of time. Duke Long laughed heartily. His anger from before was completely gone. It was just an act. He was purposely stalling for time. In a battle between experts, words and expressions were weapons. Duke Long had much more battle experience than Fang Yuan. He was very familiar with these moves. Even Fang Yuan was shaken by them. This move is called Reverse Worm Dragon. I cultivated it for 10 years before succeeding. You were right not to attack them rashly. Once you attack, your chi path methods will instead boost their power, turning them from worms to dragons. Their power will increase by 100 times. They will be unstoppable and will shock the world. Duke Long explained plainly. He was not casually explaining. He was trying to make Fang Yuan feel more apprehensive. At the same time, he started to prepare his killer move. A huge aura surged from his body. Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He had never seen Duke Long use this reverse worm dragon move in his previous life. Speaking of which, even when Dragon Palace went on a rampage in the previous life, it had never used expressions or words to deceive its opponents. Evidently, Duke Long treated Chi Si ancestor as a true enemy. He treated him seriously. The profundity of Mother Chi Insect Dragon was not inferior to unlimited Chi Si. Fang Yuan did not forget that Duke Long still had a Chi Path killer move, Triple Chi Retraction. This reverse worm dragon seems to be created to counter battlefield killer moves. It is already so troublesome to deal with as a worm. If it turns into a dragon, it will be even more terrifying. But so what? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled proudly and attacked. Blade Chi surged and slashed again. Duke Long was stunned. He clearly saw through the profundity of this move. He should have dodged it. Attacking like this, is he trying to stop me and disrupt my tempo to continue suppressing me? Activating killer moves required timing. Fang Yuan did not give Duke Long the chance. But Duke Long was not discouraged. He dispersed his killer move and retreated with Pine Crane Pavilion. You want to suppress me, but you are helping reverse Worm Dragon's power, helping it to ascend from a worm to a dragon. You are also giving me a chance. Duke Long's battle intent burned like fire in his heart. He became even more eager. As expected, when the blade Chi landed on the spiraling Chi currents, a lot of them were absorbed by the Chi currents. The Chi currents expanded rapidly before exploding. More than 10 Chi currents fused into one and turned into a towering divine dragon. Its body was huge and majestic. It almost filled this Chi Path battlefield. Compared to it, Pine Crane Pavilion was like a mosquito beside an elephant. Such a powerful killer move. Lord Duke Long is finally retaliating. Fang Zheng saw this and was overjoyed. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan spoke with a calm voice. This is the transformation from worm to dragon. Good power, but it is still not enough. Saying so, he activated his killer move. Chi Path Killer Move, Yin Yang Great Killer Move. Rumble. Amidst the sound of air explosions, two huge hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The two huge hands could cover the sky. They moved in a mystical path and grabbed the Chi dragon's neck and tail. The huge dragon wailed and struggled with all its might. But the huge hands were like iron hooks. It did not budge at all. Fang Yuan used his hands to control it and pulled with all his might. Boom! The huge dragon was directly torn apart by him. It could not resist at all. Fang Jing's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Fang Yuan moved his fingers as he looked down at Duke Long, saying plainly, "All right, the warm-up is over." Duke Long had a solemn expression. His dragon eyes shot out intense light as he stared at Fang Yuan. Chapter 1849. Dream Realm. This is Censure Peak. The Dragon Man clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky with a strange expression. This is not a real mountain. It is like a phantom image. Yes, brother. The first time I saw it, I was shocked too. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal Huang Wei was beside him. Right now, two scenes had passed in the dream realm. Right now, it was Gu Immortal when Xiu's Grotto Heaven. Because the disaster was too severe, it was damaged and connected to the outside world. It was discovered. Wen Xiu was an extraordinary woman. She was an information path great expert. She had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. Rumors said that she could cultivate to rank 8 because she had control of a mystical place, Censure Peak. A central continent Gu Immortal looked at it and exclaimed, "Wen Xiu is truly amazing. This Censure Peak was created by a person. It contains abundant information path Dao marks. It is almost half a secluded domain of heaven and earth." There were other central continent Gu Immortals with Fang Yuan's clone. There were quite a number of them. The Immortals looked at Censure Peak. Undeniably, this was the essence of this Grotto Heaven. It was also the most valuable resource. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Huang Wei transmitted secretly, "Brother, when the fight starts, please use your full strength. I will protect you and stall for time." "Okay," Fang Yuan clone replied. But suddenly, the surrounding Gu Immortals attacked him. "He who strikes first has the advantage. Wu Shuai is the strongest here. If we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can the great Censure Peak fall into the hands of a dragon man?" As it turned out, when Huang Wei and Fang Yuan clone were discussing, the surrounding human Gu Immortals had also come to an agreement. In an instant, Fang Yuan clone and Huang Wei fell into the encirclement. Killer moves came from all directions. "Such guts!" Fang Yuan clone shouted. His dragon man body erupted with a towering aura. A vast number of ants flew around, forming a golden river that protected Fang Yuan and Huang Wei. Boom, boom, boom. The human Gu Immortals attacked heavily. Soon, Fang Yuan's meticulously nurtured army ants suffered great losses. Fang Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His methods were superb and exquisite, and he quickly reversed the disadvantageous situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and was in a stalemate with the Immortals. After more than 10 rounds, the surrounding Gu Immortals were suppressed by him. Enslavement path Gu Immortals could fight many alone. Fang Yuan's Dragon Man Gu Immortal Wu Shuai was even more talented. He eventually forced the central continent Gu Immortals to retreat. Of course, Fang Yuan's doppelganger also paid a heavy price, and Huang Wei's injuries were even more severe. What a bitter victory! Fortunately, we obtained the Censure Peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. However, just as Fang Yuan's clone was about to take control of this place, an obstacle appeared. What happened? The two of them quickly found the reason. Someone had taken advantage of the situation while they were fighting, and had taken over the center peak for themselves. And this person was none other than Fan Ji, who had an affair with Wu Shuai's wife, Xu Jiuling. Fan Ji was unconscious with his soul foundation. It was too difficult for him to refine the center peak. This fellow, the Dragon Man clone, gritted his teeth. He was furious. He almost wanted to kill him. You can't kill him. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal Huang Wei shouted. Why not? Fang Yuan's clone turned around. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei said earnestly, Elder brother, I understand your pain, but you know this person's identity better than anyone else. If you kill him, his grandfather will definitely come out. His grandfather is a member of the Celestial Court now. It is just that he lives in seclusion. Now that his grandson was killed, he will definitely investigate the truth and take revenge on you. Fang Yuan's clone was stunned. He had a ruthless expression. His gaze was extremely dark. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Brother, you are right. We cannot kill this person. If we kill him, I will be implicated. What I'm more worried about is that there will be a lot of people who will use this matter to make an issue out of it and harm our dragon human race. How can I, Wu Shuai, harm the entire Dragon Man race because of my personal feelings? At the same time, in immemorial white heaven, it should be here. Shen Songxing frowned. After looking around the empty sky for a while, his brows relaxed as he said with certainty. Standing beside him was Song Chi Yuan, who smiled when he heard this. I really admire Brother Shin's investigative methods. In that case, let's attack together. Shen Songxing nodded. Of course. I want to see why this Pine Crane Pavilion of Central Continent's Crane Gate came to Eastern Sea sneakily and disappeared here. These two were not ordinary Gu Immortals. One was Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, the other was Song Clan's first Supreme Elder. They had rank 8 cultivation level. The two were supposed to investigate something, but they found Pine Crane Pavilion by chance. Back then, Fang Zheng had driven this immortal Gu house to Eastern Sea. The two Gu Immortals had high status and were knowledgeable. They immediately recognized Pine Crane Pavilion. They were curious. An immortal Gu house of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. What is it doing in Eastern Sea? Shin Songsheng also found that there seemed to be a Gu Immortal expert hiding around Pine Crane Pavilion. The two Gu Immortals followed them from afar. Using Shen Songxing's investigative methods, they did not deviate from their path. But because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they were too far away. When Fang Yuan's ambush succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion, they did not see it. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan had already succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion into the Qi Path battlefield. But Shen Songsheng had unique methods. After investigating for a while, he found many clues and deduced that there was an immortal path battlefield here. The two Gu Immortals immediately attacked. What's going on? Shin Songsheng and Song Qiyuan were actually attracted here? Did they make some agreement with the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan's heart sank. With the two Eastern Sea Immortals attacking, he immediately fell into a predicament of being attacked from both inside and outside. Against Duke Long, he had to be extremely vigilant. He could not relax for even a moment. Now he had to split his attention to deal with Shen Songsheng and Song Qiyuan's problem. Most importantly, this problem was not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan could not free himself from it. Rumble. The Qi Path battlefield buzzed and shook. Duke Long saw this and was overjoyed. What's going on? Someone is attacking this Qi Path battlefield from the outside. This is a good chance. Duke Long shouted. His attacks were even fiercer than before. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He used the Qi Path battlefield to dodge the attacks while attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. As the saying goes, the enemy must be attacked. Duke Long's weakness was grasped by Fang Yuan. He could only defend while enduring the attacks. But good times did not last long. The Qi Path battlefield started to show signs of weakness. More and more flaws appeared. Duke Long had been looking for an opportunity. He finally laughed. Chi-Si ancestor, you are really unlucky. You ambushed me, but ended up encountering outsiders. You have been attacking my weakness, but you do not know that your Chi path battlefield is also your weakness. Break it. Saying so, Duke Long used his killer move. The Chi dragon soared to the sky, piercing through heaven and earth and rampaging through the universe. Fang Yuan quickly tried to stop it, but the Chi dragon was agile. It directly targeted the Chi path battlefield's flaw. Fang Yuan could not block it. He sighed as a huge hole appeared in the Chi path battlefield. Next, the hole expanded and the battlefield collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a muffled groan as the backlash assaulted him. Duke Long did not attack him. He slammed his palm on Pine Crane Pavilion. Go! A dragon-shaped Chi wrapped around Pine Crane Pavilion as it brought Fang Jing away, attempting to leave the battlefield. After the battlefield was destroyed, Duke Long returned to Eastern Sea, but found that the ones who destroyed the Chi path battlefield were Shin Tsongsheng and Song Chi Yuan. These two were Eastern Sea rank 8s. They were different from him, but Chi-Si ancestors' Eastern Sea aura was the real deal. Thus, Duke Long attacked Fang Jing first, sending him away so that he would not have any worries. What's going on? When Song Chi Yuan and Shin Tsongsheng saw this, they were both stunned. Duke Long! They immediately recognized Duke Long's identity. Their hearts shook. Duke Long was famous. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He had high seniority. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Tsongsheng did not expect to see Duke Long in this situation. What was even more unexpected was that Duke Long seemed to be ambushed, and this person seemed to be a rank 8 Go Immortal native to Eastern Sea. Heavens! When did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He actually dared to ambush Duke Long. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Tsongsheng looked at each other in disbelief. At the same time, they had the same thought: this is bad. Our attack this time seems to have spoiled this Eastern Ocean Celestial Friends plan and helped Central Continent Heavenly Court instead. Friend, we... Song Chi Yuan wanted to explain, but Fang Yuan shouted as he chased after Pine Crane Pavilion like lightning. Duke Long saw this and was furious. This person looked elegant and was an experienced expert, but he was still chasing after Pine Crane Pavilion. Thus he chased after him. Duke Long was extremely fast. He soon caught up to Fang Yuan. The two engaged in an intense battle again. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Tsongsheng only took a few glances before they broke out in cold sweat. These two are monsters. Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert, able to fight against Duke Long? Let's not talk about this for now. Such a powerful person obviously wants to attack the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes. What exactly is inside the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes? Even if there is nothing, we ruined his plans. We can take down this immortal goo house to express our sincerity. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Tsongsheng moved. They quickly left the battlefield and took down Pine Crane Pavilion in the distance. You cannot kill me. I am a reserve member of Celestial Court. I am fully protected by Duke Long. I am Guiyue Fangzheng, Fang Yuan's younger brother. At the moment of life and death, Fang Zheng had experienced many things. He threw away his pride and shouted. Saving his life was the priority. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Tsongsheng stopped in time. They looked at this tiny rank 6 Go Immortal in shock. Fang Zheng barely calmed down as he gulped. Celestial Court wants to use me as a weapon against Fang Yuan. They value me greatly. Seniors, you can use me as a hostage to ask for resources, or even immortal goo from Celestial Court. I believe Celestial Court will give you a satisfactory ransom. Shin Tsongsheng waved his hand and knocked out Fang Zheng. He looked at Song Chi Yuan. Brother Song, what do you think? Song Chi Yuan frowned deeply. It seems that we cannot kill this person for now. This situation is out of my expectations. Let's go back and observe the situation. All right. The two returned to the battlefield. They saw that Duke Long had the upper hand and was attacking fiercely. But that Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal was defending for too long. He exposed a flaw. Duke Long lost the burden of Fangzheng. He immediately grabbed this flaw and attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan was in a dilemma. Oh no, that Eastern Sea Gu immortal is in danger. What do we do? Go and reinforce him. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songsheng hesitated. These two had unexpectedly interfered in this matter. They were still filled with doubts. Unlike in the previous life, they did not know what was happening now. But at this time, the two of them gasped at the same time. It turned out that Fang Yuan was acting out of character. He turned around and approached Duke Long. Duke Long, you fell for it. Have a taste of this one. Immortal killer move, steal life. Duke Long was stunned. He was hit by the killer move, steal life. It turned out that Fang Yuan had pretended to be heavily injured and purposely exposed a flaw. It was to create this opportunity. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songsheng looked at each other. They could feel the shock in each other's eyes. Because after Duke Long was hit by this move, he was not in the right state. He floated in the air without moving. Chapter 1850. Duke Long was hit by the killer move steal life. But Fang Yuan's expression was grim, because Duke Long had no change. Earlier, when Fang Yuan ambushed Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Langya Blessed Land, steal life had an immediate effect. In the previous life, Land Spirit of Langya used steal life Immortal Gu to heavily injure Fairy Myrtle, Chen Yi and Feng Jioga and kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But this time, the killer move steal life that Fang Yuan had high hopes for against Duke Long had no effect. This was out of his expectations. But soon he recovered and said with a calm expression, "This is naturally Fang Yuan's gift, but it seems to be useless against you. Why is that?" Duke Long smiled lightly. "I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. My lifespan would continue to decrease, and my strength would continue to rise. This is like a Gu immortal who has overused other lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu would be useless against them. Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand also makes all other lifespan extension methods useless. And Steal Life Killer move also affects the corresponding Dao marks that represent lifespan. This might be the reason why it failed. So that's it." Fang Yuan nodded. He suddenly smiled. "This trick is useless against you, Duke Long, but it should be effective against the other Celestial Court immortals. I will keep it for the future." Duke Long's expression sank. He was worried about this. Steal Life was useless against him, but it was still effective against most of the other Celestial Court members. Right now, Fang Yuan's ambush of Duke Long had failed because of Shen Songsheng and Song Qiyuan's interference. Duke Long knew. This was probably because of Qin Dingling's luck change, as well as Fangzheng's guidance. However, it was extremely difficult for Duke Long to destroy Steal Life and the Immortal Gu. Because he had already fought with Fang Yuan many times, he knew that this Qi Si ancestor had incredible strength. He could not be treated as an ordinary peak rank 8 Gu immortal. It was possible for him to defeat him, but it would not be easy to kill him this time, because there was no time to set up an immortal battlefield. Qi Si ancestor could not be restrained. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, there were two Eastern Sea rank 8s. Thus, after Duke Long was hit by Steal Life Killer move, he did not attack again. He said to Fang Yuan in an amiable manner, "Qi Si ancestor, you and I cannot become friends without fighting. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you either. Actually, there's no need for us to fight to the death." Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Does Duke Long want a truce? His wisdom path attainment was very deep. He thought about it and understood Duke Long's intention. He felt some admiration towards him. This Duke Long was ambushed by me. In the earlier fight, he was also beaten up. He has such seniority and strength. He has a high status and authority, but he has no arrogance. He is calm and pays attention to the big picture. Once he understands that a truce is more beneficial, he will stop. This mentality is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said, isn't this because the celestial court provoked me for no reason? I have no conflicts in the world. I cultivate wholeheartedly, but your celestial court has wild ambitions. You want to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. An existence like me is naturally your greatest obstacle. You had to scheme against me and gather so many rank 8s to besiege me. Duke Long heard this and felt slightly depressed. This made him feel very wronged, because in the past, Celestial Court had never done such a thing. This was the first time he was seeing Chi-Si Ancestor, but he couldn't refute it, because it was very likely that Celestial Court would do this in the future. Let's not talk about whether Fang Yuan made this up. Duke Long nodded. Even if this is true that was in the previous life in the River of Time, it is in the lower reaches. It has not happened yet. Since we already know about it, why can't we change it? Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. Haha, did I hear wrongly? Isn't your celestial court the righteous path's protector of providence, trying all ways to restore fate? You actually want to change the future. Aren't you trying to change the trajectory of fate? Fang Yuan pretended not to know. This was a crafty move. Duke Long smiled. Celestial Court is indeed protecting the heavenly Tao and restoring fate. But this heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao of human path. This fate is the fate Gu that protects humanity. Chi-Si Ancestor. There is no conflict between us. We can coexist peacefully. I represent Celestial Court to form an alliance with you. We will not invade each other. Duke Long was serious and full of sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Shin Songxing cursed internally. Song Chi Yuan's expression was also unsightly. Originally, they saw that Eastern Sea had a person like Chi-Si Ancestor who could fight against Duke Long without losing. They were very happy. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the richest resources. But its Gu Immortals were not united. They had varying levels of battle strength. Right now, the earth veins were moving. New earth trenches were forming. The regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking. The 5 regions were merging into one. It was no secret. Once the 5 regions truly merged, the 4 regions would face the threat of Central Continent. Song Chi Yuan and Shin Songsheng were both first Supreme Elders. They were rank 8 Gu Immortals. They had been in high positions for many years. They could see the dangers of the future. In this situation, if Chi-Si Ancestor and Celestial Court did not fight, it would be very beneficial to Eastern Sea's super forces. Firstly, Chi-Si Ancestor had incredible battle strength. He was on par with Duke Long. When Celestial Court invades Eastern Sea in the future, they would have to be wary. Secondly, Chi-Si Ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He had not shown himself for so many years. It showed that he had no ambitions. He was alone. He could coexist peacefully with Eastern Sea's local super forces. Finally, Chi-Si Ancestor cultivated Chi Path. Chi Path had been declining for many years. Why would Eastern Sea's super forces cultivate Chi Path? Thus, there was no conflict in terms of cultivation resources. Ally with Celestial Court? Fang Yuan pretended to be dazed. He stopped attacking and suppressed his aura. Duke Long was energized. That's right, Chi-Si, the conflict between us can be resolved. As for your future losses, my Celestial Court can compensate you. Duke Long was a person who did great things. He had a straightforward attitude and a broad mind. He was very capable. No. Shen Songsheng could not help but shout as he flew over. Song Chi Yuan followed closely behind, saying, Celestial Court is a huge force. The so-called compensation is nothing to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court has wild ambitions. They're only trying to stabilize the situation. Senior cannot ignore it. That's right, Senior. Earlier, we were rash and ruined Senior's plans. We are filled with regret now. Shin Songsheng added. Furthermore, the so-called alliance agreement is bullshit. Any alliance agreement can be violated as long as enough time is given and the price is paid. Senior is Chi Path. You're not skilled in information path, but Celestial Court is not like that. The Heavenly Court can't be trusted, Senior. Song Chi Yuan also added. The two of them considered themselves juniors because they saw Fong Yuan's incredible strength. How could Fong Yuan agree to this? He was only doing this to stall for time. But the two Eastern Sea immortals were even more anxious than him. Fong Yuan smiled inwardly. With just a thought, he understood these two's thoughts. Duke Long nodded. Indeed, at our level, the alliance agreement cannot restrict us. But, Chi-Si, don't you still have Steel Life? You should know the value of this. With Steel Life Killer Move, you will be able to hold Heavenly Court's weakness in your hands. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this, how can we easily violate the alliance agreement? Once he said this, Fong Yuan sized up Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Fong Yuan had experienced Duke Long's terrifying battle strength. To think that he was so astute and eloquent, he was not inferior to ordinary wisdom path Gu immortals. According to Duke Long's knowledge, Steel Life Immortal Gu and the Killer Move were given to Chi-Si Ancestor by Fong Yuan to deal with him. But now, these things were used by Duke Long to persuade Chi-Si Ancestor. Fong Yuan was silent. He knew Duke Long's plan. Duke Long definitely felt that Chi-Si Ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, such a person would not pose any threat. He could even be recruited and become a subordinate of Celestial Court. This was the superiority of a sect. How could a clan force do the same? In fact, ordinary super sects could not recruit Chi-Si Ancestor. At Chi-Si Ancestor's level, he was about the same as Duke Long. Only the number one human path force, like Celestial Court, had the confidence to recruit him. The two Eastern Sea immortals were anxious. They immediately spoke about fate, pointing out, if Fate Gu was repaired under the influence of Providence, Celestial Court would be invincible. The Heavenly Court's plans are huge and ambitious. Senior, you can't be deceived when you go. These two Eastern Sea, rank 8s, were not easy to get along with. Fong Yuan smiled internally. These two Gu immortals saved him a lot of trouble. He did not say a word. He looked at Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the two Eastern Sea immortals coldly, exerting pressure. Shen Songshen and Song Chi-Yuan had no fear. They looked at him directly. Even though they knew they were not Duke Long's match, in the previous life, they dared to fight for Dragon Palace. In this life, they dared to do the same. This had nothing to do with courage. It was about benefits. Chi-Ju Ancestor's position had huge implications. They had to stand up. The two Eastern Sea immortals did not cower. Shin Songshen smiled coldly. What, Lord Duke Long, you don't allow us to speak? Did we say something that hurt you? Song Chi-Yuan continued. Senior, look, this is Celestial Court style. It is so domineering. Duke Long scoffed. If not for Celestial Court, how could humanity exist today? Even if Providence is affected, how much can it affect? Do you think we can send you to your death? If Providence had such ability, Celestial Court would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? Since you said this, I might as well take it a step further. Chi-Si, why don't you join Celestial Court? You have cultivated alone for so many years. You have such strength. It is indeed due to your talent. But you should know the pain of lone cultivators. Let's not talk about other things, just the tribulations. How many people in this world can help you? In Eastern Sea, who can match you? Do you expect these people to help you? In fact, these two were the ones who ruined your Chi Path battlefield. Chapter 1851. Duke Long made such a huge offer, but no one felt it was strange. Fong Yuan's strength was right there. His attitude would greatly influence Eastern Sea and Central Continent. This was his value. In the world of Gu cultivation, strength was everything. Song Chi-Yuan was getting more and more anxious. He sneered, Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. You were fighting with Senior Chi-Si earlier. Now you want to recruit him. Who will believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. Whether you believe me or not depends on the person. You do not believe me because you are afraid that Celestial Court will take over your benefits. You all have your own clans and see areas to protect your own forces. But immortal friend Chi Si is alone. He is different from all of you. Laughable. Senior Chi Si is an Eastern Sea Goo immortal. He wants to join Central Continent's Celestial Court? It would be strange if he is not ostracized by you. Shen Tsongxing said. Ostracized? Duke Long looked at Shen Tsongxing in disdain. With such a mindset, no wonder Shin clan has not improved even after so many years. The sect system is one that accepts all talents. Only those who are capable are worthy. Furthermore, Central Continent and Eastern Sea, when the 5 regions merge, all Goo immortals in the world will belong to the same place. Duke Long was very eloquent. Song Chi Yuan and Shin Tsongxing were speechless at once. However, even if Duke Long was right, how could Fang Yuan join Celestial Court? If Duke Long knew that the Chi Si ancestor he was persuading was Fang Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would have? Shin Tsongxing opened his mouth. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Your tiny Shin clan wants to take over the world? Ambition is matched with ability. If heaven does not give you retribution, it is not time yet. If you can't wait, I will also punish on behalf of heaven and give your Shin family some retribution now. Shen Tsongxing was shocked and angered by Duke Long's direct threat, but he kept his mouth shut for the time being. He came to persuade Chi Si ancestor this time. He did not want Shin clan to be implicated and become a thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, the Shin family would become the vanguard cannon fodder. That was something he did not want to see. Song Chi Yuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Good attitude. Duke Long, you are a Central Continent Goo immortal. You are threatening 3 Eastern Sea, rank 8s in Eastern Sea. Are you trying to bully us Eastern Sea Goo immortals because of our good temper? Fang Yuan snorted coldly and said with an ugly expression, This old man is also very familiar with this tone. In the future, when your Central Continent Celestial Court's Goo immortals attack me, you will use this tone, thinking that your Celestial Court is the king of heaven, number 1 in the world. Everyone should submit to you. Once he said this, Shin Tsongxing and Song Chi Yuan's spirits rose. They straightened their backs. But they did not know that Fang Yuan saw that they were intimidated by Duke Long's aura. He purposely spoke up to support them. The current situation was strange. Earlier, it was Duke Long and Fang Yuan fighting, but now it was the 2 Eastern Sea Immortals and Duke Long fighting for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides fight. If one side was at a disadvantage, he would help the weaker side. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows, with this, your Shin clan and Song clan might become the enemies of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan decided to sow discord. He used this chance to intensify the conflict between the 2 sides and influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world. Duke Long saw Chi Si ancestor's ugly expression and felt annoyed internally. But the target of his anger was not Chi Si ancestor, it was Fang Yuan. This demon has ulterior motives. He is most skilled at scheming and scheming. He is trying to persuade Chi Si ancestor to help. He is definitely exaggerating things. Chi Si. Duke Long thought about it and said, If we work together, we will both benefit, but if we are divided, we will both suffer losses. Many people are trying to sow discord. They want to use you as a tool. His tone was soft but firm. He was not just trying to tempt them. He faintly displayed the power of Celestial Court. On the other side, the 2 Eastern Sea Rank 8s saw that Chi Si ancestor was protecting them. They quickly thanked him and started to speak ill of Celestial Court. They were even more daring than before. Fang Yuan sat in the center. Sowing discord, he watched as both sides criticized and undermined each other. In just a while, both sides' anger rose. Their tones became sharper. Fang Yuan observed their expressions and saw that Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. He knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He smiled with deep meaning. How can I not know about that Fang Yuan scheme? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He is even willing to give me a venerable, true inheritance. Even though I cultivate Qi path, I have descendants who are reproducing in my immortal aperture. It's good to leave another path for our descendants. Fang Yuan spoke shamelessly. These true inheritances were already in his hands. It was not an exaggeration to say anything. Duke Long heard this. Fang Yuan was also trying to recruit Qi Si ancestor? He quickly thought, that's right. Such a person was a peerless expert. As long as an immortal venerable did not appear, the whole world would have to listen to him. If he were to fight him, he would also be on par with him. The difference between them was about the same. Even though his killer moves were not exquisite and he did not have many Qi path rank 8 immortal Gu, his Tao marks were of a terrifying scale and vast. Who knew how he cultivated them? Duke Long did not know that he was deceived by Fang Yuan again. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is just an upstart. He is a pawn of a venerable. The venerable used him in his scheme. Thus he gave him some benefits and let him work for his life. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to my celestial court? Qi Si, if you join celestial court, you do not need to give up your immortal aperture. You can keep it. Forget it. Let's not talk about you joining celestial court. I am just expressing my sincerity. In the future, if you are interested, I, Duke Long, will definitely welcome you with open arms. Let's talk about reconciliation first. Since you cultivate Qi path, my celestial court is willing to provide a batch of Qi path rank 8 resources. These are all extinct in the outside world. As well as Qi path inheritances, they're all excellent and can be used as reference. Duke Long decided to take things step by step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly when he heard the few Qi path resources he mentioned. They were truly unique in the world. Only a force like Celestial Court, which had existed since the remote antiquity era, would have such a collection. The other powers couldn't compare to the Heavenly Court at all, so they wouldn't have such a collection. Xin, Songsheng, and Song Qiyuan saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly said, Senior Qi Si, you might not know, but Duke Long secretly came to Eastern Sea this time for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. We captured Gue Fangzheng earlier and soul searched him. We obtained a lot of information. That's right, Duke Long wants to calm Senior down and take this crucial immortal Gu House first. Once he succeeds, it is hard to say what his attitude will be. Song Qi Yuan added fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. This immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was rank 8. Shen Songsheng and Song Qi Yuan were very moved. They were even more anxious than me. They wanted to stop Duke Long by all means. On the surface, Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he said, I know a thing or two about Dragon Palace. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance and reached an agreement with Fang Yuan. Duke Long, just stop. Since you want to show your sincerity, this is the best way. I will let bygones be bygones in the future. Furthermore, we might have a chance to stop fighting peacefully. Otherwise, even if I cannot beat you, I can go to Central Continent to take a look. Duke Long snorted coldly, cursing internally. This Qi Si ancestor might look like an immortal on the outside, but he is actually very shameless. Fang Yuan said that he would go to Central Continent to take a look. It was naturally not as simple as just taking a look. Duke Long did not doubt that Qi Si ancestor would really do such a thing, because earlier, Fang Yuan had been attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. Duke Long was forced into a passive state and suffered many blows. Just like how the two Eastern Sea Immortals had their own businesses, they were worried about the threat of Central Continent's Celestial Court. Central Continent's Celestial Court was much larger than Shen Clan and Song Clan. They were even more wary of people like Qi Si Ancestor coming to cause trouble. Qi Si Ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was alone and did not have any territory to restrict him. He could come and go as he pleased. Most importantly, he was strong. The celestial court did not have any methods to deal with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, and even Feng Yuan celestial court always thought that Feng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. Duke Long was not on guard against them, because they were not strong. Even if most of them gathered together, they might not be Duke Long's match. But Qi Si Ancestor was different. After the fight, Duke Long was wary of him. He had his killer move triple Qi retraction. But did Qi Si Ancestor not have one? He definitely had one. Frankly speaking, it was extremely rare for a lone immortal to reach Qi Si Ancestor's level. Such a person had a huge influence on all forces, even if he cultivated in seclusion. He was a huge obstacle to the Celestial Court's grand plan. According to Duke Long's opinion, such a person had to be eliminated, because the threat to the restoration of Fate Gu was too huge. Thus, when Feng Yuan lied to him that he would be besieged by the Celestial Court in the future, Duke Long believed it from the bottom of his heart. But now that Feng Yuan had revived and ruined the plan, Qi Si Ancestor became vigilant. But Duke Long did not want to give up on the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought, clashing with Qi Si Ancestor would be something that Feng Yuan would like to see. This might even be Feng Yuan's scheme. Chapter 1852. Venerable True Inheritance. The two Eastern Sea immortals stared with wide-opened eyes. Duke Long gritted his teeth. May I ask what true inheritance it is? Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Feng Yuan said straightforwardly. If you don't believe me, Duke Long, I can reveal it to you. Duke Long was silent for a while before nodding. I believe you. At the same time, he thought, this demon Feng Yuan is truly a schemer. Spectral Soul has already been captured by my celestial court. In time, it will not be a problem to find Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This true inheritance's value was already very low to Feng Yuan, thus he took it out for a transaction. But Qi Si Ancestor did not have a captive like Spectral Soul. It was natural for him to be moved. Feng Yuan continued, Duke Long, if you want me to watch from the side, do you need to give me a venerable true inheritance? Duke Long gritted his teeth again. Of course. Really? Feng Yuan's eyes shined. To speak the truth, I respect primordial origin immortal Venerable the most in my life. Duke Long's lips twitched. He could not help but think, this old man is truly crafty. He said he respected primordial origin immortal Venerable the most. But why was his move so ruthless earlier? He even used steel life. He was clearly trying to kill me. But he cultivates Qi path. It is reasonable for him to covet primordial origin's true inheritance. I can make use of him. You might not know, but the biggest part of primordial origin's true inheritance is the celestial court's grotto heaven. The other contents are actually very rare, and because of the change of eras, they are no longer relevant. Duke Long purposely said. Feng Yuan frowned. Disappointment was expressed on his face. That means I cannot take out primordial origin's true inheritance? What can the celestial court take out? Star constellation's true inheritance or Genesis Lotus true inheritance? Regardless of what it was beneficial to Feng Yuan. Duke Long chuckled and gave Feng Yuan some hope. He replied vaguely, these things can be discussed. The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other, cursing inwardly. Duke Long had a huge foundation. In order to win over Qi Si Ancestor, he actually did not mind using a venerable true inheritance. The most troublesome thing was that the Shan family and Song family were unable to produce these things. Duke Long presided over the Celestial Court. He was truly wealthy. He directly used resources and venerable true inheritances to smash Qi Si Ancestor, wanting to smash him down. This was the foundation that the Celestial Court had accumulated for countless years. It was so deep that even the two heads of the Shen family and the Song family were dispirited. Feng Yuan suddenly realized that Duke Long was actually quite pleasing to the eye sometimes. Towards his style of doing things, Fang Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up behind his back. "Brother, you're so particular." Fang Yuan and Duke Long continued their discussion. He wanted to stall for time and give the Dragon Man clone a chance. The 2 Eastern Sea immortals could only watch. They were anxious but helpless. Fang Yuan naturally would not forget these 2. He would talk to them from time to time, allowing them to maintain their hope. As this conversation continued, Duke Long noticed something. His gaze became more and more eerie. He knew Qi ancestor was using these 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s to fight for benefits for himself. But it was fine as long as Qi ancestor was willing to negotiate patiently. It was a good sign. But Guiyue Fangzheng is in Shun Songxing's hands. This is a bit troublesome. I need to redeem him. Duke Long talked to Fang Yuan as he thought. Fang Yuan was also thinking about Guiyue Fangzheng. Earlier, the 2 Eastern Sea immortals had mentioned Guiyue Fangzheng, but Fang Yuan's acting was too good. He acted like an outsider. There were no flaws at all. But Fang Yuan had his own thoughts. This cheap brother of mine, not only was he saved by the Celestial Court, he was even nurtured and became a Gu immortal? Interesting. Central Continent's Celestial Court must have a reason for placing such importance on him. I don't know the exact reason, but it doesn't matter. I will ask for him later and kill him. As for Fangzheng, Fang Yuan had wanted to refine blood deity in the past, but because of the pressure from the Celestial Court, he had no choice but to let Fangzheng live in Langye Blessed Land for a long time. In the end, an accident happened. Fangzheng was saved by Feng Juga. Although this was not a mistake, since Fang Yuan discovered it, he decided to make up for it. Fang Yuan did not place much importance on Fangzheng, but since the Celestial Court placed importance on him, he would settle it. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had always been very stable. As for the development of Blood Path, it was because he had no other choice. He wanted to raise his battle strength. But that was then, and this was now. Fang Yuan's interest in Blood Path's development was already very low. As long as Demon Judgment Board was not destroyed, cultivating Blood Path was the same as taking the initiative to send information to the Celestial Court, telling them where he was. Sometimes Fang Yuan guessed that in his previous life he cultivated Blood Path because of Providence's influence, digging a hole for himself in advance. Fortunately, he had always been careful. He did not covet the path he was good at in his previous life. He did not seek instant gratification. The more Duke Long talked, the more excited he became. He could tell that Fang Yuan was sincere. He was very interested in a venerable true inheritance. That's right, this Qi ancestor has great strength in the entire world. Only a venerable true inheritance might be of interest to him. There's actually such a person hiding in the Eastern Sea. I must thoroughly investigate his origins after this. Qi ancestor was actually Fang Yuan, and not only did Fang Yuan want to obtain the Celestial Court's venerable true inheritance from him, he also wanted to kill Guiyue Fangzheng. If Duke Long knew this, he might vomit blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Fang Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wu Shuai, looked at his father with an ugly expression as he interfered. Regarding the ownership of Central Peak, are we really going to give it to that Fanji? I clearly won. He took advantage of this opportunity. If I did not go easy on him, he would have died without a complete corpse. The Dragon Man Go Immortal shook his head. Central Peak has huge benefits and deep connections. Black Heaven Temple is not giving in. What makes us even more helpless is that we have contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and Green Antiseptic. But these two are not helping us. They're not pressuring us. Damn it. Wu Shuai clenched his fists. I am Green Ant Ascetic's final disciple, now that I am being wronged. This master is not concerned at all. The most despicable one is Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. I am her son-in-law, and Fanji is the one who harmed her daughter. Yet she didn't even say a word. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. How can we influence a rank 8 Gu Immortal? All of this is Father's fault. Back then, Father took things for granted. In fact, did Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady really not know our intentions? They were just pretending to be ignorant. That's why, Father. Wu Shuai stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, his eyes shining with bright light. Only our tribe's rank 8 Gu Immortals are truly reliable. Our Dragon Man race was able to rely on the humans and develop until now. Wasn't it all because of ancestor Duke Long's grace? Wu Shuai's father nodded. Son, you are right. But rank 8 Gu Immortals are too hard to become. Even though we Dragon Men are stronger than humans in other aspects, we lack intelligence. Right now, we have many rank 7 Gu Immortals. But other than our ancestor, we do not have any rank 8 Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai's gaze was bright. Thus, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. External rank 8 Gu Immortals are not reliable, and our tribe does not have any other rank 8 Gu Immortals. We can use an immortal Gu house to replace them. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed again, shaking his head. Immortal Gu house? We had this idea long ago, but to create a rank 7 immortal Gu house, the resources needed are too vast. We cannot afford to do so. Secondly, our Dragon Man race's strength is growing. We have already attracted a lot of criticism. More and more human Gu Immortals are targeting us. The Dragon Man threat is increasing. In this situation, if we still want to build an immortal Gu house, won't these people be furious? Father, Wu Shuai stared with wide eyes, saying loudly, Are we not going to build an immortal Gu house just because of resources and criticism? Aren't these reasons enough? My son, our Dragon Man race is dependent on humans. This relationship is our reliance. We cannot act rashly. If we really want to build an immortal Gu house and destroy this relationship, forget about the resources to build a rank 7 immortal Gu house. We might not even have any hope of building a rank 6 immortal Gu house. Sai, all these years, I have been in a high position. You don't understand the feeling of being ostracized. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. Wu Shuai felt a wave of disappointment, he argued. No matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Moreover, ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu houses are far from enough. We need to build a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Only then can we truly suppress our tribe's foundation. Rank 8 immortal Gu house? Haha, my son. I am truly happy to see your ambition. But food needs to be eaten one bite at a time. We need to walk step by step. Sai, let's forget about Centre Peak. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his hand. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before nodding. That is the only way. Dream realm after dream realm. Fang Yuan's clone wanted to stall for time, hoping for the main body to save him. But the main body was also stalling for time, hoping for the clone to take Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's dream realm was like quicksand. Fang Yuan's clone could not control himself. He gradually sank into it, unable to extricate himself. He seemed to have turned into Wu Shuai from back then, experiencing all of the past events. Ever since the incident at Centre Peak, Wu Shuai finally recognized reality. His master Green Anesthetic was unreliable. His Calligraphy Pavilion Lord was also unreliable. Even his father, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's weakness, was exposed in front of him. He was still unreliable. The only one who could be relied on was himself. With this realization, Wu Shuai worked hard to become stronger. He put in all of his effort. He was extraordinarily talented and full of talent. Coupled with his hard work and connections, not only did his cultivation rise steadily, the Draconians he managed also grew stronger day by day, becoming the most prominent branch of the Draconians. Chapter 1853. Wu Shuai was wise and decisive. He had great foresight and had a strong personality. He did not have the weakness of most Dragon Man Gu Immortals. Under his development, the Dragon Man race's strength rose steadily. In the dark, he had been gathering resources secretly. He did not forget about the construction of a rank 8 immortal goo house. However, good times did not last long. The Dragon Man race's strength was increasingly criticized by the humans. They started to do more and more things in the dark. Many people were envious. In fact, even Wu Shuai himself admitted that the reason why the Dragon Man race became strong was because they took over the benefits of the human goo immortals. But because of Duke Long, the human goo immortals would not make things difficult for him publicly. Duke Long's birthday was a joyous occasion. The red longevity character in the hall was very eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by Dragon Men. Dragon Man goo immortals walked up one after another, presenting their carefully prepared gifts. Lord Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. A Dragon Man goo immortal presented a bundle of white dragon grass. This grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It contained dragon nature. It was shaped like a white dragon. Its scales and horns were very exquisite. Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. Another Dragon Man goo immortal presented a soft jade cherry. Lord Father, I congratulate you. Wu Shuai's father also appeared. Duke Long had a solemn expression. He only nodded. There were attendants around him who received these gifts. After the change of the son's generation, it was time for the grandchildren. At this time, Duke Long's expression became gentle. He showed a smile. Grandfather, I wish you great fortune and longevity. I wish you great fortune and longevity. This is a desolate beast that I personally hunted for you. I hope you like it. A Dragon Man youngster half knelt on the ground. He held a plate with both hands. There was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate Beast Joy Seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th Young Master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is already very difficult to hunt it. To think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse, 7th Young Master hid in the sea for a month without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. There were also human goo immortals participating in this grand banquet. Shao Qi was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Duke Long had an affectionate smile on his face as he personally received the plate with the seahorse. Good, 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 Shao Qi. Grandpa will accept your congratulatory gift. However, when it was Wu Shuai's turn to congratulate him, Duke Long's smile disappeared and he just looked at Wu Shuai. Little 8, at present among the grandchildren, you have the greatest achievements, but you must remember the principle of going too far is as bad as not doing enough. Yes, grandfather. Wu Shuai respectfully retreated. Late at night, Duke Long secretly sent someone to summon Wu Shuai to his study. Return that South Flower Island to them, little 8, Duke Long said. Wu Shuai was startled. He forced a smile and said, Grandpa, you don't know this, but I won this South Flower Island fair and square. I plan to make this island my home to settle my clansmen. Duke Long had a solemn expression. A sharp light shined in his eyes, piercing Wu Shuai's face. Wu Shuai, don't think that no one can see through your tricks. South Flower Island was originally Wind Cloud Manor's territory, but you schemed and took it. What are you trying to do? Isn't it better to lead your clansmen and stay in the sect? Why do you want to move your clansmen to South Flower Island? Tell me, what are you trying to do? Wu Shuai held his breath. He was silent for a while before saying, Grandfather, I do not have any ambitions. I just want to give my clansmen a better life. A better life? It is a greater ambition. Duke Long said in a low voice. Wu Shuai's body shook. He said frankly, Grandfather, even if it is ambition, so what? Shouldn't we be ambitious? Should we not strive for a better life? Why do we have to live here? Grandfather, don't you know how these human goo immortals are ostracizing and exploiting us? What ostracizing? How is this exploitation? All these years, I have heard of your deeds many times. Do you know why I love Shao Qi? Because he thinks that the world is beautiful. He is kind from the bottom of his heart. There is no distinction between humans and dragons. But you use my name to act unscrupulously outside, annexing other people's territories and embezzling the sect's profits. Stop your actions now. Duke Long said sternly, Grandfather, if not for these human Gua mortals treating us like this, why would we do this? What human, Dragon Man? Dragon Man are humans to begin with. How can there be a distinction between races? Duke Long rebuked. If there is no distinction between races, then what are the dragon horns on my forehead? What is the dragon tail on my back? Wu Shuai became enraged and shouted, Grandpa, you are a human who has turned into a dragon man. Most of your life has been a human, and the life of a dragon man is only a small part of your life. But what about us? Grandfather, have you ever thought about it? We were born as dragon men. From the moment we were born, we grew horns on our heads and tails on our backs. I have been educated by my parents since I was young. They told me that we originated from humans. But since young, my peers have been making fun of my appearance, ostracizing me, pulling on my dragon tail and poking at my dragon scales. All of this tells me that I'm different from the human race. After I grew up, I found that not just my peers, even those human teachers have a different opinion of me. They just do not show it on the surface. If I fail, they will say that I am a dragon man. It is normal for me to lose to humans. If I succeed, they will say that a dragon man can actually do this. Is he using some tricks? Those humans always think that they are the highest. We dragon men are inferior races. Why? Humans are the spirit of all living beings, but we dragon men are not inferior either. We dragon men are born with enslavement path dow marks. Our physique far surpasses humans. If not for human goo masters using goo worms, their punches and kicks cannot even break our dragon scales. And most importantly, we have long lifespans, while humans have short lifespans. Many goo immortals have turned into dragon men to prolong their lifespans. They have clearly abandoned their human identity, but they still belittle the existence of dragon men. This is all because of their rotten beliefs. Enough! Duke Long slammed the table, interrupting Wu Shuai. His expression was dark. Not enough. Wu Shuai's voice became calm. He looked back at Duke Long bravely, enduring the pressure in his dragon eyes. Grandfather, you created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method. Without you, there would be no dragon men. You are the ancestor of us dragon men. But why do you always side with those humans? We're your real family. Even if I die, I will not return South Flower Island. If Grandpa insists on me doing this, he will only let me die. Saying this, Wu Shuai ignored Duke Long's expression. He turned around and walked out of the door. Duke Long did not stand up to stop him. He was still sitting on the chair. He had a complex feeling. Sai, my descendants have all grown up. They have their own thoughts now. But they have never truly cared about the bigger picture of humanity. Did I not teach them well? Or has the Dragon Man race already turned into a flood, and I am only the hand that is opening the floodgates? Wind Cloud Manor was schemed against by Wu Shuai. After realizing it, they tried to mediate this matter with Duke Long, trying to take back South Flower Island. But Wu Shuai could not persuade them. He was insistent. Wind Cloud Manor did not give up. They used all sorts of methods to make things difficult for Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai dealt with everything that came his way. He dealt with everything that came his way, trying to maintain the situation. Duke Long did not help his grandson, but most of the other Dragon Man Go Immortals did help. They were either in the open or in the dark. Relying on these people's help, and because Wind Cloud Manor was wary of Duke Long, they did not go overboard with their methods. Wu Shuai managed to relocate his tribe and live on South Flower Island. But the matter of South Flower Island was not over. Even after 100 years, Wind Cloud Manor was still thinking about it. They tried to take back South Flower Island from time to time. Wu Shuai was very busy. His methods were flawless. Wind Cloud Manor could not succeed. The 100-year plan has finally come to fruition. On this day, Wu Shuai looked at the immortal Gu house in front of him as he shed tears of excitement. Back then, he wanted to take Southflower Island because he needed a secret place to build the immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai's father was beside him. He had an expression of disbelief. You really did it. My son, you are more capable than me. Even though these years all the sects have been suppressing and sealing Southflower Island, I had many fortuitous encounters and obtained many resources. At the same time, with the help and contributions of many Dragon Man Gu immortals, after 100 years, I finally created this rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai smiled. In a few 100 years, I might even have a rank 8 immortal Gu house. This house has not been named yet, right? Wu Shuai's father asked. The Gu immortals in the tribe have their own suggestions, but as the creator, I went against everyone's wishes and named it Dragon Court. Saying this, Wu Shuai's voice became louder as his eyes shined with bright light. Dragon Court. Wu Shuai's father's expression changed. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Ha ha ha. What is inappropriate about it? It is to be in agreement with Celestial Court. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Son, why don't you think about it a little more? In the eyes of these human Gu immortals, Dragon Court is not in agreement with Celestial Court. It is in opposition to it. Wu Shuai snickered coldly. What they think is their problem. You cannot say that, after all, humans are the overlords of the 5 regions. Chapter 1854. Eastern Sea Dream Realm. The battle was at its most crucial moment. Song Tao Zi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move. This is your greatest mistake. You shall lose. Song Tao Zi raised his head and shouted, his body shining with green light. This green light surrounded Song Tao Zi and spread rapidly. The traces of green light were like the leaves of a pine tree, layer upon layer, stacked upon stacked. As if there was no end to them, they surged towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai did not move. He laid in a pit on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. Of course. Song Tao Zi is a top rank 7 Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. With his battle strength, he is among the top 3 rank 7 Gu immortals in Central Continent. Wu Shuai said that he wanted to challenge him back then. He was simply too arrogant. He is only a Dragon Man Gu immortal. It is already quite impressive that he could do this. So what? Before the battle, Wu Shuai had already signed the bet. He divided Southflower Island's ownership with Wind Cloud Manor. It is a pity that he lost this time. All the painstaking efforts of the past 100 years have gone down the drain. That's right. I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragon Man tribe manage Southflower Island very well. It has abundant resources. Wind Cloud Manor benefited greatly this time. You can't say that. Back then, Wu Shuai had used crafty schemes to seize Southflower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. He deserves this loss. The human Gu immortals were gloating. Tai Chin stood at a corner, watching the battle alone. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said worriedly, Wu Shuai, most of the Dragon Man Gu immortals had ashen expressions. Only a few Dragon Man Gu immortals who knew the situation were nervous and expectant. Brother, use it. Shock the world. The former Dragon Man, youngster Huang Wei, protected and respected Wu Shuai from the bottom of his heart. He shouted in his mind. At the next moment, Wu Shuai looked at the endless green light that pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled. You finally used this move, Song Tao Zi. Do you know that I have been waiting for this move for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Just a bluff. Can a Dragon Man go immortal like him make a comeback? This move is Song Tao Zi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no. In the 5 regions, how many rank 7 Gu immortals can take this move head-on? However, at the next moment, a palace suddenly rose up. Wu Shuai threw himself into it and drove the palace straight up. The palace soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. What is this? An immortal Gu house. I have never seen such an immortal Gu house. Was it created by Wu Shuai? It should be so. This wager had already been announced to the world, and both sides were using their own items. Since Marshal Wu can use it publicly, it must be in line with the rules. Oh heavens, the Dragon Men also have an immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Look, this palace doesn't move at all. It's as if the green sky pines don't exist, and a path has been easily created. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu house. It can definitely resist rank 8 existences. The crowd was in an uproar. Song Taozi was shocked and furious. He looked at the killer move that he was most proud of being ignored like a spring breeze. His heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was activating Dragon Court. Dragon Court charged over. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from inside. Song Taozi, kneel and beg for mercy. I can spare your life. Song Taozi's expression was pale. He shouted furiously, "Don't even think about it. You are a dragon man. You dare to insult me." He was clearly at a disadvantage, but Song Taozi did not retreat. Have mercy. The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor Gu immortals saw this and screamed in shock. In the Dragon Court, Wu Shuai sneered when he heard this call. The killing intent in his dragon eyes was so dense that it was about to overflow, and he urged the Dragon Court to directly crush it. Ah! Song Taozi could not dodge in time. He screamed as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Taozi is dead. He actually killed Song Taozi. Is he trying to pierce the heavens? A dragon man Gu immortal slaughtered humans. What is he trying to do? The crowd was furious. Most of the Dragon Man Gu immortals had pale expressions. Huang Wei had a nervous expression. At this time, Dragon Court floated in the sky. Wu Shuai shouted, "Shut up! My battle with Song Taozi, regardless of life or death, was announced to the world before the duel. If anyone has any objections, come to me and accept your death." At that moment, the entire place went silent. In the next scene of the Dream Realm, it was a celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables filled with delicious food and wine. Everyone was toasting each other. Wu Shuai, who was at the main table, was the center of attention. "Congratulations, brother. You succeeded in this battle. From now on, South Flower Island will no longer have any conflicts." Wind Cloud Manor also lost a great general. Huang Wei came to toast. He was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulder. "Brother, not only did I contribute to this, you also had a part in it." "Brother." Huang Wei choked. "Senior brother, this battle made you famous in the world. I congratulate you." Tai Chin brought a cup over. She spoke plainly, but her tone was filled with affection. "Junior sister, thank you for your concern." Wu Shuai knew what Tai Chin was worried about. Thus he said loudly, "I fought with Song Taozi in this battle. Heaven and earth can bear witness. No matter who dies in battle, they have to admit it. Song Taozi was a good opponent. The glory of dying in battle belongs to him. I believe Wind Cloud Manor has no objections." For this banquet, Wind Cloud Manor naturally sent an envoy. It was an unknown rank 6 Gu immortal. Song Taozi was killed by Wu Shuai. Wind Cloud Manor lost South Flower Island, but for the sake of the Righteous Path's reputation, to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to this banquet. Wu Shuai's question made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and replying loudly, "Is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this is a duel, we will not go back on our words. Envoy, please take a seat." Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in hatred. He wanted to flare up, but everyone's gazes were on him. He had to take care of the sect's reputation. He could only sit down. Wu Shuai, I am Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal Guliang. I witnessed the entire battle with Song Taozi. You even killed him in the formation. It was truly impressive. I offer you a toast. A male Gu Immortal wearing a large robe walked up. He called himself Guliang. He was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face right now. He had the demeanor of a superior being. Wu Shuai was overjoyed internally. This battle had truly made him famous. Even Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals came to this banquet. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived. At this time, the bellboy suddenly announced loudly. The hall went into a commotion. This was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter, who was Wu Shuai's wife in name. Shu Jiuling, my son-in-law, congratulates you on your victory. The Calligraphy Pavilion Master had a faint smile on her face. Although it was just a simple sentence, it had moved everyone's expression. Lord Tai Shui, my wife, I have reserved seats for you. Please take a seat. Wu Shuai smiled as he bowed. He was slightly surprised internally. To him, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to such an important event, at least on the surface. Wu Shuai did not make any mistakes. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now, she really came. Not only did she come personally, she even brought Shu Jiuling. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green Ant Ascetic has arrived. Not long after Calligraphy Pavilion Lady sat down, another rank 8 Gu Immortal came. This was Wu Shuai's master, but in the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not had much contact with him. Wu Shuai naturally sent him an invitation. Disciple greets master. Wu Shuai quickly went up and bowed. My disciple, I am here to see you. Green Ant Ascetic looked at Wu Shuai as he smiled and commented, You are quite spirited. Master, please take a seat. Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not faking it. He was showing his true emotions. This battle's influence and gains were much greater than he had expected. After the banquet ended, Wu Shuai sent the 2 rank 8s off. But Calligraphy Pavilion Lady asked her daughter, Shu Jiuling, to stay. You have been separated for so long. What is this? It is better for you to stay together. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone, but her meaning was deep. Shu Jiuling did not speak. She did not have her usual impatience. She was much quieter. But that night, Wu Shuai left her alone in the room. My wife, go to sleep first. I still have some work to do. He was still so polite like when they first met. Shu Jiuling was silent for a while before nodding obediently. Husband, go ahead and do your work. Wu Shuai did not go to work. He went to meet Tai Qin. Junior sister, I am here. Senior brother, I thought you would not come. How can that be? Don't you know how important you are to me? That daughter is not even worthy of carrying your shoes for you. Tai Qin smiled brightly. The 2 were intimate for a while before Tai Qin said worriedly, Senior brother, I am still a little worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature rank 7. How can they let this go? Of course they won't let it go, but what can they do? Wu Shuai smiled coldly. Looking at the cold moon in the sky, he sighed. Your senior brother, after this banquet, I have realized something. Realized what? Wu Shuai's eyes shined with cold light. In this world, the fist is the strongest. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came to this banquet? That is because I have the immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, this house can resist rank 8s. I have the foundation. I am qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have to be wary of me. Because I control Dragon Court. As long as I have this strength, I have no worries. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 Gu Immortal in the future. I will raise Dragon Court to rank 8. At that time, I want to see who in the world dares to disrespect me. Senior brother, Tai Qin lay in Wu Shuai's embrace, looking at him with deep emotions. Wu Shuai lowered his head, looking into Tai Qin's eyes. He gently brushed away the messy hair on Tai Qin's forehead, saying with anticipation, "Junior sister, I will definitely give you happiness. I will let you live a good life. Right now, I still have to take care of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you an explanation. I will give you a status. I do not need a status, senior brother. I am satisfied staying with you. But I am not satisfied. I want to have a bunch of children with you in the future. I want to see my grandchildren grow. I want to see my children laugh happily on my knees. Will there really be such a day?" Tai Qin's face flushed red. "There will be." Wu Shuai hugged her tightly. "There will be. Believe me." Chapter 1855. After accumulating for 100 years, Wu Shuai created the extraordinary rank 7 immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Next, he had a public duel with Wind Cloud Manor, using Dragon Court to kill Song Taozi in front of everyone. He became famous. At the banquet, Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. It proved Wu Shuai's influence in this battle. He had some qualifications to speak with rank 8 existences on equal terms. On the night of the banquet, Wu Shuai had a beautiful dream. In this dream, he realized all of his dreams, all of his goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragon Man leader. He had peak rank 8 strength. Duke Long gave up his position to him. He controlled Dragon Court. He led the Dragon Man race to live freely. They were on equal terms with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and executed him in front of Shu Juling. Then he wanted to attack Shu Juling. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady rushed over. After a huge battle, she lost and was willing to use her own life as the price to beg. Wu Shuai agreed to her request. He only made Shu Juling a slave, while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate. He made Green Ant Ascetic and Wine Fairy the Dragon Man's supreme external elders. They were unwilling, but the Dragon Man race was too powerful. Wu Shuai was too strong. They had no choice but to obey. What made Wu Shuai the happiest was that he made Tai Qin his only dragon empress. They had many children. These children were all talented, shining like a group of stars. Even though they were young, they would one day become as grand as the sun and moon. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at the sleeping Tai Qin lovingly. He covered her with a blanket. Next, he slowly got up and started his work. His battle with Song Taozi not only caused his own rise, it also gave the Dragon Man race a huge boost in morale and motivation. Under this influence, the Dragon Man race became more aggressive and assertive. In the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragon Man race and the humans became more intense. Duke Long learned of the situation and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew over from afar. He was scolded by Duke Long. All these years, he was the main culprit behind the conflict between the Dragon Men and the human race. Then, Duke Long ordered him to issue an edict to abdicate and give up his position as the island lord of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change the name of Dragon Court to Dragon Palace. Of course, Wu Shuai was unwilling, but he was still too weak against Duke Long and the Celestial Court. His face was ashen, full of anger. He returned to South Flower Island, but he had no choice but to follow Duke Long's instructions. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai met him was during the celebration banquet for his victory over Song Taozi. Over the past few decades, Gu Liang had always been very close to the South Flower Island's Dragon Man race. Both sides had made many transactions and cooperated very happily. Fellow Taoist Wu Shuai, I heard about the shocking change in South Flower Island. Why do you want to issue an edict? Is there anything that I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Fellow Taoist Gu Liang, this is an order from old ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey. Wu Shuai's tone was bleak. Fellow Taoist, When I killed Song Taozi, I thought it would be a turning point and I would be able to lead the Dragon Man race to rise. But over the past few decades, I feel like I am stuck in a swamp. No matter what I do, I feel pressured from all directions. Gu Liang smiled and consoled. Fellow Taoist, why do you have to belittle yourself? I've seen fellow immortals hard work all these years. If you weren't in charge of Southflower Island, this banner force of the Dragon Man race would have been devoured by the evil forces long ago. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects and even the Celestial Court that are making things difficult for you. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. Flames of hatred surged in his chest. He was also filled with helpless grief and anger. Finally, he sighed to the sky. The rise of the Dragon Man race is easier said than done. It is harder than ascending to heaven. Gu Liang still had a smile on his face. One step at a time, wasn't the rise of the Celestial Court the same as well? Wu Shuai said sadly, now that I am following old ancestors' instructions, my decades or even centuries of hard work will go to waste. Humans have the upper hand, the upper hand. Gu Liang said, I have a plan that can resolve your worries. Oh, what is it? Quickly tell me, there is no need to hide our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This plan is very simple. What you are worried about is that this will suppress the Dragon Man race's morale, especially you and Southflower Island. You are the battle flags of the Dragon Man race, but Duke Long directly removed them. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want to? But the final tribulation. Even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Ha ha ha, Wu Shuai. You have been leading Southflower Island all these years. You have a heavy responsibility. You know yourself and the significance of Southflower Island to the Dragon Man race. But because of this, you have many worries. You have lost the courage and determination that you had in the past. I am here to lend you a hand, to help you pass the final tribulation and become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. Gu Liang said as his aura changed from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he had been pretending to be a rank 7. Wu Shuai was shocked, Senior. Gu Liang, Gu Liang raised his hand and stopped him. Wu Shuai, we should treat each other as equals. To speak the truth, I have my own intentions for getting close to you. Central Continent is strong while the other 5 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, I want to see Central Continent fight internally. But I am helping you not only because of that, I also admire you as a person. To be honest, you and I actually have a lot in common. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. All these years, I have been begging rank 8 Gu immortals to help me pass tribulation. However, even Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion had tried all sorts of excuses. Today, Celestial Friends' help was truly a timely help. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor. The next scene of the Dream Realm was the tribulation. But because in the Dream Realm earlier, Wu Shuai and Gu Liang were very close, he obtained Gu Liang's help. Gu Liang's strength was extraordinary. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully survived the tribulation. It was daunting, but not dangerous. Wu Shuai became a true rank 8 Gu immortal. Even though he did everything according to Duke Long's instructions, causing a huge commotion and the Dragon Man race to be fearful. But when news of him becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal spread, the Dragon Man race's morale soared. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragon Man race. His achievement surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long could suppress him in terms of cultivation level. Wu Shuai had true rank 8 cultivation level. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green Ant Ascetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He was no longer as harsh towards him as before. Like he had broken through a huge encirclement, Wu Shuai felt the pressure on him disappear. The undercurrents that had surrounded Southflower Island for decades had mostly dissipated after he advanced to rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am at the peak of Gu immortals in this world. Wu Shuai was very grateful towards Gu Liang. Their cooperation deepened. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai many secrets. Celestial Court's foundation is fake Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court. Why did they fail? The reason is that they could not destroy fake Gu. With star constellations Dao fusion, they could not shake Celestial Court's foundation. However, even though star constellations Dao fusion protected the legitimacy of Celestial Court, it angered the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao is about balance, but now humanity is flourishing without any restrictions. This goes against the will of the heavens. Wu Shuai understood a lot. He had gained a lot from Gu Liang. Even though he was in Central Continent and had the identity of a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he did not know much about Celestial Court's true secrets. He did not have any channels to learn about them. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragon Men to rise, your rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if the Dragon Man race gains several more rank 8 Gu immortals, they cannot shake Celestial Court's position. You have rank 8s, Central Continent's Celestial Court has far more than you. In fact, to put it bluntly, if one day your Dragon Man race's strength surpasses Celestial Court's bottom line, they will definitely make a move against you. Don't they always say? Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Wu Shuai thought about it. This made sense. He asked Gu Liang. Gu Liang told him, "The rise of Dragon Men is extraordinary. We need to deal with the source." The source? You mean Fate Gu? Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is being guarded by Celestial Court. It is too difficult. It is indeed difficult, but there is still hope. Especially now, this is a rare opportunity. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You mean that red lotus? That's right. Originally, Celestial Court wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal venerable, but he had other ideas. He chose the path of rebellion. Your ancestor, Duke Long, has been working hard on this matter. He has been lax in disciplining you. From this, your Dragon Man race should thank Red Lotus for sharing your burden. Gu Liang said, "We need to borrow Red Lotus strength?" "That is a good idea, but how do we contact him?" Wu Shuai asked. "Red Lotus's whereabouts are too mysterious. We cannot find him. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we meet him, he will reject us. He might even destroy us." Gu Liang's expression changed. He was filled with wariness. He said with deep meaning, "Red Lotus, be he an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, he is a pure human Gu immortal. Since he is not willing to cooperate, how can we borrow his strength?" Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. "Since Red Lotus wants to revive his family and lover, he will have to go against the heavenly Tao and fate. This conflict cannot be resolved. Because of this, the master and disciple fell out. Duke Long could not make Red Lotus change his mind. Red Lotus will definitely attack Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Celestial Court, we will be able to fish in troubled waters. Then when will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Celestial Court? I do not know. It might be countless years later, or at the next moment. Chapter 1856. Wu Shuai advanced to rank 8. He finally broke out of the encirclement. The pressure on him decreased. Not just that, he found the only hope of winning against Celestial Court. That was to borrow Red Lotus's strength. Even though Red Lotus had not become a venerable, he was destined to become a future venerable. Even though this was only a guess, many people in the Gu immortal world were inclined to believe it. If not, why would Duke Long and Celestial Court do all they could to make him stay? Back then, when Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple, it was a clear sign. After communicating with Gu Liang, Wu Shuai decided to change his strategy. He laid low and did not act like before. Originally, the Dragon Man race was looking forward to his advancement to rank 8. They finally had a rank 8 great expert who could support them. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless dragon men could not understand this. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort and showed a remorseful expression. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Celestial Court and tried to find out about Celestial Court's information. In fact, he even invested money to create an immortal goo house for Celestial Court. The conflict between the dragon men and humans caused him to change his stance. He suppressed the dragon men and protected the benefits of humans. After 100 years, Wu Shuai had many successes, but he did not gain the trust of Celestial Court. What should I do? Wu Shuai was troubled. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, "You are a dragon man. Celestial Court has always been wary of variant humans. Celestial Court looks down on variant humans from the bottom of their hearts. Our only hope is in Duke Long. It is time to use a strong medicine." Then, how do I gain the trust of Duke Long? Ancestor treats me very well. Wu Shuai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai deeply. It depends on whether you are willing to make a sacrifice. Wu Shuai did not hesitate, he answered. I am working for the Dragon Man race. A little sacrifice is nothing. That's good. Gu Liang clapped. Only a person like you can achieve great things. Gu Liang suggested a plan. Wu Shuai hesitated. It was because Gu Liang had asked Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei. Huang Wei was already a rank 7 Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Not only had he followed Wu Shuai since he was young, he had been following Wu Shuai and managing Southflower Island. He was loyal to Wu Shuai. He had made great contributions. There was no way he would betray him. Gu Liang persuaded. Everyone knows about the relationship between you and Huang Wei. We can trick you into making a choice. If you sacrifice Huang Wei for the sake of the human race, you will be able to change Duke Long's mind. But you want me to kill the person who has done so much for me, the person who trusts and respects me the most. Wu Shuai clenched his teeth, still hesitating. I believe that if Huang Wei knew the meaning of his sacrifice, he would definitely choose to sacrifice himself. Isn't that so? Gu Liang's words dispelled Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed and his eyes turned red. Huang Wei knows me, and I know Huang Wei. If he understands my good intentions, he will be willing to sacrifice himself. No. Gu Liang hurriedly waved his hand. This plan is of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Just you and me are the safest. Oh, friend, you need to understand, even a dead person can be found with a lot of evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know about this. Wu Shuai closed his eyes, shaking his head. Let me think. He hesitated for half a year, but he finally made up his mind. Compared to Huang Wei alone, the Dragon Man race's benefits were much greater. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang schemed in secret, creating conflict and killing human Gu Immortals, creating evidence to frame Huang Wei. After this happened, it attracted a lot of attention from Central Continent. Huang Wei cried out in injustice. I did not do this. Brother knows me well. I would never do this. Wu Shuai tried to protect Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence was revealed, he had no choice but to kill Huang Wei in the name of justice. This caused a huge commotion. The dragon men were very dissatisfied with Wu Shuai. Some dragon men even started to move out of Southflower Island. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai. Even Duke Long acknowledged Wu Shuai after learning of this. Little Eighth has learned a lot these years. I am glad. Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust. However, there was an emptiness in his heart. Huang Wei's last words before he was executed were deeply engraved in his heart. He would never forget them for the rest of his life. Brother, I, Huang Wei, have never regretted following you. If you want to kill me, no matter the reason, I will accept it. But brother, I really did not do such a thing. You need to be careful. Those human goo immortals are trying to deceive you. All these years, they did not do anything to you because they changed their strategy. They are framing me now. They want to get rid of me and gradually cut off your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragon Man race. I have always remembered it. It is fine if I die. Please continue doing what you did. The future of the Dragon Man race cannot be without you. Huang Wei knelt on the ground, crying and complaining. His words made Wu Shuai's heart bleed. Wu Shuai almost could not resist telling Huang Wei all of his secrets. The one who framed him was his most respected brother. In fact, at this moment, Wu Shuai had a strong urge to kneel on the ground and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness. But he did not do so. He snorted coldly. Huang Wei, you took bribes and perverted the law. You intentionally killed someone. You still refuse to admit your crimes even at death's door. Sigh, I trusted you all these years in vain. You have truly disappointed me. I am truly heartbroken. Halfway through his words, Wu Shuai's tears were already falling. His voice was choked. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei anymore. He turned around and left. Brother, Huang Wei knelt on the cold ground of the prison cell, shouting at Wu Shuai's back. Before I die, I will call you brother one more time. Don't forget the Dragon Man cause. Wu Shuai moved even faster, as if he was escaping. Huang Wei's execution was witnessed by a large number of goo immortals. Wu Shuai did not go. On the same night, he had a dream. In the dream, he saw Huang Wei. Huang Wei pointed at his nose, cursing loudly. Wu Shuai told Huang Wei the truth. After Huang Wei heard it, he cried loudly, kneeling on the ground as he said, Brother, you put in so much effort. I was ignorant and wronged you. For the cause of the Dragon Man race, you did not hesitate to take the blame. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. Wu Shuai quickly pulled Huang Wei up, hugging his shoulder. Brother, it is good that you understand me. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a smile on his face. He did not get up immediately. He opened his eyes and looked at the curtains. The smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish, but tears flowed from his eyes. Huang Wei's death had many effects. South Flower Island's people were in chaos. Their morale fell to rock bottom. The Dragon Men were very disappointed in Wu Shuai. But Wu Shuai could enter Celestial Court from time to time. This was a huge breakthrough. This time, Celestial Court decided to start constructing Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed this rare opportunity. He reported to Duke Long and contributed Dragon Palace. After so many years, Dragon Palace was still a rank 7 immortal goo house. Wu Shuai had made this decision after careful consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal. It could be rebuilt in the future. The most important thing was fake goo. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, Little 8, it is good that you have such an intention. I am very relieved. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path immortal goo house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path. They are not related. Furthermore, with our Celestial Court's foundation, we do not need to extort our descendants' wealth. Wu Shuai sighed. Grandfather, I was young and rash when I was young. I did many ridiculous things. Now that I have repented, I am thinking of how to make up for my mistakes. Grandfather, please give me this chance. I will not disappoint you. Duke Long laughed heartily. Then let's do it this way. You and your father will be in charge of constructing Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. Thank you, Grandfather. A lot of resources were needed to construct Central Heaven Gate. Gu Liang took the initiative to help. He said to Wu Shuai, The Celestial Court is truly ambitious. They actually want to open Central Heaven Gate and connect to the Grotto Heavens. However, this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can make a move on Central Heaven Gate and leave behind a hidden door to probe the Celestial Court's internal information. Wu Shuai worked even harder. he went around to construct Central Heaven Gate. The Dragon Man race had a huge problem with him. Many Dragon Men started to scold Wu Shuai, saying that he was a traitor of the Dragon Man race. These Dragon Men had great expectations for Wu Shuai, but now they were filled with intense disappointment and hatred. Even Wu Shuai's father was very cold towards him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings. He tried his best to complete Central Heaven Gate. It was not easy to leave behind a hidden door in Central Heaven Gate, especially when it was under the surveillance of the Celestial Court. Just as he was working hard and was about to have some small results, an accident occurred. His father returned from the Celestial Court with heavy injuries. He called for Wu Shuai before he died. "I came into contact with Fate Gu, my son. I obtained Fate Gu's revelation. Our Dragon Man reigns supreme. Dragon Man reigns supreme!" Wu Shuai's father was very excited. He grabbed Wu Shuai's hand tightly. "What?" Wu Shuai was greatly shocked. He was tongue-tied. "What in the world is going on?" "Father." His father explained the situation in detail. "I had a fortuitous encounter. Even though I was discovered in the end, I was quick-witted and purposely failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. I suffered heavy injuries from the backlash and used this reason to escape from the Celestial Court and come here." Dragon Man reigns supreme. My son, we, the Dragon Man race, are destined to replace the human race. This is Fate Gu's revelation. We can definitely believe it. Wu Shuai's father's eyes shine brightly. "Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me and spread this news. I wonder how excited the Dragon Man Gu Immortals will be." "Father, rest well. I will do it now." Wu Shuai was also very excited. He quickly made arrangements for his father and left the room. Not long after, he ran into Guliang. Guliang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to greet him. Seeing Wu Shuai's hesitation and struggle, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Guliang worked closely together. He already knew Guliang's true identity. He was not a human. He was a variant human Gu Immortal. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before telling him the truth. Guliang was also shocked. After reacting, he understood why Wu Shuai was hesitating. "Wu Shuai, you did not gather the Dragon Men and announce this news. It was the right decision. Once the Celestial Court finds out that this secret was leaked, they will definitely slaughter and cleanse the Dragon Man race. But if we continue to hide it from the Celestial Court and make them think that no one knows about this secret, just this alone is not enough. Your father's actions are too strange. The fact that he came into contact with Fate Gu is something we can investigate. Next, members of the Celestial Court will come to investigate this information. Guliang knows me. This is what I am worried about." Wu Shuai sighed. "What should we do now?" Guliang hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Friend, didn't you think of this already? The only thing we can do now is to sacrifice your father and make it seem like he died from heavy injuries the moment he returned. We can escape this calamity." Wu Shuai's expression was pale. He took 2 steps back as he shook his head. "You want me to kill my father? This is impossible." Chapter 1857. Wu Shuai frowned deeply. He had a bitter expression. "What I am suspecting now is, if this is a plot against me and my father, a plot to harm my race, what should I do? Dragon Men reign supreme might be a lie. The culprit is trying to frame my race." Gu Liang thought about it before denying. "This possibility is very small, because according to your father, he was able to interact with Fate Gu because of many coincidences. It was not controlled by anyone. Many of the crucial steps were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are too many coincidences, I am suspicious." "Oh, friend, how did humans learn about the heavens will revelation in Fate Gu? Isn't your father's situation similar to this?" Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. Right at this time, a loud voice resounded in the sky. Celestial Court, Gu Immortals came. They were here to check on Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, make a decision now. If you are late, not only will your life's hard work be for nothing, even your Dragon Man race will be exterminated. Wu Shuai's expression turned pale as paper. His body shook, he almost fell to the ground. Under such circumstances, Wu Shuai had to make a decision. He knew that this decision would cause him pain for the rest of his life, but he had to do it. Even if he was not sure if there was really a heavens will revelation of Dragon Men reign supreme, or if it was a trap, he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, not only would he and his father lose, the entire Dragon Man race would also lose. On that day, Wu Shuai's father failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. He suffered a backlash and died. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals had no clues. Even though they were suspicious, they could not do anything to the rank 8 Gu Immortal Wu Shuai. They could only leave. For more than 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him, but Wu Shuai hugged his lover and cried. Tai Qin said gently, "The dead cannot come back to life. Senior brother, I am sorry for your loss. Uncle sacrificed himself to construct Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court will definitely reward him." Wu Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin the exact reason. He could only swallow this bitter pill. He had no choice but to say, "Do you know, junior sister? After I killed Song Taozi all those years ago, I often had a similar dream. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragon Man race, leading the Dragon Man race to rise, living a free and peaceful life. I live deep in the royal court and rule without doing anything. The Dragon Men live and work in peace and contentment, equality and stability. Huang Wei is still my most capable assistant, helping me deal with the mundane affairs. My father was proud of me. He would say to me, 'My son, you really did it. You're my pride.' And I live happily with you, with many children, laughing and fooling around." At this point, Wu Shuai raised his head and wailed, "But now I only have you left, my junior sister." Tai Qin also has a sorrowful expression. After so many years, she never got pregnant with Wu Shuai's child. The union between the Dragon Men produced many more offspring than the human race. However, the probability of a hybrid between a mutant and a human was very low. Not only the Dragonians, but the rest of the mutants also felt the same way. This was a huge blow to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in sorrow. Gu Liang came to persuade him. "Wu Shuai, I understand your sorrow, but please pay attention to the Celestial Court. Don't blame yourself too much and let the Celestial Court see through you. If everything goes to waste, wouldn't your father's sacrifice be in vain?" Wu Shuai felt like he was struck by lightning. He woke up abruptly. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his fists towards Gu Liang. "Thank you for your guidance. Otherwise, I would have made a huge mistake." Gu Liang nodded and smiled. "These last days, you have been too sad. You did not continue with the construction of Central Heaven Gate. Now it is time to continue. But Fate Gu's prophecy, that Dragon Men reign supreme, is that true?" Wu Shuai had something that he could not let go of. Gu Liang smiled. "To prove this, the best way is to let you interact with Fate Gu again. But the risk here is too high. In fact, you don't have to be anxious. You just need to wait patiently. You can slowly test it." "You mean?" Wu Shuai realized something. Gu Liang nodded. "That's right. If Dragon Men truly reign supreme, then Providence will definitely take care of your race. Your father is like Yu Ji in history. When Yu Ji was still a Gu master, he was a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman's sacred hall. But when he got close to Fate Gu, he learned of the heavenly fate prophecy that humans would reign supreme. Along the way, he followed Fate Gu's instructions and stole it, offering it to the most crucial person, Primordial Origin, who had yet to become an immortal Venerable. I know Yu Ji. He was the Tao Guardian of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He obtained the heavenly fate prophecy, but did not die. Instead, he stole fate gu. Why did my father? Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Gu Liang said, I have my own guesses about this. Do you remember when I told you that star constellation immortal Venerable had once become one with the Tao? From then on, her will interfered with providence. It was likely because of this that your father met with misfortune. But he also successfully brought out the huge secret of dragon men reign supreme. He died a worthy death. Gu Liang continued to console. Your father revealed this secret to you. O Wu Shuai, you might very well be a crucial person in heaven's fate, like primordial origin. So you cannot be discouraged. You cannot give up. You need to work hard. Wu Shuai shook his head. How can I be compared to a venerable? Moreover, us variant humans cannot become venerables. Gu Liang was silent for a while before saying with a strange expression, It is a phenomenon that variant humans cannot become venerables, but the reason for this has never been determined. There are many different theories. To speak the truth, my race has been researching why variant humans cannot become venerables. Wu Shuai found it strange. Isn't it said that humans are the spirit of all living beings? Gu Liang smiled coldly. I'm afraid this is just a pretense. There is a huge secret to becoming a venerable. It might be related to spirituality, but it is definitely not just that. There were some examples in the history of the human race. Some Gu immortals had incredible strength. They passed all the calamities and tribulations of rank 8, but still could not become venerable. They could not advance to rank 9. Your ancestor, Duke Long, should know better. He was such an example. Back then, he had incredible strength, but could not advance to rank 9. That was why he turned into a dragon man. If you can find out about this, my race is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret. Gu Liang promised solemnly. You are too serious. If I can find out about this, I will share it with you for free. Wu Shuai swore to heaven. Before he left, Gu Liang reminded, Immortal friend Wu Shuai, please be careful. Even though fate Gu is not in your hands, if it is truly heaven's will, there will definitely be some revelations. You are definitely a key figure in this. I'm afraid that these revelations will fall on you, or the people close to you. Please pay more attention. I won't. Wu Shuai nodded. Time will prove everything. However, to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not gain any revelations. He continued to construct Central Heaven Gate to reassure the celestial court. The Dragon Man race and many Dragon Man Gu immortals were dissatisfied with him. They scolded Wu Shuai for being a dog. His father died while constructing Central Heaven Gate. As his son, he was still constructing Central Heaven Gate. He was truly a slave. There was no way to save him. He deserved it for his father's death. Thus, more and more dragon men moved out of Southflower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamt of his father again. His father told him, Continue to work hard, I understand you now. Your sacrifice will definitely make you a great hero. The Dragon Man race needs your leadership, my child. He dreamt that he and Tai Chin finally had a child. It turned out that in a certain earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed growing. This weed was an ancient, desolate plant. It spread over a large area and was guarded by immemorial, desolate beasts. As long as he and Tai Chin ate this weed, they would be able to have children and overcome the predicament of being mixed bloods. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a sudden realization. He realized, was this the revelation of heaven's will? He recalled carefully. Before Huang Wei died, he had a dream. He saw Huang Wei bidding farewell to him. Before his father died, he also had a dream. He saw his father talking about his deceased mother. He said that he missed her greatly and wanted to reunite with her. It was very simple to verify this guess. Wu Shuai immediately made a plan. Using Gu Liang's strength, he returned to Eastern Sea and obtained the nameless weed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin consumed the seaweed. Half a month later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Qin was really pregnant with his child. This kind of surprise was really too big. Not only because he finally obtained the child that he yearned for, he also verified his guess. He finally understood. Heavens had started long ago. It was just that he did not notice it. The dream realm started to change. It continued to give Wu Shuai inspiration. Wu Shuai acted according to the inspiration. He got twice the results with half the effort. He succeeded immediately. Not only did he construct Central Heaven Gate, he even set up a secret door. Even the Celestial Court did not notice it when they inspected it. To gain the trust of the Celestial Court, he stopped developing his Dragonman force. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the inspiration in the dream, his cultivation level continued to rise. With Guliang's help, he passed many calamities and tribulations. The dream realm changed again. There was a revelation about creating the rank 8 immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. The core immortal Gu of rank 8 Dragon Palace is rank 8 Dream Token. This is a dream path Gu. It is truly suitable for the great era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for dream path immortal materials. These dream path immortal materials were very rare. They were usually hidden in the corners of the world. They were inconspicuous. Chapter 1858. During this period, Wu Shuai returned to Southflower Island. Tai Qin was finally born. We finally have a bloodline between us. Tai Qin, it has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the newborn. He spun around happily. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed beside Tai Qin. He looked at the weak Tai Qin lovingly. His gaze was extremely gentle. What do you think we should name our child? Tai Qin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. This child has a pair of big eyes. He is very intelligent. Let's call him Longling, Wu Shuai said. Tai Qin nodded. Longling, that is a good name. His son, Longling, was born. Wu Shuai was very happy, but at the same time he felt an even greater responsibility on his shoulders. Huang Wei and my father have already passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Qin left by my side. Now I have my son. I want to give Tai Qin a proper status. I want to give my child a bright future. He will not live in an environment where he is discriminated against. I want him to live proudly as a dragon man. He will live proudly. The responsibility in his heart urged him. After resting for a few days on Southflower Island, Wu Shuai went on his way again. He roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, collecting dream path immortal materials. The process of refining dream token immortal Gu was very mystical. Everything happened in his sleep. As immortal materials were refined one by one, dream token immortal Gu finally reached the final juncture. Wu Shuai was extremely shocked. The final enlightenment from the dream realm was for him to sacrifice Tai Qin. Only if she sacrificed herself, using her life as a sacrifice, could he complete the final step of dream token. No, I cannot do this. Wu Shuai suffered a huge blow. His face was pale. He could not accept such a revelation. For a few days he was in a daze. He roamed around immemorial, white heaven like a wandering soul. Only when he encountered a primordial desolate beast and was nearly killed by it, did he suddenly wake up from his stupor. He killed this immemorial desolate beast, but he was still very troubled. He could not find a solution. Do I really have to sacrifice junior sister? No, this is impossible. There must be another way. There must be. Wu Shuai decided to temporarily stop his plans to refine the dream token. He wanted to gain more enlightenment from the dream. The next night, the dream brought him a new revelation. This revelation made him extremely shocked. Old ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my Dragon Man race. Moreover, Duke Long has already wanted to use this killer move many times. Even though he had absolute trust in his dreamscape, this news was just too sensational and hard to believe. He pondered for a while and decided to return to Zhongzhou State, first to find out the truth. Wu Shuai spent a lot of time and effort to refine Dream, Token Immortal Gu. During this period, Central Continent was in turmoil, the conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus, the master and disciple pair, was getting more intense. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, the Celestial Court had many doubts about him, but Duke Long still trusted him. Wu Shuai mobilized all the forces he could mobilize to investigate this matter. At the same time, the dream also brought him more enlightenment. With the help of Dreamscape, Wu Shuai obtained more and more clues. These clues proved that his dreamscape was correct. Wu Shuai even knew the name of this killer move: Dragon Man Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragon Man Lifespan Extension method and created the Dragon Men. As more and more Dragon Men appeared and developed, the Dragon Man race was born. Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Men, the origin of the race. When he created the Dragon Man race, he left behind a trump card. That was the killer move Dragon Man Extermination. As long as this move is activated, all the Dragon Men in the world will self-detonate. No one will survive. And Duke Long had wanted to use this killer move long ago. He only delayed it due to Star Constellation's will. Old Ancestor, you are so ruthless. You are truly too ruthless. Wu Shuai was cold, helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work and the rise of the Dragon Man race was a joke in front of this killer move. It was a realistic yet illusory illusion. What should I do? Wu Shuai held at the sky. He had no ideas. That's right, I have a dream realm. Suddenly he remembered something. His eyes shone with the radiance of hope. He still had one last life-saving straw. That night, the dream realm returned to a few years ago. Dreamscape was about Dream, Token Immortal Gu. The final step of refining Dream, Token Immortal Gu, was to get Tai Chin to sacrifice herself. The dream realm told Wu Shuai that to deal with Dragon Man Extermination, he had to refine Dream, Token Immortal Gu first. Wu Shuai woke up from his dream. In the darkness of the night, he cried silently. He looked at his lover beside him in a daze, the woman he loved in his life, Tai Chin. Tai Chin was sleeping soundly, but as if she sensed something, she opened her eyes and saw Wu Shuai's sorrowful expression. What is it? Tai Chin quickly hugged Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her back. He hugged her tightly. He had used so much strength, but he had never felt so weak and powerless before. Wu Shuai had no choice but to tell Tai Chin the truth. Tai Chin quickly accepted it. She used her warm palm to caress Wu Shuai's face as she smiled. So that's it, my senior brother. I love you. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, even my life. This is not a big deal, but in this life, other than you, I have another concern, that is our child. After I die, you must take good care of me, nurture my child. Promise me, okay? I promise you. I will use my life, my dignity. I will use everything I have to promise you. Wu Shuai cried. He was extremely sorrowful. Dream Token was refined successfully. Next, a rank 8 dragon palace was also constructed. After it was built, Wu Shuai stayed inside. He often walked around the pavilion, touching the pillars on the walls. He imagined feeling Tai Chin's warmth, but all he got was the coldness of the immortal Gu house itself. His and Tai Chin's child grew up. He would ask him sometimes, "Father, where did my mother go? Why is she not back yet?" Every time he asked this, Wu Shuai felt like a spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed profusely. Every time he would squat down and embrace his son, Long Ling, in his arms. He would hug him tightly and lie to him gently. The young and innocent dragon spirit was like an antidote, the only medicine in this world that could heal the trauma in his heart. Even though he had a rank 8 dragon palace, Wu Shuai had no intention of fighting for fame and fortune. He secretly targeted Green Ant Ascetic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. But he achieved his former dream. He could have imprisoned Shu Jiuling. He could have even captured Fan Ji and executed him in front of Shu Jiuling. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Shu Jiuling go and let her be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about his past glory. Even though he cared about it in the past, he felt pain and fought for it. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He had let them go. Right now, Wu Shuai felt very tired, but he could not stop. Because the matter of Dragon Man extermination was not resolved yet. The dream realm enlightened him again. To resolve Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use rank 8 Dragon Palace. He also needed to conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. Dragon Man was the product of the Dragon Man life extension method, and the creation of Dragon Man extermination originated from this. The three were closely related. Wu Shuai had already grasped the Dragon Man life extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace and reverse engineering the Dragon Man extermination killer move based on the two, it was possible. But to do this, Wu Shuai could not do it alone. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Gu Immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu Immortals were here. These Dragon Man Gu Immortals did not believe it at first, but Wu Shuai provided sufficient evidence and clues. They had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, Gu Liang was here as a witness. The secret of Wu Shuai's father in heavens was made public. To do the experiment, we need a vast number of dragon men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will suffer a fate worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said, "I object." Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's 7th brother in terms of bloodline, the 7th young master that ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing, "8th brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the celestial court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine dream, token immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now, to deal with the Dragon Man extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent dragon men. You want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? Do you think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? No, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and lamentable. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but in the end, she was sacrificed to refine a Gu. He. You wanted to be your father's pride, but in the end, you killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause. You gave him hope. But you killed him because of it, and now what happened to the cause? Ha. The 7th young master laughed maniacally. Tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried everything to lead the Dragon Man race to rise, but in the end, the Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed. It is going to be extinct. It's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying Southflower Island and migrating your tribesmen to develop, creating conflict between the dragon men and humans. Why would so many things happen? If the dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the dragon-human race. Wu Shuai, Wu Shuai, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our dragon man race. But what you brought to our dragon man race was not glory, nor was it hope, nor was it equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy. The hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on the dragon throne. Expressionless at this point, the dream realm finally dissipated. In the depths of the sea, there was only a grand palace and the 4 dragon generals left. The dragon generals had complicated but obedient gazes as they looked at Fong Yuan's Dragon Man clone walking towards the door of Dragon Palace. The door of Dragon Palace opened by itself. The Dragon Man clone walked into Dragon Palace's hall. He was also expressionless, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. Looking at Dragon Palace, it seemed to be the same as before. Seventh Brother's criticism was still lingering. The surrounding Dragon Mango immortals were still gathered. When he looked again, the hall was empty. Everything had vanished into thin air. It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back. The Dragon Man clone's voice resounded in the hall. It sounded like the sobbing of a ghost. But I am no longer me. The Dragon Man clone smiled bitterly again. It was no longer his voice, no longer his face, no longer his body, not even his soul. There was only a will left, the will that had lasted for 1,000,000 years. It was still struggling at death's door. Dragon Spirit greets Master. Dragon Spirit appeared with a respectful expression. It had a hint of joy on its face. Finally, Dragon Court has a new master. The Dragon Man clone looked at Dragon Spirit deeply. His eyes were turning red. He wished that Dragon Spirit could call him Father, but it was impossible. Tai Chin, in the end, I have let you down. I have let you down. Wu Shuai raised his head and let out a deep sigh. His sigh was filled with endless sorrow and guilt. But he did not cry. Chapter 1859. After much effort, Duke Long finally came to an agreement with Fong Yuan. Eastern Sea's 2 rank 8s, Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan, witnessed the entire process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Fong Yuan with a large amount of Qi path cultivation resources, more importantly, he gave primordial origin immortal venerables true inheritance to Qi Sea ancestor. This made the 2 Eastern Sea immortals feel helpless, but they could not help but admire Duke Long's magnanimity. Of course, only a small portion was handed over. Fong Yuan's Qi Sea ancestor stopped fighting with Celestial Court. They started to coexist peacefully, while Celestial Court would replenish these resources in the future. As for Primordial Origin's true inheritance, it was also handed over in parts. After all, both sides did not sign any alliance agreement. Both sides finally came to an agreement, but Fong Yuan did not leave immediately. He took the initiative to lead the way. Fong Yuan is indeed taking Dragon Palace. Maybe Duke Long, you can resolve the grudge between him and your Celestial Court today. Fong Yuan smiled. From his expression, he looked like he was going to watch a show. But Fong Yuan did not want to stall for time. If he continued to argue, Duke Long and the 2 Eastern Sea immortals would easily see through his plan. In that case, he might as well go with the flow. They did not sign any alliance agreement. If they needed to make a move, Fong Yuan would attack immediately. As for what they agreed on earlier was all bullshit. Duke Long flew forward. He looked ahead and calmed down, replying plainly, "If that is the case, then one problem is resolved." The 2 Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. They were not in a hurry to leave since it was related to Dragon Palace. The group arrived at Dragon Palace's hiding place and went deep into the sea, but Dragon Palace was already gone. Is Dragon Palace really here? The 2 Eastern Sea immortals did not believe it. They suspected that Fong Yuan led them the wrong way on purpose, but they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not doubt it at all. Although Fong Yuan was leading the way, their current position was exactly what Fairy Myrtle had predicted. It seems like the Dragon Palace has really flown away. Duke Long sighed. Fong Yuan smiled and said, "What a pity. If the Dragon Palace was taken away by Fong Yuan, the Celestial Court would have lost to him again." Fong Yuan looked like he was watching a good show and was not afraid of making things worse. He used words to provoke Duke Long. Duke Long's reaction was indifferent. He was not agitated. This was because he knew a lot about the Dragon Palace. When his grandson Little 8 built it, he had already stipulated that only Dragonians could become the master of the Dragon Palace. This way, he would have Duke Long, who had Dragon Man Extermination, as his trump card. If Fang Yuan really subdued the Dragon Palace, he would definitely become a Dragon Man or have Dragon Man subordinates. Fang Yuan is a vigilant person and has reborn from the future. There is little chance of him becoming a Dragon Man. But even so, I can use Dragon Man Extermination to get rid of one of his subordinates. But killing or not killing is just a side issue. The crucial thing is to take Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, I gained something. At least, I eased the relationship between Qi Si Ancestor and the Celestial Court. I even opened up a possibility of recruiting Qi Si Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, it has already appeared in the world. It will definitely leave behind traces. I will definitely encounter it in the future. Sigh. Fang Yuan has a huge advantage after rebirth. He made arrangements in advance and attacked first. I was one step too late in Dragon Palace's aspect. Duke Long thought for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragon Man Extermination. He might as well keep this trump card at a crucial moment in the future. He could use it to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fang Yuan might know about Dragon Man Extermination. But if he knew about it, he would be on guard. Duke Long would not have much effect even if he used it. Thus, regardless of the situation, it was wise for Duke Long not to use this method for now. It is not appropriate for Dragon Palace to fall into Fang Yuan's hands. Taking Dragon Palace and dealing with Fang Yuan will become one matter. As a counter to Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng needs to be redeemed first. Thinking of this, Duke Long turned to negotiate with Shen Tsongsheng. Guyue Fang Zheng was in Shen Tsongsheng's hands. Shen Tsongsheng was mentally prepared. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shen clan and the celestial court behind Duke Long belonged to the righteous path. Their styles were similar. Shen Tsongsheng was naturally willing to transact with Duke Long. He would send Guyue Fang Zheng away in exchange for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guyue Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was not of much use to him. Shen Tsongsheng was secretly excited. He decided to extort a large sum from the celestial court. He had personally seen how rich celestial court was earlier. Fang Yuan stood at the side, inwardly moved. But if he competed with Duke Long now, it would not be good. Firstly, he had just negotiated with Duke Long. If he tried to undermine him in front of Duke Long, it would go against Qi Si Ancestor's character. Secondly, Fang Yuan had no confidence in competing with Celestial Court. If he killed Shen Tsongsheng and snatched Fang Zheng, the possibility was low. However, Fang Yuan did not give up. He transmitted to Shen Tsongsheng, asking intentionally. Shen Tsongsheng heard that Qi Si Ancestor was interested in Fang Zheng. He quickly replied, "I will not hide it from Ancestor. I have already soul-searched Fang Zheng. I know about his recent experiences. From the looks of it, he is indeed targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan seems to be a counter to him." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately enticed Shen Tsongsheng. Even though Fang Yuan is only rank 7 and I have only met him for the first time, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fang Zheng counters him, I might as well make Fang Zheng stay and negotiate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many venerable true inheritances in his possession. If you negotiate with Celestial Court, will Celestial Court give you a venerable true inheritance? Fang Yuan tried to persuade Shen Tsongsheng to detain Fang Zheng himself. He would find a chance to make a move. After all, Fang Zheng was in Shen Tsongsheng's hands and in Celestial Court's hands. These were two different difficulties. Shen Tsongsheng replied enthusiastically. He did not dare to hesitate. He smiled. "Ancestor is right. This is a good suggestion." While replying, he said to Duke Long, "If Celestial Court wants to redeem Guyue Fang Zheng, they just need to give him a venerable, true inheritance." Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. "Oh, Shen Tsongsheng, You are asking for too much. Do you think you are on the same level as Qi Si? Immortal friend Qi Si was able to obtain a Venerable's true inheritance because we fought. If you obtain a Venerable true inheritance with a captive, won't Qi Si become a joke? Shen Songsheng, watch your attitude. If you still have unrealistic hopes, why don't we have a match first? Duke Long's attitude changed very clearly. His tone was very domineering, completely different from Fang Yuan's previous conversation. Shen Songsheng felt troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. If he was careless, he would secretly flatter Qi Si ancestor and even use Qi Si ancestor to lower the price. But through soul-searching, Shen Songsheng understood Fang Jing's value even more. He sneered and said fearlessly, Duke Long, I admit I am not your match. But so what? You can defeat me, but you cannot kill me for now. Besides, the most critical point is that Fang Zheng is in my hands. His life or death is just a thought of mine. If you do not give me a venerable true inheritance, what can you offer? At least let me see Celestial Court's sincerity. Shan Songsheng was not muddle-headed. He spoke in a soft but firm tone. But in the end, he settled for the next best thing. He did not forcefully ask for a venerable true inheritance. After all, Duke Long's fist was much bigger than his. Both sides argued for a while, but could not come to an agreement. Shen Songsheng's asking price was very high, while Guyue Fangzheng was very important to Duke Long and Celestial Court. Fang Yuan observed from the side. He could see the bigger picture. The more important Celestial Court placed on Fangzheng, the more it meant that Fangjing could restrain him. Fang Yuan's killing intent became denser. He secretly urged Shen Songsheng. In my opinion, you can contact Fang Yuan and have a discussion. Maybe he will offer a more generous price than Celestial Court. Shen Songsheng had an idea, he replied. Senior Qi Si ancestor, I would rather trade Fangzheng to Celestial Court. Firstly, Celestial Court is of the righteous path. It cares about credibility. It needs a living Fangzheng. And Fang Yuan only needs a dead Fangzheng. He might not be able to talk to me calmly. Secondly, in terms of foundation and wealth, who can compare to Celestial Court? Shan Songsheng was of the righteous path after all. He was naturally estranged from the demonic paths Fang Yuan. He was more willing to talk to Celestial Court, even though he was filled with wariness towards Celestial Court. Fang Yuan could not dissuade him. He could not use too much force to prevent himself from being seen through. He could only think of other plans. Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. Earlier, he had a difficult negotiation with Fang Yuan and wasted his breath. It was already very different from his usual style. Now that he had to wrangle with Shen Songsheng, Duke Long had the urge to attack. But Fang Yuan was at the side. Duke Long considered that Qi Si ancestor and Shen Songsheng were both Eastern Sigu immortals. He suppressed this urge. At this time, Fairy Myrtle provided Duke Long with a piece of information. Duke Long's eyes shined. This information was an important bargaining chip. He immediately transmitted it to Shen Songsheng. Shen Songsheng's expression changed. He blurted out, "Really?" "Of course." Duke Long nodded. "How about it?" "Those resources from before, along with this information." Shen Songsheng agreed without hesitation. This made Fang Yuan and Song Qi Yuan's hearts stir. They wondered what kind of deal the two had made. Guyue Fangzheng was handed back to Duke Long by Shen Songsheng on the spot. Fangzheng had already fainted. Duke Long carried him as he bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not make him stay. He could only let him leave. The two Eastern Sea immortals who stayed behind spoke in unison. They invited Fang Yuan to their territory as a guest. They even promised to give some resources to Fang Yuan as compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield. Fang Yuan nodded. He needed these two to influence the whole of Eastern Sea's immortal world. After agreeing on a date, Fang Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a long time, he stopped on a cloud. From the cloud, an immortal Gu house rose up. The Dragon Man clone walked out. Fang Yuan and his clone looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1860. This is Dream, Token Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan inspected Dragon Palace. Dream Token was like a dragonfly. It had a round head and a long body. It had a pair of pink, gem-like compound eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. If one took a closer look at the light wings, they would discover a faint layer of colorful halo. Fang Yuan felt joy in his heart. All along, he had been looking forward to Dream Path Immortal Goo. Even though he had many Dream Path killer moves, the truth was that he had 0 Dream Path Immortal Goo. For example, Unravel Dream's Immortal Goo were only Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery. Fang Yuan used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo to replace the effects of the Dream Path Immortal Goo that he had. This also meant that every time he used Unravel Dream, he would expend a lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo. In the early stages of obtaining Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan had to work hard to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo one by one. If he had a Dream Path Immortal Goo to replace it, it would not be so troublesome. Fang Yuan did not have a Dream Path Immortal Goo all along, but now he finally had one, and it was a rank 8 Dream Token. Thinking back to this Dream Realm exploration, it was truly dangerous. I almost lost myself. The Dragon Man clone sighed. He still had lingering fear. If I had not sensed something amiss in advance and secretly set up Unravel Dream, killer move, and activated it later, I would have already betrayed him. Fang Yuan had always used Unravel Dream on Dream Realms, but this time he used it on himself. However, the reason why Dragon Palace could enslave rank 8s and create new masters was because of the effect of Dream Realms. Thus, Fang Yuan clone used Unravel Dream on himself. It was a direct counter to the problem. The killer move was dead, but the person was alive. The use of goo worms depended on the mind. Of course, Unravel Dream alone was not enough to resist a rank 8 Dream Token. He had to thank Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other Eastern Sea Goo immortals for this. Fang Yuan's main body nodded slightly. This is indeed the most strenuous and difficult dream I've ever explored. However, when I observed your fate, the trace of greenish-purple qi couldn't be faked. It indicates that you can become the master of the Dragon Palace without losing your way. The reason why Fang Yuan sent his doppelganger into the dream to test him was because he saw that there was a chance of success. If it weren't for that wisp of purplish-green energy, failure would have been the only outcome. Fang Yuan's main body would have already made a move. At this time, Fang Yuan's main body and clone had already finished communicating, and both sides had learned about each other's previous experiences. Fang Yuan's main body commented, "The Dragon Palace's dream realm is indeed deep and complicated. This time, my body and soul have entered the dream realm, so it's inevitable that my emotions will be stirred. There's also the dream within the dream, which can make people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. And outside, the Celestial Court is in a difficult position. If we're not careful, a great battle will break out and cause the situation to go out of control." Although the 2 immortals of the Eastern Sea looked harmless, they were definitely not good people. In the previous life, they fought against Duke Long for Dragon Palace. After Duke Long won, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they even worked together with other rank 8s to invade Hidden Dragon Cave, never giving up on Dragon Palace. In fact, the reason why Duke Long chose to negotiate was because Fang Yuan was acting as Qi Si ancestor with incredible strength, and also because of this consideration. Looking at the entire situation, Fang Yuan's action was very dangerous. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was not careful, the situation would collapse. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. The situation was under his control. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's strategic planning. Firstly, he was the most experienced person in exploring dream realms. He was the #1 in the world. Even though it was his clone who made a move this time, Fang Yuan also taught him pure dream reality, seeker transformation, and unravel dream. Secondly, Fang Yuan constructed cooking luck pot. It could inspect luck. Fang Yuan had indeed observed the azure purple qi. He knew there was a chance of success, thus he tried it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan also sent by Ningbing and the others in the River of Time. Myriad-year flying worship fought against the 5-time path immortal gu houses of Celestial Court. It drew the attention of Celestial Court. Using his previous plan, Fang Yuan successfully deceived Duke Long. He skillfully maneuvered between Celestial Court and Eastern Sea's local superforces, borrowing strength from both sides. Finally, even if he failed, Fang Yuan would only lose a clone. His main body would still be safe, his foundation would still be intact. If the Dragon Man clone betrayed him, Fang Yuan could rely on the connection between his main body and clone to pursue and kill him. Ignoring everything else, just the luck aspect alone could not be resolved by Dragon Palace, because Dragon Palace was a product of Red Lotus era, while Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal later on. Precisely because of these reasons, Fang Yuan was able to deal with Celestial Court, Eastern Seas Gu Immortals, and the 4 Dragon Generals. He was able to take care of them. He had the advantage of attacking and defending. He was able to control the overall situation. Of course, there were risks too. If he lost the Dragon Man clone, Fang Yuan would lose almost all of his current dream path methods. After all, unravel dream and pure dream reality, seeker transformation, were in the hands of the clone. This was a risk that he had to take. How could there be no risk in doing something big? Moreover, this time, it concerned a rank 8 immortal gu house like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No will could exist in dream realms for 1,000,000 years. The reason why the Dragonoid avatar had once become Wu Shuai was, in fact, a result of the dream token's modification. It had warped his original will, causing the Dragonoid avatar to mistakenly believe that he was Wu Shuai and reincarnate. How could Fang Yuan's will be so easily twisted? Even if he was deceived for now, he would sense it in the future and realize it. Unless the Dragon Man clone stayed in Dragon Palace all day and imprisoned himself, he would be affected by Dream Token at all times. Wu Shuai's considerations and arrangements were truly meticulous. This was praiseworthy. After Fang Yuan's main body learned of the clone's experience, he was moved, he praised. He is a character! Unfortunately, Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he was not skilled. If he was not skilled, how could he resist Central Continent's 10 great sects and develop South Flower Island? His aptitude was also very high. Precisely because of this, he was nurtured by his father from a young age. He was also favored by Green Ant Ascetic and became rank 8. Even though he had external help, his own abilities were the most important. Unfortunately, the enemies he faced were too strong. Not to mention the Celestial Court. Just Duke Long alone was enough to take care of the entire Dragon Man race. Furthermore, it was not just Duke Long. Duke Long also had Star Constellation behind him. Providence declared that Dragon Men would reign supreme. This was the trend of the heavenly Tao. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly terrifying. She merged at the Tao and mixed her will with Providence, confusing the heavenly Tao. Precisely because of this, the 3 demon venerables after Star Constellation could not destroy the Celestial Court. Only Red Lotus Demon Venerable managed to damage Fate Gu in the end. Even this small achievement was beyond the imagination of the world. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not an otherworldly demon. Thus, Wu Shuai's failure was determined from the start. Even a demon venerable failed, not to mention Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai could be sacrificed, but so could the countless members of the Celestial Court. Duke Long exterminated the Dragon Man race. Was it not a sacrifice? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable merged with the Tao and sacrificed herself. From Wu Shuai's life, Fang Yuan's main body could sense the strength of the Celestial Court. This organization's foundation was simply too deep. The immortal graveyard was deep, who knew how many rank 8s were slumbering after 1,000,000 years. Duke Long was still alive, primordial origin immortal venerable. Star constellation immortal venerable. Genesis lotus immortal venerable. Duke Long, fairy myrtle. Chin-E, thunder ghost true monarch. These people were all influential figures. All of these had already formed a great force that suppressed everything in history. Even a demon venerable could not go against it. Just thinking about this made one feel suffocated. It was no wonder that Song Chi-yuan and Shin Songsheng were so wary. Seeing the earth trenches appearing and the 5 regions merging, they became increasingly anxious. Fang Yuan wanted to go against this great force. Only by destroying fate, Gu can I have the possibility of eternal life. If I fail, will there be future generations who will learn of my deeds in the future and be moved by them? They will only be moved. After inspecting Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan kept his clone and Dragon Palace into his immortal aperture. He summoned Shui Er, Shi Shicheng, and Mo Tansang. Fang Yuan activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with them and quickly left Eastern Sea. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, Jade Flow Pearl was no longer useful. He could only use omnidirectional travel as a form of transportation. The ancient battle formation had its unique advantage. Of course, Fang Yuan could also use myriad-year flying worship as a form of transportation. This rank 8 immortal Gu House's speed was not bad, but this immortal Gu House was still fighting in the river of time. Chapter 1861. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a grand purple-gold palace was floating in the air. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. The Dragon Man clone controlled this immortal Gu House, immediately emitting large amounts of smoke. Wherever the smoke went, it devoured everything. Fang Yuan used it as an experiment. An immemorial year beast that he brought over could not resist it at all. It cried out in shock before it was swept away by the dream path smoke, vanishing without a trace. Withdraw! The Dragon Man clone willed. The dream path smoke was like a python returning to its nest. It quickly went back into Dragon Palace. Everything that it had devoured before was naturally swept into the Dragon Palace. This move was the dream path killer move that Fang Yuan had seen in his previous life. Back then, Dragon Palace emitted smoke that corroded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had turned phantom, it was still affected. It was truly one move that dominated the world. In this short period of time, the 5 regions Gu Immortals, including the Celestial Court, lacked methods to deal with Dream Path. Dream Path's effect was immediate. But now that Fang Yuan used it personally, he found that this dreamy light smoke was not the Dream Path offensive killer move that he had expected. It was more used to capture captives. Like earlier, Dragon Palace used this move to capture an immemorial year beast with rank 8 battle strength, suppressing it inside the palace with ease. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu House. Even with a rank 8 Dream Path immortal Gu, like Dream Token, it could not change its nature. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke was designed to complement Dragon Palace. It would first capture the target of enslavement before enslaving them. Other than Dreamy Light Smoke, Dragon Palace had 2 other Dream Path killer moves. One was called Dream Revelation. It had the effect of Wisdom Path. It could allow Gu Immortals to enter dreams and enlighten them in the dream realm. The other was called Dream Within Dream. It could create dream realms within dream realms. Like when the Dragon Man clone explored dream realms and turned into Wu Shui. Wu Shui entered the dream and obtained dream revelations. This was a dream within a dream. As for the dream realm that enveloped Dragon Palace earlier, it was the power of Dream Token itself. After some consideration, Fang Yuan realized that at the current stage, Dreamy Light Smoke was the most practical. Even though Dream Awakening was brilliant, not only did it consume immortal essence, it also consumed providence. That was to say, providence was involved in this killer move. To Wu Shui, it was the will of the heavens and the dragon men would reign supreme. Therefore, Providence was supporting the Dragonians, so it was completely fine for him to use this move. He could receive the favor and guidance of the heavenly Tao, but Feng Yuan couldn't. Feng Yuan was an otherworldly demon who was suppressed and targeted by Providence. He had always been an enemy of Providence. He had a killer move called Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was specially used to eliminate Providence. How could he count on Providence to help him? As for Dream Within Dream, this killer move targeted dream realms and not living beings. After activating it, it could form a deeper layer of dreamland. What was the use of that? It was to alter dreams. Back then, Wu Shuai mainly used it to alter Dragon Palace's dream realm, forming a dream within a dream. When Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone explored, he encountered many dreams within dreams. Undeniably, such an alteration could make the dream realm more complex. It could make the explorer lose himself in it and forget about himself. What could Feng Yuan use it for? For the time being, Feng Yuan wanted to explore dream realms. He could alter these dream realms and create a dream within a dream within a dream. These dreams within dreams were created by Feng Yuan. They belonged to him. This way, he would be able to create a base in the dream realm, a safe place to rest and recuperate. The most important thing was Dream Token Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was similar to Feng Yuan's Soul Beast token. The former was a Dream Path Goo worm with Enslavement Path power, while the latter was a Soul Path Goo worm with Enslavement Path power. Feng Yuan had already found out about the usage of this Rank 8 Dream Token Immortal Goo from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, when Duke Long used Dragon Man Extermination, Wu Shuai was not spared, but he had tried hard. He experimented with Dragon Men. There were some results that could delay his death. Wu Shuai used the last bit of time he had to activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. He not only expended his Rank 8 Immortal Essence, he also expended all of his emotions, memories, and wills. After the arrangements were made, his body was thin. Only a tiny bit of his soul was left. He sat on the dragon throne. Because he expended too much energy, after a while he breathed his last. In the end, he even sacrificed himself. He gave up everything. Thus, for now, the price of activating Dream Token Immortal Goo was huge. Wu Shuai was not killed by Dragon Man Extermination. He only died because of Dream Token. Feng Yuan assessed. He was an Enslavement Path Goo Immortal at the peak of Rank 8. He sacrificed himself to activate Dream Token and create Dragon Palace's Dream Realm. In recent times, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in was destroyed. Dragon Palace escaped and hid in the sea, subduing Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though there were 4 Rank 8 battle strengths, the foundation of the Dream Realm was greatly reduced. When the Dragon Man clone explored it, Dragon Palace's Dream Realm showed signs of breaking down. There was an obvious detail: Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These 2 sects were 2 of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects from Red Lotus era a million years ago. But the Dream Realm could not be created. It could only rely on the Dragon Man clone's memories. This exposed the fact that the Dream Realm at that time had already reached its limit. That is to say, by sacrificing a peak Rank 8 Goo Immortal like Wu Shuai, I could enslave 4 Rank 8s and 1 Rank 7. If it was the complete Dragon Palace Dream Realm, the Dragon Man clone would have to rely on Unravel Dream to be modified. Thus, he had to thank these 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8 Goo Immortals. They expended a lot of the Dream Realm's power. If he used Dream Token alone, whoever used it would die. Dream Token Immortal Goo would drain the Goo Immortal's foundation and turn it into a Dream Realm. The size and power of the Dream Realm depended on the situation, depending on the Goo Immortal who activated it. Of course, Rank 7 and 6 Goo Immortals did not have Rank 8 Immortal Essence. They could not activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. Rank 8 Goo Immortals could not be forced. They had to be willing. That is to say, every time I activate Dream Token Immortal Goo, a rank 8 Gu immortal will be expended. This was a huge price. Fang Yuan did not want to try it himself. But in the future, when my dream path attainment level is high enough, I can use dream token immortal Gu as the core and create killer moves to restrict dream token, preventing it from draining the Gu immortal dry and creating dream realms in a controlled manner. But it is not very useful. Oh, Fang Yuan thought about it. Dream token immortal Gu alone was not very useful to him. Even if he had killer moves in the future and could create dream realms in a controlled manner, they would not be drained by dream token immortal Gu. But that would also expend a lot of Fang Yuan's foundation. Forget about his immortal essence and soul. The crucial point was that his true meaning would be converted and expended. This meant that Fang Yuan's attainment level would fall. Without true meaning, dream realms were just shallow illusions. Precisely because dream realms contained true meaning and all sorts of emotions, they could bewitch people. If the exploration was successful and all sorts of emotions were removed, the Gu Master would obtain true meaning and their attainment level would rise. But in the future, dream realms will appear everywhere. I can expend a portion of my attainment level to create a dream realm as a trap to trap crucial people. If I can make such a crucial person my own, I will be able to catch my enemies off guard. Dream token, dreamy light smoke, dream within dream, dream enlightenment, these were his dream path gains. For Fang Yuan, not all of them were useful, but they did increase his dream path strength by several times, especially when these killer moves were fused into immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan did not need to practice them and could use them easily. It was very convenient. Other than dream path, there were huge gains in other aspects too. The most obvious was Zhang Yin Granny Rong and the other 4 dragon generals. Fang Yuan had gained 4 rank 8 battle strength experts, and it was 4. Wu Shuai and the Dragon Man races collections were kept in Dragon Palace for the future. Now they belonged to Fang Yuan. Most of these inheritances were related to enslavement path, but the most valuable ones were Qian Kuin Crystal Wall, Censure Peak, Army Ant, and others. Back then, Wu Shuai enslaved Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and obtained her immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. Wu Shuai found out that Calligraphy Pavilion was so powerful because it contained a large number of Qian Kuin Crystal Wall. Qian Kuin Crystal Wall was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Renzu had records of it, but it had always been in a fragmented state. Calligraphy Pavilion's Qian Kuin Crystal Wall was only a portion of it. The value of the Censure Peak, for example, was similar to the prototype of the Refinement Sea. Lang, a white-haired land spirit, wanted to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Refinement Sea. He paid a huge price but did not succeed until now. Censure Peak was created, but it could only be considered an incomplete, secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was a level lower than Refinement Sea. Army Ant was the true inheritance of Green Ant Ascetic. Wu Shuai developed it after inheriting it. It was his main offensive method in the past. As long as he raised them to a certain scale, they would have terrifying might. They could fight many rank 8 Gu Immortals alone. Finally, there was Dragon Palace itself, Dragon Spirit, and Enslavement Path attainment level. After the Dragon Man clone passed the Dream Realm, his Enslavement Path attainment level rose to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Back then, Wu Shuai's Enslavement Path attainment level was only 1 step away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the Dragonman's Enslavement Path talent, his talent was terrifying. Since ancient times, how many heroes had appeared after they were done with their work? In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars. These heroes did not lose their unique brilliance, even though they were illuminated by the 10 Venerables. The gains were huge. Fang Yuan had basically inherited the Dragon Man inheritance. In order to digest such results, it would take months and years. Fang Yuan was a little helpless. He had limited time. He could only choose to replenish some of his gains. Army, Ant had to be put aside for now. This method was only icing on the cake. Fang Yuan could already fight many rank 8s alone now. Furthermore, raising army, Ant would have to start from scratch. It would expend a huge amount of resources. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were both Information Path Foundation. Fang Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he had even set up Li Xiaobai's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It was also for this reason. What made Fang Yuan feel some regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If they had such methods with the current situation, Dream Path would lead the world. It would be more useful than Winter Coat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Chapter 1862. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The long hair refinement path formation rumbled. A large amount of white lychee immortal essence poured in, forming a blazing flame. In the blazing flame, the Dragon Man clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless, as if he was asleep. His body, on the other hand, began to melt, as if steel was about to melt into molten iron. This was a very painful matter, but the Dragon Man clone's soul had left in advance. It was standing beside Land Spirit of Lengya now. Fang Yuan's main body controlled this refinement path formation, while Land Spirit of Lengya, Sixth Hair, and the rest assisted him. Fang Yuan mobilized almost all of his refinement path go-immortals. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the Dragon Man clone's skin and flesh started to swell and blister. It soon became unrecognizable. It was like a gel or a round droplet of oil that had not completely flowed out. Be careful, hold on. I will leave this to you, Land Spirit of Lengya. Fang Yuan's main body was controlling the situation as he instructed. Land Spirit of Lengya nodded. Fang Yuan did not need to melt the Dragon Man clone completely. If he did that, it would be the same as killing the Dragon Man clone. Fang Yuan needed this state. The Dragon Man clone was at his limit, but it was only at the brink of collapse. To maintain this state, the Gu Immortal needed to control the flames at all times while paying close attention to the Dragon Man clone's condition. Fang Yuan handed this task to Land Spirit of Lengya. The latter had already turned into the white hair Land Spirit. He was mature and experienced. His refinement path attainment was extremely deep. Even Fang Yuan could not compare to him. He could not be careless in this aspect. Fang Yuan was very assured in handing it to Land Spirit of Lengya. Next, Fang Yuan activated the refinement path formation, creating traces of lightning. These lightning were pitch black in color. They were as thick as chopsticks. They sizzled loudly. The lightning penetrated into the raging flames, as if it was in an uninhabited area, completely unaffected by the raging flames. Under Fang Yuan's control, the bolt gently pierced into the dragonoid clone's fat body, penetrating its flesh that was already a mess and resting on its soft bones. The pitch-black lightning locked onto the skeleton, then slowly pulled it out, taking out a section of the dragonoid avatar's arm bone. The arm bone could not withstand the intense flames. It immediately showed signs of melting. But at this moment, Sixth Hair was already waiting at the side, activating the refinement path, grand formation, and releasing bursts of bubbles. Fang Yuan quickly threw the arm bone into the bubble. The bubble wrapped around the arm bone and rose rapidly. Soon, it flew away from the top of the flames. There were hairy man Gu Immortals waiting there for a long time. They had prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was thrown into the thunder plasma to be continuously refined. This was the first step. Next, another hairy man Gu Immortal took over, preventing the arm bone from being eroded by the jade green chi currents. Someone else was responsible for the third step. After the arm bone was roasted, cleansed, and eroded, its volume shrunk greatly. It was directly buried into a pile of pale white bone paste. Next, the refinement path grand formation activated the power of time path to speed up the bone paste. The bone paste was continuously absorbed by the arm bone, becoming smaller and smaller. After absorbing more than half of the bone paste, the arm bone stopped and was taken out. There were still 3 more steps waiting for it. This was just an arm bone. The dragonoid clone had more than 3,000 bones. They had to be refined one by one. Like this, after refining the bones, the dragonoid clone's flesh and blood, brain, facial features, nails, and hair needed to be refined one by one. The workload was very heavy. Just relying on Feng Yuan alone was too inefficient. Thus, he mobilized all the refinement path members he had. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the dragonoid clone was heavy and complicated, the difficulty was not high. The most difficult part was to maintain the dragonoid clone's condition at all times. This was already taken care of by the land spirit of Langya. Feng Yuan was not worried. The refinement continued for 3 days and 3 nights in the sovereign immortal aperture before the long hair refinement path formation finally calmed down. The bones were stuffed back. The skin, flesh, nails, facial features, brain, and so on were all refined once again. They were completely immune to dragonoid extermination. When Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method, it was the essence of transformation path, chi path, and human path. Feng Yuan was not lacking in these 3 aspects now. Moreover, Feng Yuan had refinement path foundation. Duke Long could not compare to him in this aspect. Adding on his wisdom path strength, as long as Feng Yuan was given enough time, Feng Yuan would definitely be able to unravel the killer move dragonoid extermination. There was no killer move that could not be unraveled. However, this required a process, a relatively long period of time, and it required continuous attempts. After Feng Yuan obtained Dragon Palace, he obtained a large number of records on Dragon Man experiments. This helped Feng Yuan greatly. In fact, back then, Wu Shuai was very close to success. Even though he did not truly unravel dragonoid extermination, he had thought of many methods. He just lacked the time to test them. During the final moments of the Dragon Man race's extinction, the Dragon Man Gu Immortals cooperated with Wu Shuai. They placed their immortal apertures all over Central Continent as experimental sites. They tried these methods and spread the seeds of hope. The Dragon Man blessed land that Feng Jing encountered earlier was one of them. Of course, more accurately speaking, it was not the first batch of blessed lands. Instead, it was the mortal apertures of the Dragon Man Gu Immortals that were born in the blessed land. Feng Yuan did not know how many generations had passed. He was not interested either. But from this precious information, he deduced which of the methods that Wu Shuai had thought of back then had succeeded. The information regarding Feng Jing was given to Feng Yuan by Shen Psongsheng after soul searching him. Shen Psongsheng naturally did not know how precious this information was. It was equivalent to pointing out a path for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had the ability and the crucial clues. He finally modified the Dragon Man. From now on, the Dragon Man clone was completely immune to Dragon Man extermination. Of course, this was only Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. If Feng Yuan created one himself, the Dragon Man clone would still be punished. After all, the new Dragon Man clone was personally created by Feng Yuan. He knew everything about it and its foundation. At this point, it was not the end. Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone soul was adapted to the original Dragon Man body. Thus, it was affected by Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. Thus, he needed to modify the Dragon Man clone soul. There was no need to use the refinement path formation on the soul. Feng Yuan had a vast array of soul path methods. It was much easier to resolve the problem of the soul than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragon Man clone soul foundation needed to be raised further. Thus, Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone cultivated in the enchanting myriad daring formation. Soul foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace enslaving the 4 dragon generals was already the limit. If they wanted to enslave anything else, they would have to use the Dragon Palace Lord Soul to bear the burden. From this, Fang Yuan understood why the dragon spirit recognized by Ningbing as its master in the previous life. The situation was probably urgent back then. By Ningbing's soul was needed to bear the burden. Thus Dragon Palace was able to enslave the evil dragon Di Zongxing. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace. It is similar to a land spirit or heavenly spirit. It is more inclined to recognize its master and survive. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to have a Dragon Man identity and vow to revitalize the Dragon Man race. Only then would I be recognized by the dragon spirit. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled. It was not impossible to revitalize the Dragon Man race. In any case, Fang Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale. Firstly, to comprehend human path. Secondly, to manage the immortal aperture. And thirdly, to obtain variant human inheritances. What was the difference between having one more Dragon Man and one less Dragon Man? There was no difference. Of course, what Fang Yuan wanted to nurture was the new Dragon Man race that he created himself. It was not the previous Dragon Man race. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was definitely the ancestor of the new Dragon Man race. The Celestial Court had always been concerned about the differences between races. It had always been the foundation. But to Fang Yuan, it was not worth mentioning. Even if the Dragon Men truly ruled the world, so what? Fang Yuan did not care about this at all. His only wish in this life was eternal life. If revitalizing the Dragon Man race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do so. If there were obstacles in the future, he would just get rid of them. It was so simple. If turning into a Dragon Man could grant him eternal life, Fang Yuan would definitely immediately change and abandon his human identity. Even if countless humans were proud of him, didn't the Dragon Man clone have no name? He could just call him Wu Shuai. Fang Yuan did not care. The Dragon Man clone started to cultivate his soul and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to deduce all sorts of things. The Dream Path clone was still at the bottom of the box. Fang Yuan originally wanted to use Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone undergo tribulation. But after researching it, he found that Dragon Palace did not have any Dream Path defensive killer moves. This caused Fang Yuan's plan to fail. If a Dream Path calamity or tribulation appeared, how would Fang Yuan defend against it? By then, Reverse Flow Protection Seal would not work. There was another way. That was to use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core to deduce the corresponding Dream Path killer move. But this killer move was at least rank 8. Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment, but his Dream Path attainment level had not reached Master yet. This was difficult. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to hold back. Chapter 1863 Eastern Sea Shen family's headquarters, Red Sandalwood, Myriad Sparrow Island. Shen family's first supreme elder, Shen Songsheng, said passionately, Senior Qisi, this is my Shen family's 6 sound tea. Please have a taste. Fang Yuan nodded and looked at the cups on the table. 6 sound tea was Shen family's signature tea. It was very amazing and famous in the 5 regions. It was even better than Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Border's Qiao family's Bewitching tea, and Fong family's 7 Mile Fragrant tea. 6 sound tea was not a cup of tea. It was a set of tea with 6 small cups. The brewing process of these 6 small cups of tea, the temperature of the tea, the type of teacups, the sequence of drinking, and the specific way of drinking were all detailed. Fang Yuan picked up the first cup of tea. This tea was clear and bright like the clear autumn sky. It was spotless. Autumn Tunyin. Fang Yuan chanted in his heart as he took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, he felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear and clear, without the slightest bit of contamination. It was as if he had transformed into a bird or a gentle breeze, flying in the autumn sky without any worries or words. After a while, Fong Yuan drank the second cup of cloud-flowing tea. This tea had a special taste. It was so soft that it felt like cotton instead of tea. However, it melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of slightly cold water that flowed down his throat and into his stomach without any obstruction. After the tea flowed down his stomach, the tongue, throat, and intestines that had flowed through earlier started to emit tea mist. This thick tea mist filled his chest and seeped into his organs. Good tea. Fong Yuan enjoyed the aftertaste for a long time before drinking the third mouthful. This tea was called River's Cry. The tea was contained in a long cup. The surface of the tea was not calm. There were small ripples, as if it was a condensed river. Fong Yuan poured the tea into his mouth. An extremely mystical feeling rose in him, making him forget about it. It was as if he had turned into a river. After going through many twists and turns, after going through many obstacles, it finally flowed smoothly into Eastern Sea. Autumn Tunyon, cloud-flowing tea, River's Cry, Jade Harp, Phoenix's Cry, Hibiscus smiled. Just one of these 6 cups of tea was already top-grade tea. What was even more amazing was that they were layered on top of each other and reflected off each other. Fong Yuan drank 6 cups in a row and was in a trance. An indescribably wonderful feeling enveloped his 5 senses and affected his 8 views. By the time he woke up, more than 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fong Yuan savored it for a long time and praised, "Even though I live in seclusion, I've heard of 6 tones tea. Today's rank, one really lives up to his reputation." Seeing that Fong Yuan was satisfied, Shin Clan's first supreme, Elder Shin Tsongsheng, was overjoyed. He laughed heartily. To be praised by Senior Chi Si, our Gu immortals did not refine this tea for 3 days and 3 nights in vain. 6 sound tea was an immortal material. It could only be produced using immortal materials, and it also needed a Gu immortal with superb Gu refinement techniques. In order to make a complete set of 6 sounds tea, Shan Tsongsheng had to do it himself. This tea naturally had different standards of materials. Since Shan Tsongsheng personally refined it, he used the highest standards and expended a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive. They were used to refine Gu, but now they were used to make tea. After Fong Yuan drank it once, there was no more left. It could be said to be extravagant, but it also showed how passionately Shen Tsongsheng treated Fong Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shen Tsongsheng invited Fong Yuan to tour this red sandalwood myriad sparrow island. This island itself was a super resource point. The island was not made of rocks or soil, but an immemorial desolate plant, sea-suppressing red sandalwood. The red sandalwood was rooted in the bottom of the sea. It grew continuously. Its treetop was high above the sea. Its branches were intertwined and formed the surface of the island. There were countless living beings living on the island. Birds were the majority of them. Whenever these birds chirped, the branches near the red sandalwood would shake, creating a beautiful sound. These sounds spread in all directions, calming the surrounding sea area. The sea here was calm like a mirror. There was not even a trace of wind in the sky. This was the origin of the name, sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shin Tsongsheng treated Fong Yuan passionately for 2 days. He accompanied him the entire time. He would also invite some female immortals of Shin tribe to serve Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had a pleasant conversation with him. Before parting, Shen Tsongsheng gave him a gift with both hands. These gifts were very heavy. Not only did they contain a large number of immortal materials, there were also 2 ancient, desolate plant-level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shen tribe's sea-suppressing red sandalwood was an immemorial, desolate plant. It needed 800 years to produce a living branch. Transplanting this branch could grow an ancient, desolate-level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Even though the sea-suppressing red sandalwood had a lot of branches, other than that, transplanting any other branches would not yield any harvest. These 2 sea-suppressing red sandalwood did not represent 2 ancient, desolate plants. They represented 2 large resource points. In order to establish a good relationship with Qi Si ancestor, Shin Songxing spent a lot more than Song Qi Yuan. Before Fang Yuan went to Shin clan, he had already gone to Song clan. He was also received by Song Qi Yuan for the entire journey. After bidding farewell to Shen Songsheng, I believe my name has already spread to Eastern Sea. No, it should have spread to the 5 regions. No, it should have spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan's identity as Qi Si ancestor was destined to shake the world. He had already made up his mind on this point when he and Bus Dragon were equally matched. Next, I need to wait for Eastern Sea's other superforces to react. They will definitely invite me to their banquets. Fang Yuan calculated. It seemed that his main body would be attending banquets everywhere in the near future. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even though Eastern Sea was rich, it lacked a unified voice, a leader with great foresight. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Eastern Sea was always suppressed by the other regions. In Fang Yuan's previous life, even when Eastern Sea's rank 8s worked together, they only took Dragon Palace. They did not have any thoughts of attacking Celestial Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu Clan and the ambitious Wu Yong. It was also not like Northern Plains, which had Longevity Heaven. It could not even compare to Central Continent, which had Celestial Court. Eastern Sea and Western Desert were similar, but Western Desert's Gu Immortals were more skilled at cooperation, and Western Desert was much poorer than Eastern Sea in terms of resources. In Fang Yuan's impression, Eastern Sea did not seem to have any outstanding performance. Even though Eastern Sea's superforces had deep foundations, Eastern Sea's lone immortals were much wealthier than the other 4 regions. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals were too scattered. But what if they had a strong leader? What if they had a unified voice? For example, someone like Qi Si ancestor, he cultivated Qi path. He did not have any conflicts of resources with Eastern Sea's superforces and Gu Immortals. Moreover, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. This was the greatest foundation to intimidate others. Could Qi Si ancestor become Eastern Sea's leader? Of course. Fang Yuan did not expect all of Eastern Sea's superforces to listen to him. That was unrealistic. But becoming the alliance leader in name was very possible. Wasn't this what Shen Songsheng and Song Qi Yuan were thinking of? They wanted to tie Qi Si ancestor to the war chariot that was Eastern Sea. When there was a war in the future, they would have someone to take responsibility for them. Little did they know, this was what Fang Yuan wanted. Even if he was the alliance leader in name and could not interfere with any superforce's internal affairs, as long as he could influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 lone immortals. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the others were already dragon generals of Dragon Palace. With their secret support, together with Fang Yuan's identity as the alliance leader, his influence would be very deep. At least during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when the Celestial Court was repairing Fate Gu, Fang Yuan could guide Eastern Sea and use its strength in a more appropriate way. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path rank 8s wanted to curry favor with Fang Yuan. Not only did they receive him warmly, they even gave him generous gifts. Even during peaceful times, with Qi Si ancestor's strength and stance, they had to rope him in. Not to mention now, with the Earth Trench eruption and the 5 regions merging into one, they were about to do so. Dragon Palace went deep into the sea, sinking all the way to the bottom. This part of the sea seemed ordinary, but after Dragon Palace floated for a while, the Dragon Man clone's voice could be heard. "Dragon Palace is here, where is Gu tribe?" His voice echoed in the sea. The Dragon Man clone waited patiently. After a while, the scenery at the bottom of the sea changed, a door opened, revealing an underwater blessed land. A rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out of the door. Looking at Dragon Palace with vigilance and a trace of anticipation, he cupped his fists. I am the 39,767th Gu tribe leader. May I ask who is the owner of Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone walked out. It is Wu Shuai. Gu tribe's leader's expression shook. He asked, You have a relationship with Fang Yuan? The Dragon Man clone laughed. We are making use of each other. If not for Fang Yuan, how could I rebirth? Gu tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Qixi ancestors' ambush of Duke Long had already spread. The Dragon Man clone asked with a solemn expression, Now that the world is changing, the crucial moment has arrived. Gu tribe leader, is your tribe going to fulfill the agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? Gu tribe's leader smiled, but did not reply. We need to discuss this in detail. Senior Wu Shuai, please come in. Chapter 1864. The Dragon Man clone entered Dragon Palace first before controlling this immortal Gu house to enter the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was Gu tribe's headquarters. It was the territory of outsiders. Gu tribe's leader had rank 8 cultivation level. He was not to be underestimated. It was better to be cautious. Once they entered the Blessed Land, they saw a vast land. This blessed land was even larger than ordinary grotto heavens. In the Blessed Land, all sorts of immortal materials could be seen. Many of them were already extinct. Fang Yuan's clone's horizons were broadened. Even though this blessed land's foundation cannot compare to Langya Blessed Land, it is not far off. The Dragon Man clone Wu Shuai thought. Among the blessed lands that Fang Yuan had seen, Langya Blessed Land had the greatest foundation. Second was Imperial Court Blessed Land, and third was probably this blessed land. Gu tribe Blessed Land has been around for at least 1,000,000 years. Gu tribe's past leaders had at least rank 7 cultivation level. Many were rank 8. With such experts guarding it, the blessed land's calamities and tribulations are not a threat. Furthermore, Gu tribe is not human. They have always been taken care of by Providence. Even if there are calamities and tribulations, they will not be very strong. Wu Shuai thought to himself, The Tao of Heaven took away surpluses and replenished deficiencies. It was about balance. Currently, humans were the overlords of the world. They forced the variant human races into a corner, struggling at death's door. Thus, all variant human races were taken care of by Providence. Senior Wu Shuai, this way please. Gu tribe's leader was very polite as he led the way. The Dragon Man clone Wu Shuai followed closely behind. After flying for a while, the two landed deep in a forest. In this primitive forest, there was a huge tribe of over 10,000 people. The people of this tribe were all beastmen. Indeed, the so-called Gu tribe was the beast race. According to human historical records, the beast race was already extinct, but Heaven's secrets left a way out. There was still a beastman bloodline that managed to survive. They lived quietly. Wu Shuai was warmly welcomed by the entire tribe. Soon, a banquet was prepared. Gu tribe's leader invited Wu Shuai to take a seat. Wu Shuai walked out of Dragon Palace. 2 dragon generals followed behind him, acting as his left and right guards. Gu tribe's leader's pupils shrunk as he laughed heartily, his smile becoming even more passionate. Wu Shuai only exposed half of the dragon generals, but each dragon general had rank 8 cultivation level, on par with Gu tribe's leader. And in this beastman blessed land, other than Gu tribe's leader, there were no other rank 8s. Because he had explored the dream realm, Fang Yuan clone had a deep understanding of this beastman tribe. After talking for a while, Wu Shuai had a clear understanding of Gu tribe. From this conversation, the Gu clan leader had completely dispelled the last shred of doubt in his heart. Most of these beastmen had fish heads and human bodies. They had gills on their cheeks, shark fins on their ears, and fins on their backs. In addition, some people had frog legs. Some had seabird wings, some carried turtle shells, and some had a circle of green seaweed on their heads. These beastmen lived in the sea. Back then, when the beastman race reached its peak, they were cleansed. All the tribes on land were exterminated. Only this tribe in the sea managed to survive. The beastman race declined after reaching its peak. Under the dominance of humans, this sea beastman tribe could only live quietly. They did not dare to have any thoughts of counterattacking. But they did not forget their hatred towards humans. Almost every Gu tribe leader had such thoughts. They tried to incite internal strife in the human race, to create a chance for their tribe to rise up. In history, the Gu tribe leader that the real Wu Shuai met had such a faction. He helped Wu Shuai advance to go immortal. He even schemed to seize fake Gu. He was also a formidable character. To deal with Dragon Man extermination, Wu Shuai discussed with Gu tribe's leader and set up an alliance agreement between the two races. Earlier, in front of the Blessed Land's entrance, Fang Yuan clone and this generation's Gu tribe leader were talking about this alliance agreement. This was an arrangement left behind by the real Wu Shuai. He was prepared to revive the Dragon Man race in the future. Now that Fang Yuan inherited Dragon Palace and learned of this, he wanted to follow it. Gu tribe had been operating in Eastern Sea for so many years. Gu tribe's leader was a rank 8 expert. Gu tribe's foundation was so deep, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to borrow their strength. Gathering more forces to deal with the Celestial Court was something that Fang Yuan was happy to see. While Fang Yuan clone Wu Shuai and Gu tribe's leader were talking happily, Western Desert's Yangtze, he and Zhang Yin had already succeeded. Rumble. With a loud sound, Yangtze, he completed the final attack. As far as the eye could see, the once beautiful and flourishing oasis had been completely transformed into nothingness and reduced to ruins. This was a large resource point of Fang clan. Now that it was destroyed, there was no possibility of it being repaired. We need to go. This is the third place we destroyed. According to Master's instructions, we can report after this. Let's inspect it first and see if we exposed ourselves. The two dragon generals inspected it carefully, ensuring there were no mistakes before leaving. Fang clan was shaken. In one day, they lost 3 large resource points. Fang clan's losses were not small. Dong clan was also shaken, because in the ruins, there were several lines of words. Dong Luchin was here. Dong Luchin was Dong clan's first supreme elder. Earlier, Fang clan had used the Theft Path Immortal Gu House to take revenge on him, directly destroying one of Dong clan's oasis resource points. When Dong Luchin heard this, his face turned ashen. He scolded. These shameless clans, they are not righteous path members. They actually dared to frame me, and their methods were so clumsy. If I find the culprit in the future, I will not let them off. Dong Luchin did not suspect Fang Yuan. His first suspects were the super forces other than Fang clan and Dong clan. This was clearly a plan to sow discord. If Fang clan fell for it and started fighting with Dong clan, the first to benefit would be these Western Desert super clans. Dong Luchin could not sit still. He immediately sent a letter to Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong. Fang clan had wisdom path Gu immortal Fang Dichang. They would not fall for it so easily. After thinking for a while, Fang Dichang suggested Fang Gong to invite Dong Luchin to investigate the culprit together. This was a great move. After Dong Luchin received the letter, he felt troubled. He understood that Fang clan wanted to use this chance to rope in Dong clan, to pull Dong clan to their side. But Dong Luchin was not stupid. Dong clan and Fang clan shared border. In the future, when Fang clan rises up, they would first devour Dong clan's territory and benefits. However, if he did not investigate the culprit, would it show that he had a guilty conscience? Dong Luchin thought about it. He could only pinch his nose and go to the crime scene to investigate the culprit together with Fang clan's Gu Immortals. The truth would not be found out. Since Fang Yuan sent the 2 dragon generals to handle this matter, he naturally had a way to mislead them. Thus, The answer Fong clan and Dong clan obtained pointed to the forces near Fong clan. But Fong clan and Dong clan did not find trouble with them, they only took note of it. Both sides were very restrained. Dong Luchin took note of these clans. He did not want to expose them. He still needed these people to help him deal with Fong clan. And in order to maintain stability, Fong clan did not want to confront these super forces publicly. After all, they were alone. Divine Being Palace was still far from becoming theirs. Second Supreme Elder, the situation is getting more dangerous now. Won't it be too tiring for you to unravel Divine Being Palace alone? That Swan Bujin is also a wisdom path, Gu Immortal. He might be able to help you and share some of the burden. Fong Gong suggested to Fong Dichong. In his opinion, Swan Bujin had participated in the contest for Divine Being Palace. He had entered and exited Divine Being Palace. He was now Fong clan's external Supreme Elder. He was one of them and could be trusted. Fong Dichong thought about it. He was hesitant. He sighed. Let me think about it. Southern border. In Xia clan's headquarters, Xia Cha was also sighing. She had already been released by Fong Yuan, even though her body and soul were intact. Fong Yuan had taken away her immortal aperture and fused it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Cha was no longer a rank 8 Gu Immortal. She had become immortal. Right now, she still had the title of Xia clan's first Supreme Elder. But Xia Cha felt that this title was a joke. I am already a cripple. So what if I was rank 8 in the past? Fong Yuan, you have great methods. If I can take revenge for this, I will pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and grind your bones to ashes. Thinking of this, Xia Cha sighed again. She knew how slim the hope of revenge was. Joyous news, Lady Xia Cha. Right at this time, Xia clan's third Supreme Elder ran over excitedly. What joyous news? Xia Cha frowned as she looked at him. Xia clan's third Supreme Elder handed Xia Cha an information path, Mortal Gu, saying, This is the letter that demon Fong Yuan used jewel yellow skies to send. Xia Cha sneered. This demon is treacherous and greedy to the extreme. Not only did he take us captive, he even dismembered our bodies, souls, and so on. He extorted our race time and time again. He truly deserves to die. Right now, Fong Yuan does not have many bargaining chips left. I don't need to read this letter. This demon must have thought of a new method to continue extorting our southern border righteous path. Xia Cha shook her head. Xia clan's third Supreme Elder nodded. Lady Xia Cha is right. Fong Yuan's intentions are clear. Recently, he has been purchasing Luck Path Immortal materials on a large scale. He seems to be refining Luck Path Immortal Gu. But the bargaining chip he offered this time is truly. What do you mean? He offered Immortal Gu as a bargaining chip? And he wants to exchange Gu for Gu? Xia Cha raised her eyebrows, waving her hand. I don't need to agree to this. Just let Second Supreme Elder handle it. As long as it is an Immortal Gu that is beneficial to our clan, we can exchange for it. This time, Fong Yuan's bargaining chip is only Immortal Gu. He wants to exchange Immortal Gu for Immortal Gu and immortal materials? Wishful thinking. Xia clan's third Supreme Elder smiled. Lady Xia Cha, take a look at the details first. Xia Cha took the information path Gu Worm and looked through it, laughing coldly. Has this Fong Yuan gone mad? He wants to exchange for so many immortal materials with just one mortal Gu. I want to see what Gu this is. Xia Cha saw the crucial point in the letter. Her expression changed. Chapter 1865. Southern Border. Ba Clan, Mansion Mountain. Ba Sherba carefully held a rank 1 mortal Gu. His eyes did not blink. He had an extremely focused expression. This is second aperture Gu? He looked at it carefully. This Gu worm was like a beetle. It had 2 sharp heads and a fat middle. It seemed to be made of green jade. It was only the size of a finger. When he touched it, he felt that it was warm and cool. On its chubby back, there was a golden eyeball. The golden pupil moved like lightning. It was filled with spirituality. To exchange for this goo worm, Ba clan had used up all the remaining Luck Path immortal materials in their treasury. Fang Yuan was asking for an exorbitant price, but Ba Ba could only accept it, because this tiny rank 1 goo represented all of his courage and hope to continue living. Second aperture goo was very easy to use. It did not need primeval essence or immortal essence. As long as blood was dripped into the goo worm's body, it would self-detonate after the goo worm was full of blood. After second aperture, goo self-detonated. A small aperture formed in the middle of Ba Ba's chest. This was a rank 1 aperture, the lowest cultivation level. But Ba Ba's eyes turned red when he saw this. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. Even if that demon Fang Yuan is asking for a high price, I will accept it. With this aperture, I can cultivate again. From rank 1 to rank 5, I have relic goo to help me. After reaching rank 6, the clan's goo immortals will help me with tribulation. But it will be hard to reach the foundation of my first immortal aperture. Thinking of this, Ba gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan captured him and soul-searched him. He even took away his first immortal aperture. Even if he gave him second aperture goo, it was just another form of extortion. To the rank 8 Ba, this was a huge humiliation. Fang Yuan, just you wait. One day I will avenge my past humiliation. All the pain you inflicted on me, I will return it to you 100-fold. I will let you have a good taste of it. Ba Ba's expression was ferocious. He hadn't been having a good time recently. He was the Ba clan's first supreme elder. But after he was captured by Fang Yuan, not only did his reputation plummet, but he was also crippled after being ransomed. Compared to Xia Cha, Ba Ba's situation was even worse, because Ba clan gained another rank 8 goo immortal during the time he was captured. That was Bard. After Ba became an 8 desolate goo immortal, he became the second supreme elder of Ba clan. He was in charge of Ba clan's affairs. Ba had been stripped of his power. Fortunately, I have this second aperture goo. I have a lot of cultivation experience. I've gone through dozens of tribulations, big and small. It'll be very easy for me to ascend to immortality again. I need to make use of my time and cultivate to go immortal again. After all, my influence will diminish with time. This kind of influence needs to be used in time. It will definitely be of great help to my cultivation. Ba had a plan. He had already prepared relic goo. He used them one by one. Ba quickly became a rank 1 peak stage goo master. However, no matter how Ba attacked the aperture walls, they didn't budge at all. How could this be? My cultivation level is stuck. There is a problem with this second aperture. After Ba investigated the situation, he was furious and shocked. He felt like he was deceived. He spent a huge price on a fake product. He quickly called the goo immortals who were close to him, asking them to contact Fang Yuan and ask him what was going on. Fang Yuan was researching primordial origins' true inheritance. His expression changed as he smiled. A dark light flashed in his eyes. It seems that they have discovered something amiss. But he was prepared for this. He immediately replied. Ba got this reply and smashed his favorite cup in anger. Demon, you are going too far. It turned out that in Fang Yuan's letter, he only said that second aperture goo could open a second aperture, but he did not say that there was a restriction on cultivation level. To mislead the southern border immortals, Fang Yuan even described his experience of using second aperture goo. Ba thought that he could ascend to an immortal with second aperture goo and cultivate again. But Xia Cha had a wisdom path, goo immortal. She saw through this. Fang Yuan told Xia Cha that second aperture goo was an immortal goo. After his modifications, it became a complete series. from rank 1 to rank 6. After using rank 1 second aperture goo, one's cultivation level would be limited to rank 1, 2, 3, or even rank 6. Xia Chao wanted to buy rank 6 second aperture goo directly, but Fang Yuan's reply made her speechless. I am only selling rank 1 second aperture goo now. It seems that Ba Shiba's situation is worse than Xia Cha. Fang Yuan smiled. He could tell from the small details that Ba Shiba was feeling anxious. It seems that Ba has probably become rank 8, even though Ba clan has been keeping it a secret. This is a good thing. Even though the southern border mortals had an irreconcilable grudge with Fang Yuan, they had a common enemy, Celestial Court. Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Goo. Fang Yuan had already understood the stance of southern border's righteous path from his previous life. Thus, Fang Yuan returned the bodies and souls of the southern border immortals. Even though his immortal aperture was annexed, he gave them second aperture goo. The goal was to let the southern border immortals maintain a certain amount of battle strength, enough to find trouble with Central Continent's Celestial Court. After going through so much and facing so many difficulties, Fang Yuan finally got through the heavy pressure of Celestial Court. He had a deep foundation now. He had many subordinates. He interfered in the politics of the 5 regions, using all sorts of methods, openly and covertly. He finally formed a situation where he surrounded Celestial Court. Unknowingly, he had already grown from a chess piece to a chess player. Fang Yuan, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Ba Shiba looked at the new reply as his body trembled in anger. He finally understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan refined a complete set of second aperture goo. If Ba Shiba wanted to cultivate it back, he would have to use rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and so on until he used the rank 6 second aperture goo. Only then would he have a healthy immortal aperture and regain his rank 8 cultivation level. That was to say, if Ba Shiba wanted to regain his former glory, he would have to be extorted by Fang Yuan 6 times. Ba Shiba cursed loudly. He smashed many things on the ground before he finally calmed down. Looking at the messy study room, he was silent for a while before laughing loudly. Ba Shiba! Oh, Ba Shiba! Why did you leave? You were inferior in this matter and ended up as a captive. It was already a miracle that you survived. Why do you need to worry so much now? Even if I can't cultivate again, so what? As long as I fight with all my might, I will die without regrets. He muttered to himself, as if he was trying to convince himself. After saying this, his body relaxed. He felt his heart brightening up. It was as if he was looking into the distance, seeing a scenery that he had never seen when he was a rank 8. This was the scenery of life. He calmed down completely. A smile even appeared on his face. Fang Yuan, you demon, you are truly amazing. I fell for your tricks again. The hatred in his heart did not weaken. But Ba Shiba started to smile. He no longer worried about his gains and losses. At this moment, even though he had no cultivation level, he was even more relaxed than when he was a rank 8. I have no choice now. I can only accept the extortion. After all, becoming an immortal again is the most important thing. Ba Shiba was clear in his heart. The clan could be relied on, but only temporarily. The influence and affection they had in the past would quickly fade over time, especially now that the clan had a new rank 8 Goo Immortal. He had to hurry. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron, jade bones as petals, ice muscles as stems, golden relic at the heart of the flower. Starfire shines brightly, gathering into a plain of ice and snow. Below it, yon clouds raise fire like a pill. Above it, dark clouds scatter sand like gold. Beast shadows appear in the middle, until lightning flashes and beast strength placenta is born. It can gather apertures. This was the goo recipe of second aperture goo. Fang Yuan obtained it from 3 Kings' blessed land. The first part was similar to the original version. Fang Yuan made few changes, but the latter part was completely different. It was almost unrecognizable. Feng Yuan modified this Gu recipe, turning the original rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe into a series. Feng Yuan had refinement path, quasi-supreme, Grandmaster attainment level. He was also a human path Grandmaster. With the help of the light of wisdom, it was not hard to modify it. With this set of Gu worms, I can extort them all the way. If there are no opportunities to extort, I will create opportunities to do so. In fact, this process can also be used on Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains Gu Immortals. As for Central Continent's Gu Immortals, forget about them, I will kill them. Feng Yuan had a thick face and a black heart. He was an unscrupulous merchant. Mortal Gu level 2nd aperture, Gu had an extremely low cost. It did not need lifespan Gu or immortal materials. It only needed a few human apertures. Human apertures were the apertures of Gu masters. It was very easy for Feng Yuan to use human Gu masters as Gu materials. It was simply cheap and good. But if he sold them to the southern border immortals, the price would be extremely high, the profits would be hundreds or even thousands of times higher. But these southern border immortals treated the 2nd aperture Gu as a life-saving straw, their only hope in life. No matter what price Feng Yuan quoted, they would grit their teeth and bear it bitterly. Of course, Feng Yuan would also calculate their endurance and the overall situation of encircling Central Continent. Success, Lord Feng Yuan, we refined another luck path, Immortal Gu. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals sent good news. Good, keep up the good work. Feng Yuan praised casually. This time, because of 2nd aperture Gu, the extortion of the southern border immortals was much more effective than before. Many clans' trump cards and luck path immortal materials were given to Feng Yuan. With such a batch of immortal materials, Feng Yuan ordered the Hairy Man Gu Immortals to refine luck path immortal Gu without restraint. The price of refining immortal Gu was high. The inventory of luck path immortal materials was decreasing, but there were also many gains. Over these days, several luck path immortal Gu were refined and landed in Feng Yuan's hands. Celestial Court. Damn it, I failed again. Yuan Qiong, Du's expression was ashen. Looking at the pile of dregs in front of him, he felt terrible. Recently, he was almost doubting his life. Earlier, he tried to refine fixed space Gu. He failed. Recently, he tried to refine luck path Gu worms. He failed again and again. There is nothing wrong with my method. There was no mistake in the whole process. But immortal Gu are unique. Many immortal Gu already exist. I cannot refine them. Sigh, if only I knew that those immortal Gu already existed, that would be great. Feng Yuan's tactic of refining luck path immortal Gu caused Celestial Court to suffer greatly. This was an invisible confrontation. Whoever could gain the upper hand would gain the greatest benefits. Even though Celestial Court had deep foundations and unfathomable inventories, Feng Yuan used Southern Border's righteous path to firmly suppress Celestial Court. Chapter 1866. Gurgle, gurgle. The strange birds' cries resounded in the sky. The flock of birds was huge, like a dark cloud covering the sky, pressing down on Mountain Cliff City. In the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Mountain Cliff City was one of the 10 unique cities. This city was built on the top of a cliff and was the tallest. The culture and style had a unique charm. The fat but birds are here. Quick, 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 prepare for defense. Everyone, don't panic, our combat beast messengers are all here. At this moment, Mountain Cliff City was bustling with noise and security was tight. The flock of birds called fat but birds let out strange cries and flew to the sky above Mountain Cliff City. They had coxcombs on their heads, their bodies were fat, and their buttocks were especially huge. Among the flock of birds, there was a bird king. Its body was huge, twice the size of a normal fat but bird. It flew to the sky above Mountain Cliff City and looked down. Its buttocks moved, and with a forceful squeeze, a ball of bird poop fell. This ball of bird poop was black and smelly, and was extremely huge, like a small house falling from the sky. Shoo! Boom! The bird poop fell faster and faster, letting out a sharp whistle, and then smashed heavily, directly destroying a section of the city wall. Fortunately, there were not many casualties in the surrounding crowd. Shoo, shoo, shoo! Boom, boom, boom! The Bird King's attack was the prelude to the flock's attack. Balls of bird poop fell from the sky, smashing into Mountain Cliff City. For a moment, the sky seemed to be raining. However, the raindrops were really strange. They were huge balls of bird droppings. Many houses collapsed, and roads, gardens, springs, and even the statue of the city lord at the center of the city were mercilessly baptized by the bird poop. After the first wave of attack, the Bird King flapped its wings and flew up, pulling the flock of birds behind it up. The huge flock of birds circled outside, and then returned, once again approaching Mountain Cliff City. Combat beast messengers attack. At this moment, the leader of Mountain Cliff City's defense shouted, and took the lead to fly into the sky, facing the flock of fat but birds. A large number of combat beast messengers followed closely behind, and for a moment humans and birds started fighting in the sky. Little Eagle, let's go, do you dare? Young Jean Du had already sneaked out of the city, Lord Manor, he said to the arrow-tail eagle on his shoulder. The little arrow-tail eagle screeched, its young face filled with pride. It flapped its wings and lightly pecked Jean Buddha's face. It was angry at its master for looking down on it. Since you're not afraid, then come with me. Jean Buddha smiled. He seemed to be a simple youth, but he was actually Fang Yuan's clone. During this period of time, he'd been taken as a disciple by the city lord of Cliff City, and he'd been together with the little arrow-tail eagle day and night, so he'd long since grasped its bestial nature thoroughly. Now, with just a little provocation, the little arrow-tail eagle's fighting spirit was ignited. Come on, little arrow-tail eagle, Jean Buddha suddenly shouted. The arrow-tailed eagle screeched and flapped its wings, shooting into the sky like an arrow. It hovered for a moment before diving down to Jean Buddha. Jean Buddha shouted again, Beast Envoy, transform! He activated his goo, and his whole body shone with a dazzling green light. The little arrow-tail eagle crashed into his body, fusing into the human-shaped light body. At the next moment, the human-shaped light body collided and changed shape. As the green light faded, Jean Buddha had turned into a 10-feet-tall monster with an eagle's head and human body. He had green wings on his back, and his hands and legs had turned into yellow bird claws. Jean Buddha flapped his wings, causing intense winds to blow as he flew into the sky, joining the battle. Look, it's little Du. He sneaked away after all, joining the battle behind our backs. This child. A middle-aged woman worriedly looked at Jean Buddha's tiny figure. She was the daughter-in-law of Mountain Cliff City Lord. She had a son, but he died in his childhood. After Mountain Cliff City, Lord took Jean Buddha as his disciple. Jean Buddha quickly assimilated into this family. This caused the middle-aged woman to treat him as her godson, and most of the love she had for her deceased son was given to Jean Buddha. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He only had his upper body left. His lower body was cut off at the waist, but he had a healthy expression and was full of vigor. He looked at Jean Buddha's figure for a while before praising. Ha ha ha, this lad's battle standard is getting higher and higher, as expected of someone who was trained by me. Father, you have taken in a good disciple. That's still your good godson. The Mountain Cliff City Lord stroked his white beard, his heart filled with comfort. He had originally taken in Jean Buddha, but because of a coincidence, the little arrow-tail eagle recognized Jean Buddha as its kin. It could not be separated. But after teaching him, Mountain Cliff City Lord was pleasantly surprised to find that Jean Buddha was like an unpolished jade. The more he polished it, the brighter it would shine. The comprehension that Jean Buddha displayed as well as his hard-working spirit, made Mountain Cliff City Lord very satisfied. And what made him even more satisfied was John Budu's temperament. He was willing to help others, brave and warm-hearted. Just like sunlight, it could directly shine into people's hearts. Be careful! In the sky, John Budu shouted, and his speed increased rapidly. He waved his right claw and instantly shot out a wind blade. The light green wind blade was like a curved blade and directly killed the fat but bird that was chasing after it. Thank you, Little Do. The battle beast envoy that was saved was a guard of Mountain Cliff City, and his mood was slightly complicated, because normally he looked down on Little Do and teased him for his low strength, that he was only recognized by the little arrowtail eagle because of his good luck. But now it seemed that John Budu's battle technique was clearly above him, and he even disregarded the past and saved him. No need to be so polite. We are all from Mountain Cliff City. John Budu opened its beak and spoke in a human voice. Hearing this, the saved battle beast envoy's mood became even more complicated. Quickly regroup, fight the fat but birds, and protect the city. John Budu urged. Yes. The battle beast envoy nodded heavily and continued to participate in the fierce battle. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the others saw the scene, and their evaluation of John Budu increased by another level. This child, the middle-aged woman's tightly knitted brows relaxed. When we get home, I will teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man on the wheelchair laughed loudly. Mountain Cliff City Lord nodded lightly and did not comment. After this performance, other people's impression of me will increase by a lot. John Budu was very calm as he calculated. The battle beast envoy that was saved by him was very grateful to him. Unbeknownst to him, John Budu was also grateful to him. Without such an opponent, how can I show off my noble character? After obtaining the little arrowtail eagle's recognition, his status skyrocketed, and he became the Mountain Cliff City Lord's disciple. This made many people envious. Fang Yuan made use of everyone's mentality and carefully selected an opponent that looked fierce, but was actually harmless. And after he deliberately sought a chance encounter, this opponent had a verbal conflict with him. After that, Fang Yuan deepened this conflict and purposely allowed the opponent to bully him in public. Then, with the bruises on his face, he took the initiative to find Mountain Cliff City Lord and asked him to increase the intensity of his training, but did not explain any details. With that, even the Mountain Cliff City Lord knew what was going on. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to use this opponent to raise his prestige. He didn't expect that the fat but bird disaster would give him a better opportunity. Once the opportunity appeared, Fang Yuan's clone immediately grasped it, and under the gaze of many people, he saved this opponent. Ever since I transmigrated, my luck has not been bad. Even when the bird egg fell from the sky, I used up a lot of luck. It seems that the main body's attainment in luck path is getting deeper. It has given me a lot of help. After an intense battle, the fat but bird was defeated. John Budu's performance was extremely outstanding. He almost killed the Bird King, but was stopped by Mountain Cliff City Lord. After the battle, John Budu purposely asked Mountain Cliff City Lord, expressing his confusion, "Grandpa, why didn't you let me kill that hateful Bird King? Without it, our Mountain Cliff City will never have to face such a disaster again." Little Do Mountain Cliff City Lord rubbed the head of Fang Yuan's clone and said amiably, "Even if you kill that Bird King, the birds will choose a new one." "Then why didn't you do it, Grandpa? With your strength, you can completely exterminate the entire bird group." Fang Yuan asked naively. Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed. "That is because the bird poop is also good stuff. It can increase the fertility of the soil and help crops grow faster and healthier. There are even many merchant groups that come to exchange for the bird poop with us." "Is that so? So the smelly bird poop is actually a treasure?" Fang Yuan's clone was shocked. Seeing this, Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed. Little do! Grandpa taught you not to judge a book by its cover. Similarly, you cannot judge everything in the world by its cover. I understand. I will remember Grandpa's words. Fong Yuan's clone nodded heavily. Good child. The Mountain Cliff City Lord smiled again and thought to himself, other than this reason, there are other reasons. But I'll let you keep that pure heart of yours, my disciple. You are still too young to come into contact with those things. After bidding farewell to Mountain Cliff City Lord, Fong Yuan walked out of the city Lord Estate. The city Lord Estate had a tall foundation. It was a city within a city. Fong Yuan used the terrain to observe the entire city. In the city, they had already begun to recuperate and rebuild. Large numbers of mortals stopped hiding. They came out of the tunnels and cellars. This fat but bird calamity not only raised Fong Yuan's reputation, it also deepened his understanding of this world. The fat but bird king is a mutated beast king. It has rank 5 Gu Master battle strength. I am only a rank 1 Gu Master, but after fusing with the arrowtail eagle, I almost killed it. In this grotto heaven, it is too easy to obtain such battle strength. No wonder the Gu Master tradition cannot develop. If the Gu Master tradition existed, this city would not be a simple pile of rocks. It would have dozens of Gu houses defending it. The fat but bird calamity would not cause such huge losses. However, there are many benefits to keeping the fat but bird calamity. Mountain Cliff City is at the peak of a mountain. It is surrounded by hard and thick mountain soil. It needs bird poop to produce enough food. Moreover, bird poop can be used as a specialty. It can attract caravans to come here and exchange goods. Cliff City can make use of this test to select even more geniuses. It can give the people of the city external pressure. It will help in unity and make the citizens support the ruler more. The killer move myriad beings assimilation transformation covers the entire grotto heaven. Gu masters can easily use the killer move's power to transform here. The process needs to expend positive emotions. Thus, combat beast envoys are usually people with rich positive emotions. But this does not mean the people here are naive. Those with high status have their own schemes and methods. Fong Yuan thought as he arrived at the outer city, it is Lord Jean Budu. It is young Master Jean Budu. Greetings, young master. Our entire family witnessed young master's heroic battle. Along the way, Fong Yuan was welcomed by many people. He opened his mouth and rubbed his head, smiling embarrassedly, showing his white teeth. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Don't call me young master or lord. Just call me Little Do. Come, Grandpa, let me help you. Fong Yuan's eyes shined. He quickly walked towards the old grandpa and snatched his shovel. Grandpa, take a rest first. I will help you clean your poop. Fong Yuan said. Oh, Little Do, you are here to help me again. You are such a good child, such a good child. The old grandpa's eyes turned red. Even though combat beast envoys were full of positive emotions, strength could change one's mentality. Many of them had to maintain their status, who would be like Fong Yuan, even though he was Mountain Cliff City, Lord's disciple. He often came to the commoners. He was not afraid of hardship. He was not afraid of getting dirty. He truly helped the commoners. Fong Yuan worked as he thought. Looking at the days, my main body should be making a move soon. With my own progress, I cannot reach my goal in a short period of time. I will need my main body to release beast calamities. I will coordinate with him here. The beast calamities released by my main body will not be as small as those fat, but birds. Chapter 1867. The river of time flowed slowly, emitting a colorful radiance. Compared to the river of time, this river was not wide, it was only a tributary. This was Beast Calamity, Grotto Heaven's tributary of the river of time. Because of this tributary, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the flow of time. It was not a static world. a figure quietly appeared. He had a fair and peerless face. He had a high nose bridge and deep black eyes. His long hair hung down to his waist like a black waterfall. It was Fang Yuan's main body. "Let's do it here." Fang Yuan looked at this tributary of the river of time and waved his hand. In an instant, 12 balls of light shot out. The lumps of light landed in the tributary of the river of time and turned into 12 immemorial year beasts. These 12 immemorial year beasts were of different species. They were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. Among them, the primordial year rat, primordial year ox, and primordial year dog were the most powerful. Back then, when Fang Yuan fought with celestial court's Gu immortals in the river of time, Fang Yuan used myriad year flying worship and won against celestial court. But at the final stage, these 3 immemorial year beasts came to find trouble with Fang Yuan. The immemorial year ox broke myriad year flying worship's hull. The immemorial year dog tore the side of the ship, while the immemorial year beast directly entered and took away year's flow like water immortal Gu. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had prepared for this. He had already designed a fake year's flow like water immortal Gu as bait. The immemorial year rat was deceived and took away the bait. It instead attracted most of the firepower and helped Fang Yuan's myriad year flying worship to escape easily. After that, Fang Yuan rested and reorganized himself. He rode myriad year flying worship back to the river of time to find trouble with these immemorial year beasts. After some effort, he subdued them one by one. This way, Fang Yuan finally collected 12 different immemorial year beasts. During his cultivation, Fang Yuan successfully created the 12 zodiac battle formation on this foundation. Right now, I'm still not familiar with the 12 zodiac battle formation, so I can't fight against the celestial court. However, it is more than enough for the beast calamity grotto heaven. Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind. 12 zodiac battle formation was an ancient battle formation. It was different from the current Gu formations. Moreover, because Fang Yuan's main body was not personally participating in it, it was rather difficult to control this ancient battle formation. It was fine against an enemy like the beast calamity grotto heaven. But if it was used against the experts of the celestial court, it would be extremely difficult. The immemorial year beast roared and the 12 zodiac battle formation was activated. The 12 balls of light released a dazzling radiance and formed 12 golden pillars of light that reached the bottom of the river and into the sky. The giant pillars were closely connected. Soon after, the golden light scattered and the 12 golden pillars disappeared, leaving behind a thick golden fog that shrouded the surface of the tributary of the river of time. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Hua hua hua. The golden fog affected the tributary of the river of time, causing the river water in this tributary to flow faster and faster. The 12 zodiac battle formation was specialized in fighting and killing, but Fang Yuan was a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster. When he activated it now, it surpassed the original limitations of the battle formation and caused a mystical change, affecting the flow of time in beast calamity, grotto heaven. Such an effect was naturally very intense. At this moment, the Qilin heavenly spirit must have sensed it. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his sleeves, opening his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and letting out a large number of year beasts. These year beasts included desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The year beasts roared and charged out of the golden fog, charging into beast calamity, grotto heaven. As a time path Gu immortal, when attacking blessed lands and grotto heavens, they would have a way that other paths could not control. That was the tributary of the river of time. As a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster, Fang Yuan naturally had such an offensive method. Fang Yuan was a giant demon of the current generation. Once he made a move, he immediately caused a huge impact to beast calamity, grotto heaven. Beast calamity heavenly spirit was shaped like a Qilin. It suddenly realized, oh no, The tributary of the River of Time is changing. A time path great expert is forcefully changing the time flow of beast calamity, grotto heaven. We must stop him. The goo cultivators in beast calamity grotto heaven had gone astray. They did not know about the real outside world. They only thought that beast calamity grotto heaven was the entire world. They could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But the Qilin heavenly spirit was formed from beast calamity immortal's obsession. It was not part of this. The Qilin heavenly spirit was knowledgeable. After Fang Yuan made a move, it immediately understood that beast calamity grotto heaven had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The time flow of beast calamity grotto heaven was raised by Fang Yuan by many times. This meant that calamities and tribulations would descend very frequently. Even though beast calamity grotto heaven had the protection of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, it could not endure the repeated calamities and tribulations. The Qilin heavenly spirit did not offer itself, but it controlled beast calamity grotto heaven. It naturally had many ways to warn the goo cultivators here. Moreover, Fang Yuan wanted them to find out that the large numbers of year beasts that he sent out had already left the tributary of the River of Time. They were appearing everywhere in beast calamity, grotto heaven. A grand calamity and tribulation instantly formed. It caught the goo immortals in beast calamity, grotto heaven off guard. Because of the year beast's destruction, the various places suffered huge losses. Living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. The whole of beast calamity grotto heaven was in chaos. Mountain Cliff City was naturally affected. Mountain Cliff City Lord, who had goo immortal level battle strength, was mobilized. To resolve this calamity, we need to get rid of the source. After I leave, Mountain Cliff City will be in your hands. Mountain Cliff City, Lord instructed. The core members of the city nodded. They had heavy expressions. Without the Mountain Cliff City, Lord holding the fort, they lacked confidence. Master, don't worry, I am here. Jean Boudou shouted loudly. His young face was filled with fighting spirit. Everyone could not help but chuckle when they saw this. The future belongs to you, my disciple. Mountain Cliff City, Lord patted the shoulder of Fang Yuan's clone as he left. Fang Yuan looked at the old man's departing figure, thinking, my main body is setting up a formation in the tributary of the River of Time. Once Mountain Cliff City, Lord leaves, he will be trapped in the formation and wait for me to save him. The stage is already set. I am the main character now. Time passed quickly. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. The year beast calamity was still spreading, but because Fang Yuan's main body controlled the source, the calamity did not threaten the foundation of beast calamity, grotto heaven. As the only superforce in the grotto heaven, the combat beast guild started to mobilize young goo masters. Jean Boudou was among them. He and a group of similar age goo masters were brought to a valley. This was an entrance that the Qilin heavenly spirit had secretly arranged. It could directly enter and exit the tributary of the River of Time. The guild leader, the current generation combat beast king, was a thin old man. He personally explained the situation to these youngsters. After our exploration, we found that the golden fog that is spreading in this river has many peculiarities that can be used. The younger and stronger the youngster, the easier it will be for them to enter and exit. Right now, most of the combat beast warriors are trapped in the golden fog. You need to save them and bring them out. This was naturally a standard that Fang Yuan had purposely set up. It was to make it easier for his clone to enter. Jean Boudou's clone had recently advanced to rank 2. Just his cultivation level alone was outstanding. Moreover, there was the arrow-tail eagle, the future desolate beast. Together with Jean Boudou's own strong will, he expressed that he wanted to save his master, even if he had to sacrifice his life. His lifelike acting skills made everyone believe that it was real, and he raised his reputation quite a bit. This operation will depend on you. Although you are still young, this world is at a critical juncture of life and death. It needs your strength. You will be the saviors of this world. The combat beast king encouraged, immediately igniting the youngster's fighting spirit and hot blood. Jean Boudou secretly rolled his eyes, but his expression was the most excited. His fighting spirit was the highest. He was the first to charge into the tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time was filled with golden fog. Gu-masters could step into it like they were standing on flat ground. There were wild beasts here, but the strongest were mutated beasts. There was not a single desolate beast. But to these youngsters, it was a huge obstacle. The combat beast warriors who entered earlier were already suppressed. Their bodies were covered in the fog. They were like golden statues. It was very difficult for them to even move. The first batch of warriors who entered the fog were already stiff. They were like golden statues, unable to move. Jean Boudou entered and killed mutated beasts. He saved his companions. He then became the leader. He was in the limelight. Gu immortals were saved by him one after another. Jean Boudou became their benefactor. To think that one day I would be saved by a young combat beast envoy. Many Gu immortals expressed similar emotions. Thank you, young man. If you have any trouble in the future, come and find me in Sacred Eagle City. This eagle warrior was killed by Feng Yuan in the previous life. To think that he would be saved by Feng Yuan's clone in this life. Did you see my master, Mountain Cliff City Lord? Jean Boudou asked everyone he met. He naturally knew that Mountain Cliff City Lord was hidden by his main body. Little Du is such a good child. He never gave up on saving his master. He is a good child who knows how to repay kindness. I'm really envious of Mountain Cliff City Lord. He took in such a good disciple. Oh, Little Du, you cannot go anymore. Time flows very quickly in this golden fog. It will reduce your lifespan. I'm not afraid. I must save my master. My achievements today are all because of my master's teachings and nurturing. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will save him. Jean Boudou did not let go of any chance to show his worth. He spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Moreover, this is a good thing. Time flows quickly. My cultivation speed is also fast. How many days has been? I already have rank 3 Gu Master cultivation level. The stronger I am, the more people I can save. I can save my master. Jean Boudou shouted, trying to let more people hear him. Child, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. This is Lifespan Gu. It can increase your lifespan and make up for your loss. Combat Beast King appeared in time, handing the Lifespan Gu to Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou pretended to be overjoyed. He said, Grandpa, you are already so old. You should use it. It can extend your lifespan. Combat Beast King was pleased, thinking that he did not give it to the wrong person. He immediately persuaded Jean Boudou in a friendly manner. Good child, good child. Grandpa has more. You need these lifespan Gu the most. You can only enter the golden fog if you are in a young state. I almost forgot. No wonder I feel that it is getting harder to enter and leave the fog. Jean Boudou showed a look of realization. He was also in a difficult spot. After a difficult choice, he nodded and accepted the lifespan Gu. Feng Yuan's clone was the main battle strength. Most of the combat beast warriors were saved because of him. Combat Beast King would definitely protect his greatest hope. But he did not know that this was all Feng Yuan's scheme. Chapter 1868. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, tributary of the River of Time. Feng Yuan's clone Jean Boudou entered the golden fog time and time again, rescuing the Gu immortals trapped inside. Each time he had to go through tough battles, facing countless fierce beasts. He was covered in injuries from the exhaustion. His companions of the same age gradually accepted his leadership because their past battle achievements proved that Jean Boudou's decisions were wise and correct. This time, there are 3 beast groups coming from the southeast, north, and southwest direction. They are surrounding you. Feng Yuan's main body transmitted. Oh, okay. I will lead them to break out. Oh, right. Help me get rid of that white-robed youngster beside me. Fang Yuan's clone Zhan Budu replied. Understood. Fang Yuan's main body was at the densest area of the golden fog. He was lying down leisurely with a relaxed expression. With a thought, the Year-Beast army moved out, attacking his clone's group. Most of his attention was placed on Primordial Origin's true inheritance. In the Battle of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan not only obtained Dragon Palace, he even deceived Duke Long into obtaining Primordial Origin's true inheritance. But this Primordial Origin true inheritance only contained a small portion of the first half. Even so, Fang Yuan sighed in admiration as he looked at it. From this small portion of the true inheritance, he understood the style of the remote antiquity era. Chi path was vast and powerful. It was extremely skillful. He also understood Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's talent. He was extraordinary. As expected of a Venerable, he could not be restricted by common sense. The contents of this true inheritance are still very useful even now. Of course, after so many years, Chi Path has been developing and innovating. The killer move Unlimited Chi C that I have is the best proof. This small portion of Primordial Origin's Chi Path True Inheritance mainly contained the killer move Chi Wall. Initially, Duke Long was unwilling to give it to him, but Fang Yuan insisted. After all, Chi Wall was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's signature method. It was famous in history. Everyone knew about it. Duke Long wanted to make peace with Chi Si ancestor, but seeing Fang Yuan's firm attitude, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Through this Chi Wall killer move, I have gained a deeper understanding of that Chi Wall in Celestial Court. I will try to break it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. In his past life, the wall of air that appeared in the Celestial Court caused great trouble for Longevity Heaven. If Fang Yuan could break this move, he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Celestial Court. However, it was clear that the difficulty of this mission was extremely high. After all, it was the work of an Immortal Venerable. The only consolation was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Chi Wall killer move had been passed down until now. It was filled with the style of the remote antiquity era. It was already outdated. This might be the key for Fang Yuan to break through the Chi Wall. Of course, it wasn't surprising that he couldn't decipher it. There were no invincible immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals. No killer move was perfect and invincible. All killer moves could be broken, but the same killer move could be used by different people, and the power and effectiveness would be vastly different. Whether Fang Yuan could break the Chi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable personally used, this was a huge question. Perhaps Duke Long had considered this. That was why he generously handed the contents of the Chi Wall killer move to Fang Yuan. At the same time, this small portion of the true inheritance is the best bait to lure me into joining the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. If there was really a Chi Si ancestor who lived in seclusion in Eastern Sea, he would not be able to resist this temptation. As a rank 8 secluded cultivator for so many years, it showed that Chi Si ancestor was not interested in authority. At the same time, he cultivated Chi Path, but Chi Path had been declining for a long time. Only the Celestial Court had the most valuable Chi Path true inheritances. But the truth was, Chi Si ancestor was just a disguise for Fang Yuan. If Duke Long knew that he was helping the enemy, who knew how he would feel? It is about time. Fang Yuan researched the Chi Path true inheritance while paying attention to the 12 zodiac formation. In this short period of time, he had already cooperated with the clone Zhan Budu and completed another performance. Some of the youngsters around Zhan Budu were sacrificed, dying in battle. Some of these people were obstacles. Fang Yuan was already clearing the obstacles for the next step of his plan. Zhan Budu saved a Gu Immortal and returned triumphantly. There were only 1 or 2 combat beast warriors left in the golden fog. One of them was Mountain Cliff City Lord. After Zhan Budu saved Mountain Cliff City Lord, Fang Yuan would stop and return to the 12 zodiac battle formation. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Fang Yuan had already achieved his current goal by nurturing his clone. Other than increasing his cultivation level, Zhan Budu's greatest gain was the expansion of his network. After this battle, almost all the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven received Zhan Budu's favor. This favor was not a small matter. It was the favor of saving their lives. If this was the outside world, the Gu immortals might turn against them. But here, those who could become combat beast warriors needed to have a lot of positive intentions. Thus, all of them knew how to repay favors. There was no lack of people who would repay favors with a fountain. Zhan Budu did not lack resources. His future was bright. And he would not ask for favors. He was even more humble and polite. He did not care about anything. He displayed all sorts of virtues and moral character. Fang Yuan could have killed them all in one go, but these combat beast warriors were all spared. In the previous life, he attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven in a simple and direct manner. He killed many combat beast warriors. After rebirth, he changed his plan. He used a different method to annex them. It was to preserve the value of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to the greatest extent. These Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven will all be subdued. They will be a supplement to my subordinates. In the future, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, I will send them to battle. They will have certain effect. Of course, their methods are too superficial. They can catch the enemies off guard. Once they are exposed, these Gu immortals will suffer huge losses. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Gu masters took a shortcut. Even though they could obtain battle strength easily, they were not abundant. They were not orthodox Gu cultivation methods. Like now, Fang Yuan had just set up a 12 zodiac formation, but he was able to fool all the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Even the Combat Beast King could not tell the truth. He thought it was the Golden Fog. He did not even see the true appearances of the 12 immemorial year beasts. Just with this difference, Fang Yuan could easily suppress them. Like in the previous life, when Fang Yuan killed Eagle Warrior, he turned into a bull-headed demon god and slaughtered countless people. And these Combat Beast Warriors and Combat Beast King had always thought that Fang Yuan was a beast calamity. He had all sorts of powerful battle techniques. They had never thought about Gu worms or killer moves. Their horizons were too shallow. Several days later, Fang Yuan retrieved the 12 zodiac battle formation. The golden fog that enveloped the tributary of the River of Time also vanished. To avoid suspicion before leaving, Fang Yuan purposely released a large group of year beasts. It was like the golden fog's final struggle. After a tough battle, the Combat Beast Guild obtained complete victory. Everyone was overjoyed. The Gu immortals were all saved. They started to move around, killing or capturing the scattered year beasts in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The golden fog vanished, but Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's time flow was still affected by Fang Yuan's killer move. It was extremely fast. Zhan Budu became the object of everyone's praise. The Gu immortals were grateful to him. Combat Beast King even gave him an award in front of everyone, encouraging him. "Oh, Little Du, you are truly the little savior. You saved everyone. That is also indirectly saving the entire world." Zhan Budu quickly waved his hand and thanked him. His tone was very humble. From this moment onwards, the title of Little Savior belonged to Zhan Budu. Next, he had to wait for another fortuitous encounter to become a Gu immortal. After that, he would openly accept the test and inherit Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's main body left the tributary of the River of Time. He used heaven form to inspect profound literature, Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. Even though his progress was not as great as Zhan Budu's, his days were still very good. Ever since the last poem recitation, Li Xiaobai was paid close attention to by the private school's teacher Jiang. he arranged many private tutoring sessions for him. Li Xiao by gradually displayed his potential and talent. Teacher Jiang was pleasantly surprised. He taught him even more carefully. At this rate, he is still far from reaching the highest level of profound literature, Grotto Heaven. It is a pity. Profound literature Grotto Heaven and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven are different. The latter is sealed, but the former has a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Moreover, it is an information path Grotto Heaven that specializes in gathering information. It is not easy for me to make a move. At least, I cannot use the tributary of the River of Time. If I use the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation, it might be seen through. Fang Yuan decided to wait for Li Xiaobai's development. He could use the tributary of the River of Time to lead the Beast Army to invade profound literature, Grotto Heaven. But that way, he would have to fight against that rank 8 Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan was not afraid, but it would be hard for him to win quickly. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, it was easy to be implicated. They would suffer heavy losses. Fang Yuan did not want to see this. If he could forcefully attack, he would have done so already. Profound literature, Grotto Heaven itself, could not be annexed, but the information path inheritances and resources inside were targets that Fang Yuan coveted. Fang Yuan had a total of 5 clones now. The Time Path clone was the earliest clone. It was currently at rank 6 in order to use the Light of Wisdom. The Dragon Man clone had the highest cultivation level at rank 7. It controlled Dragon Palace and was also the strongest. It was currently in contact with Gu Tribe and had many good results. Zhan Budu made huge progress with Fang Yuan's help. Li Xiaobai had to rely on his own hard work. It was not time for him to exert his strength yet. As for Fang Yuan's fake identities, there were even more of them. On this day, Fang Clan contacted Fang Yuan. More accurately speaking, it was not Guyue Fang Yuan, but his fake identity, Swan Bujin. Elder Swan Bujin, we need you to help Second Supreme Elder refine Divine Being Palace as soon as possible. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He joined Fang Clan not only to develop Green Ghost Desert, but also to obtain Divine Being Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's possession. It was extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had personally experienced it. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.